159. After staying at Autumn Reed Inn for 3 days, Lin Shi finally said that there was no point in staying any longer as he could no longer absorb too much spiritual energy. For some reason, every time he breathed in the pavilion for a long time, he would feel a sharp chi emitted by a sharp weapon. His body and spirit could not withstand it. Lin Shi rarely joked and asked Chen Pingon to go to the bottom of the well to see if there were any treasures. Chen Pingon roughly guessed the truth. It must be because of his fight with Cui Dong. The 2 strands of sword chi that left the chi residence had damaged the landscape of the ruins of the old city god. As it involved the sword spirit, Chen Pingon could not say much. He could only take a few more glances at Cui Dong before leaving the inn. The latter had been in a good mood for the past 2 days and walked with a swagger. After Chen Pingon glanced at him, he immediately became more well-behaved. Cui Dong was a little confused and began to reflect on what bad things he had done to deserve retribution. When the group left the inn, there was someone preparing to stay at Autumn Reed Inn. Cui Dong looked straight ahead, but Li Baoping and the other 2 children were surprised. It turned out that it was the old assistant minister of Huangting Kingdom. He had brought his family and servants all the way to the county capital. There were 3 carriages parked in the alley outside the inn. Seeing an old friend in a foreign land, the old assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue laughed heartily, especially when he saw that Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the other children had changed their straw sandals into boots and wore new clothes. They were full of vitality. The old man was even more gratified and had to send them out of the city. Among the family of the old assistant minister, there was a graceful woman in simple clothes and a dignified man in a green robe. They were the most eye-catching. The old man introduced them as his eldest daughter and youngest son. He said that they were not good at studying and that it was an extravagant hope to rely on his children to bring honor to the family. Listening to his father's complaints in front of outsiders, the green-robed man remained expressionless. The mature woman smiled as she looked at the young boys, girls, and children. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Yulu. The woman's smile became even wider, as if she had accidentally found the most delicious delicacy. The woman coughed uncontrollably and quickly lowered her head. She raised her sleeve to cover her scarlet lips and coughed dryly twice. Inside the wide sleeves, the real scene was a woman secretly swallowing her saliva and licking her lips. Chen Pingon frowned. The tall youth who acted as the coachman smiled as usual and turned to look at Cui Dong. "Young master, when shall we leave?" Cui Dong said indifferently, "Let's go." The old assistant minister laughed heartily and said, "My old body has caught a cold before, and I really can't stand the wind and the sun. Let's sit in the same carriage as young Master Cui, and I can ask young Master Cui about the cliff carvings. The 2 of you, follow behind. If you don't want to walk out of the city, it's up to you whether you want to take the carriage or not." The 2 carriages drove out of the flowing cloud alley. In the carriage in front, Cui Dong and the old assistant minister sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was heavy. The old man who appeared to be the assistant minister of Huangting country cupped his fists and said, "I came uninvited this time. I hope Lord Imperial Tutor can forgive me." The youth in white with a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows rubbed the jade pendant on his waist with 2 fingers. He stared at the old man impolitely and his words were even more offensive. "Did that little bastard of yours instigate you to come and find out? Do you want to see if I have the ability to kill you and your father?" The old man who went to the Milky Way drunk that night was not angry. He looked amiable and said, "Lord Imperial Tutor, my youngest son is not very capable, but he has a lot of little tricks. This time, he is really scared and happy, and lost his composure. That's why he informed me, hoping that I could help him come up with a plan on how to cooperate with the Imperial Tutor and Dolly. How can this be considered as testing? Lord Imperial Tutor, you misunderstood and overestimated my youngest son." Cui Dong shook his head and said, I don't care about what you think, I only care about how you do it and the final result. So, since that little bastard broke my rules first, I naturally have a way to teach him a lesson. As his father, if you're not convinced and intend to break the alliance and not be the hill master of the new Academy of Empty Padding Cloud, we can slowly calculate all of this. Let's see who's stronger and who's stronger. Old Dragon, who was disguised as the old assistant minister, had a gloomy expression. Lord Imperial Tutor, why do you have to be so overbearing? My youngest son's actions may have crossed the line, but to the Imperial Tutor who holds great power, isn't the big picture more important? Don't tell me that I don't deserve the Imperial Tutor's forgiveness and accommodation. You fellows who treat mutual deception as your spare time might think that this kind of probing is normal. I used to be like this, but the situation is different now. Chui Dong narrowed his eyes. My teacher has just taught me a principle. Sometimes, you can't take a single step out, otherwise you'll be beaten. Chui Dong leaned forward and looked at the old man's gloomy face. He sneered and said, "Do you really think you're qualified to ride in the same carriage as me? Then, do you know that your original body, the old, thin, and small flood dragon on the Crouching Dragon Temple's inkstone, is now in my hands?" The old man smiled bitterly. Lord Imperial Tutor, why do you have to do this? Even if there are some small disputes between allies, there's no need for the foundation of the Great Tao, right? The old man restrained his expression and his eyes revealed a cold cruelty. This was originally a good thing, but Lord Imperial Tutor, aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Both sides will end up with nothing. Chui Dong stared at the old man's eyes that had yet to remove the camouflage. His words became more and more aggressive, but his tone was extremely calm. It was like the world's widest river, and his skills were all under the water. You don't deserve to talk to me about your principles. You have to use your heart to figure out my principles, understand? Next, I'll use the ancient thunder technique to strike the sleeping old dragon on the inkstone, which is your original body, until I've broken your 300 years of cultivation. So, you see, I don't even need to care about your little bastard. In the end, you'll naturally vent your anger on him. The old flood dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted, "Chui Dong! Don't you go too far." Chui Shi laughed loudly and said, "Going too far? Are you even human, you old reptile? Your family isn't human. Look at you, and look at your little bastard son. You still want to bring honor to your family. Especially that Purple Sun Mansion's founder outside. When he saw you Lu with his dense dragon aura, he probably couldn't even walk, right? With a family like yours, even if I dare to support you to a very high place, will you be able to stand firm?" Chui Dong stretched out 2 fingers and waved them in front of himself. "You can't." Without waiting for the old flood dragon to speak, Chui Dong pointed out the window. "Get out. Looking at you will dirty my eyes. Within 3 days, if I don't receive a satisfactory answer, I won't give you any reply. At that time, you can come and kill me." The old flood dragon was silent for a long time. Finally, he bowed and retreated. From the beginning to the end, Chui Dong's heart didn't have any ripples. As for the cowardice inside, it was even more impossible. When the carriage stopped for a moment and continued forward, Chui Dong closed his eyes and was in high spirits. The corner of Chui Dong's mouth curled up as he muttered, 3. Inside the carriage, a cool breeze blew without warning. The young man was wearing a white robe with large sleeves. The surface of his robe was like a flowing stream. On the side of the road, after seeing the old man leave the carriage, he chatted with the children for a while and stayed behind to watch the group leave the county city. The green-robed man and the graceful woman walked down from the carriage behind. They were somewhat puzzled. The old man kept looking at the carriage. In the end, the old man withdrew his gaze. Not only did he not find any flaws, but he also saw an unimaginably terrifying scene. Jumping realms. The old man turned his head to look at the woman and son. He said with a smile, "Only one is missing. It can be considered a small family reunion. Father is very happy." As the daughter of the founder of the Purple Sun Prefecture, her intuition was clearly sharper. As a flood dragon, it was probably because of the word lake that she was born with an innate ability to spy on the movements of other types of heart lakes. She had already noticed that there was something wrong with the old flood dragon's state of mind. Without any hesitation, she rose from the ground and turned into a beam of light, wanting to escape the prefecture city. However, she had forgotten that the difference between her and her father was not just in terms of seniority. The old man was obviously furious. He didn't care whether the county city would be affected or not. Moreover, not to mention a small county city, even the entire Yellow Court country didn't have the qualifications to talk about crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were a few small cats and snakes, but how could they make the old flood dragon look at them in a new light? Now that Dolly's cavalry was heading south, there was no need for him to hide too much. However, this was based on the premise that he had established a stable alliance with Dolly. The reason why he did this superfluous move and caused new problems to arise and angered the imperial tutor, Cui Dong. In fact, the old man was indeed too frightened. His state of mind fluctuated greatly and he lost his sense of propriety. Compared to the young son of the Hanxi River god, he wasn't much better. After all, he and Cui Minghuang of the Lakeview Academy had seen the thunder pool at the top of the cliff carvings with their own eyes. Together with the old Xiantian who made them leave the thunder pool with a wave of his sleeve, a string of golden characters appeared in the palm of his hand. In the secret letter sent by the green-robed man, he talked about the young Dolly imperial tutor on behalf of his father. He described in detail Cui Dong's various actions. He also said that he had lost all his realms and cultivation. In the words of the Hanxi River god, there wasn't the slightest bit of malice. He just hoped that his father could help him probe and see if he could help the Great Water residents gain more benefits. After all, how could a Great Water resident dare to wrestle with Cui Dong? Even if he killed Cui Dong, what benefits would there be? When Dolly went south, wouldn't it be the time for the Great Water residents to be destroyed? The green-robed man asked in a trembling voice, "Father, why? Did Big Sister do something wrong?" The old man stretched out a withered palm and his 5 fingers formed a hook. He drew down little by little and said with a cold face, "It has nothing to do with your sister. It's mainly because of your superfluous actions. You caused me to lose 300 years of cultivation and caused many twists and turns in the future. I'm not in a good mood. Is this reason enough?" Scarlet blood flowers bloomed between the old man's 5 fingers. They looked small and cute, but in fact, they weren't warm at all. Because in the sky, the same thing happened. The woman's body was cut with 5 huge blood grooves. It was more miserable than pork on the chopping board. With one slash, there were deep wounds that showed the bones. Not only that, the woman who had escaped 1,000 feet away was quickly pulled back to the county. However, because the tragedy happened silently in the sky, the people in the county didn't notice. Except for a few who happened to look up at the sky and were stunned, the rest didn't cause much of a stir. Finally, the woman fell to the ground with a bang. Her body was a mess of flesh and blood. Her talisman's robe, which was originally in good condition, was tattered and didn't cover her body. The woman curled up on the ground and wailed in pain, begging the old dragon. The dignified Xiang residence's chief, one of the few Qi cultivators in Huangting country, a great immortal who had the potential to reach the 10th realm, was rolling on the ground like this. The old man waved his hand and the woman's body fell horizontally to the side of the road. After breaking a pillar, she slumped at the foot of the wall like a pile of mud. The green-robed man's face turned pale. Is that imperial tutor angry? This is an insignificant test. Even if I'm wrong, is it worth him to mobilize so many people? Isn't he afraid that we'll turn to the great Sui kingdom? The old man stared at his young son who was full of fear and sighed. He flicked his sleeves and left. He didn't teach him a lesson and just left 2 words, useless. That Hanshi river god went to carry his dying sister and returned to the carriage. The coachman was the river god scholar under the great water residence. When the green-robed man lifted the curtain, his back was facing the scholar. He said with some regret, "Sui Bin, you were right. I shouldn't have been so reckless." The scholar waved his whip and slowly drove the carriage back to the autumn read-in. He said softly, "Fortune and misfortune come together. It's not all bad. Knowing the imperial tutor's bottom line, it will be easier to deal with him in the future. It's better to suffer a small loss now than to be complacent in the future and be killed without knowing the reason." The green-robed man placed his sister in the carriage and sat behind the scholar. He said angrily, "A small loss. My father lost 300 years of cultivation. With his bad temper, I'll be offended in the future. Others don't know, but you, Sui Bin, don't know how my 7 or 8 brothers and sisters died." The scholar Sui Bin smiled faintly. "It's good that they died. Only 3 of them are left. Those who are alive don't have to die. If it was in the past, I would have to collect the corpse for the water god. I might even have to piece the corpse together. It's a bit troublesome." If Sui Bin, the military advisor behind the scenes, kept comforting him, the green-robed man might become more and more uneasy. He wouldn't even dare to stay in the county city. He might even dare to stay in the great water residence. He would have to run a few thousand miles away to avoid the trouble. Now that he heard Sui Bin's sarcastic words, the green-robed man felt more at ease. He glanced at the back of the river god who had the body of a water ghost and thought to himself, no wonder he was together with County Governor Wei Li and was valued by the young imperial tutor. "Don't call me the water god. I'm not used to it. After so many years, I've given you extra attention. You've never bowed to me. That's good. Don't be unable to share riches and honor with me." The green-robed man lamented angrily, "Sui Bin, my father has studied for so many years. He's not any less than the scholarly sage. His private library has a rich collection of books. It's even the best in the Yellow Court country. Why is his temper still so bad?" Sui Bin smiled. "Isn't your father's temper very good to those young scholars?" "He's really good." The green-robed man was helpless. Sui Bin hesitated for a moment. "Actually, the reason why your father is so angry is probably related to the opportunity of the great Tao. Although you've deliberately concealed this, that Dolly imperial tutor is sure that your father knows about it. Since he can see so far into the future, he might have the intention to drive a wedge between you father and son." The green-robed man was horrified. In the carriage, an unexpected aged voice sounded, "Sui Bin, it might not be a good thing for you to be so smart." Sui Bin laughed. "Old mister, I was once a scholar. Now I've become a scholar. Since I'm not afraid of death, why should I be afraid of death?" The elusive old flood dragon smiled and said, "With you assisting this idiot, I'm relieved." The green-robed man was slightly suffocated. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. If it was said that his father looked down on the little river Earl in the past, or that he was carefully hibernating and didn't need outsiders at all, then from now on, he would start to conquer the country. Wouldn't it be better to have more civil officials and generals under him? Sui Bin seemed to have seen through the thoughts of the Hanshi river god. He smiled and joked, "Don't worry, I won't betray you. Even if I become a ghost, I still have this bit of backbone." The old dragon who was sitting in the carriage coldly glanced at his daughter who was curled up in the corner. He turned his head to look at the curtain of the carriage and put on a warm smile that came from the bottom of his heart. I've heard about your daughter. Do you want me to help her become the mountain god of Hingshan? Sui Bin shook his head. That evil creature is worse than a pig or a dog. Just let her live and die on her own. The old dragon laughed heartily. This temper is like mine. The green-robed man outside and the heavily injured woman in the carriage were both filled with desolation. Every family had their own difficulties. Whether it was the Hanxi River god or the founder of Xiang Manor, they were only one step away from the 10th realm. In their own territories, they were high above, having the power to kill and seize. They were even more unrestrained than the rulers of the mortal world. But so what? After leaving the county city, the group and the carriage headed west. Cui Dong walked down from the carriage and came to Chen Pingan's side. He first smiled at Li Huai. Do you want to sit in my carriage? It's spacious and comfortable. You can even lie down and sleep. Li Huai was eager to try, but he didn't dare to make a decision. Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. Go. Cui Dong said in a low voice, Mister, learning how to conduct yourself is indeed useful to me. I've benefited a lot. How should I thank you? Chen Pingan nodded. Cui Dong was overjoyed. What did Mister say? Although I can't open the treasure vault in the Fengzuan item and can't take anything out for the time being, the last time I entered the city, I bought all of that prodigal son's belongings. In fact, there were 2 good items. For example, that little glazed figure. It actually has a hidden secret. As long as you infuse it with spiritual energy and genuine qi, it will start to dance vividly. It can also sing melodious songs. Chen Pingan said to him, disappear. Cui Dong was very sad. He left silently and ran to pester Lin Shi and Li Baoping. In the end, he was rejected. In the end, he could only return to the carriage resentfully. Seeing Li Huai happily rolling around in the carriage, Cui Dong squatted at the side and opened a package. He took out the little glazed figure and shook it in front of Li Huai. Do you want it? Li Huai stared fixedly at the peerlessly beautiful glazed woman. She was about half a foot away from him. The child spoke insincerely, not at all. Cui Dong slightly increased his strength. From the inside of the glazed figure, it emitted a gentle light. Cui Dong then placed it on the floor of the carriage. Soon, the glazed figure let out a squeaking sound. After a moment of silence, it suddenly came to life. It even danced gracefully. At the same time, it hummed an unknown ancient song. It was not the official language of the Great Sui Kingdom of Dali, nor was it the official language of the Aquarius continent. Therefore, Li Huai could not understand what she was singing. However, the scene was really pleasing to the eye. The child could not help but lie on the ground and stare at the beautiful figure of the glazed figure in a daze. When the light that overflowed in the glazed figure's body faded, the glazed figure calmed down and returned to its rigid and unmoving state. Cui Dong said patiently, You don't want it even if I give it to you for free. What are you afraid of? You and Chen Pingan are friends, and I am Chen Pingan's student. We are so close. What do I want from you? Furthermore, what do you have that I want from you, right? Li Huai retracted his gaze and looked at Cui Dong. He said angrily, Bullshit, I have a lot of treasures on me. Do you have insect silver? You will turn into a grasshopper or a dragonfly. Cui Dong did not know whether to laugh or cry. That was my gift to you, right? Li Huai nodded. Yes, it is mine now. So you don't have it. Cui Dong leaned against the wall of the carriage and sat down. He held his stomach and laughed. As expected of the little bastards from Pearl Grotto Heaven. Especially you guys who relied on your own luck and fate to become Qi Jingchuan's last batch of direct disciples. None of you are easy to deal with. Shi Chuanjia and Dong Shuijing are just a little worse. They are not much better than you Luxi. Cui Dong raised his head and looked above his head. He said, "What a great saying. It is God's will." Cui Dong retracted his gaze and looked at the child lying on the floor in a daze. He asked curiously, "You really don't want it?" Li Huai said, "Yes. Before I went to bed last night, Chen Pingan told me that when I go to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, I can't accept benefits from others." Cui Dong joked, "But we are still hundreds of miles away from the border of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even if we enter the territory of the Great Sui Kingdom and reach the New Cliff Academy, we are still 700 or 800 miles away. In total, it is at least 1,000 miles. Li Huai, why are you in such a hurry?" Li Huai looked at the ceiling. Chen Pingan said that he will not stay in the academy to study. After he sees us off, he will return home. Cui Shi smiled and said, "Isn't this something you knew from the start?" Li Huai folded his hands and used them as a pillow. He said softly, "I forgot about it while we were walking." Cui Dong was stunned. He laughed gloatingly. "It's okay. I won't stay in the academy. I will accompany Chen Pingan back to the town." "Li Huai, are you jealous?" Li Huai turned his head in surprise. Cui Dong was full of pride. Li Huai abruptly stood up and lifted the curtain of the carriage. With a face full of grievance, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chen Pingan, this fellow Cui Shi is trying to cheat me of my money." Cui Dong hurriedly hugged the little brat to stop him from slandering him. He wailed at Chen Pingan, "I'm innocent." After a while, Chen Pingan, who had rushed to the carriage, left with Li Huai. Li Huai said carefully, "Chen Pingan, I lied to you." Chen Pingan whispered, "I know. I just don't like that guy." In the carriage, the white-clothed youth with a bruised nose and swollen face was lying in the carriage. He was grimacing in pain. Not only did he not look dejected, but he was also smiling. At the northwest border of Huangting country, at the bank of a river, after visiting the water deity temple that was far inferior in scale to Hanxi River, the group walked for another 20 miles. They began to rest and prepare for lunch. Now that they had Yulu to start a fire and cook, Xie no longer did nothing. With their help, Chen Pingan could go fishing at the river bank with peace of mind. Fishing in the ridge in spring, fishing in the deep in summer, fishing in the shade in autumn, fishing in the sun in winter. This was a saying passed down from the small town. In the late autumn, Chen Pingan jogged all the way. He specially found a small river to return to the Wind Bay. Only then did he start fishing. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Pingan successfully caught a green river fish that was more than a foot long. However, just dragging the fish ashore took another quarter of an hour because he was afraid that the fishing rod would break or the big fish would escape the hook. Cui Dong had been squatting at the side and watching without blinking. When they went back, he must help carry the fish. In the end, there was an extra pot of delicious stewed fish for dinner. Cui Dong, who thought that he had done well, quickly moved his chopsticks and fought with Li Huai until his face turned red. After eating, he cleaned up the mess with Yulu. When they were free, Chen Pingan began to practice his walking stance along the river. Yulu borrowed the fishing rod and went to find a place to fish. Lin Shi and Xie were playing chess. Li Baoping was engrossed in his book. Li Huai's book box had an extra Liuli beauty, which he won from Cui Dong in a bet. This was not Cui Dong going easy on him. The two of them guessed the number of black and white stones. For the sake of fairness, Yulu, who had his back facing the two of them, picked it up. In the end, Cui Dong won 2 and lost 3, losing the Liuli beauty. Not only did Li Huai keep the worm silver, but he also gained another, fierce general, under his command. Chen Pingan walked all the way and walked very far away. In the end, he sat alone on the cliff by the river bank, facing the river wind. On the cliff, with the 18-stop breathing technique, the youth tried to practice his walking stance at the slowest speed. Between movement and stillness, he was calm and composed. Not long after leaving the waterway, on a mountain far away from human habitation, they met a group of weak mountain bandits. Lin Shui showed his beginner's thunder technique, and the bandits were scared witless. Chen Pingan went fishing at night and caught a big black fish half the size of a person. He went into the water and successfully caught the rare big fish. Chen Pingan happily returned to the campfire. When he saw Yu Lu, who was on night watch, he grinned and laughed. Yu Lu looked at the guy who was dripping wet and gave him a thumbs up. After that, they passed by a mass grave full of hostility and were besieged by ghosts. Lin Shui, who had gradually mastered the thunder method, showed his might. Every time he attacked, there was a faint sound of thunder. His face was especially bright, and there was a faint purple chi around his body, making him look like a divine general of the thunder tribe. After dozens of ghosts were killed by the thunder technique, a light lit up in the depths of the mass grave. Accompanied by a creepy shout, an enormous palanquin with lanterns hanging from the four corners of the palanquin floated over with gloomy air. With Chen Pingan and Xia protecting him, Lin Shui, who was not skilled in thunder technique, held on for a while. However, he still could not defeat the local boss of the mass grave in the sedan, a ghost that had cultivated for 100 years and condensed a true spirit. In the end, Yu Lu, who had not made a move, suddenly rushed forward and easily scattered all of the ghost's spiritual energy with a punch, making it disappear into thin air. After that, Lin Shui read more and more frequently. Just like that, the group finally arrived at the pass of the Great Sui Kingdom. They successfully passed through the gate that was not grand and tall. Li Huai muttered that this place was not as good as Dolly's Yafu Pass. However, in the next moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the street inside the pass. It was getting closer and closer, and it was getting more and more shocking. Chen Pingan asked everyone to stay on the side of the road and make way. More than 20 elite cavalrymen came as fast as lightning. They were led by a burly general in silver armor and holding a spear. In addition, there was also an old Taoist with the air of an immortal. He carried a peachwood sword on his back, and a fair-skinned beardless old man with his hands folded in his sleeves. The two old immortals, who looked like otherworldly masters, were guarding a young man with a face as clear as jade on his left and right. When Chen Pingan saw the young man, his heart skipped a beat. What he was afraid of came true. After seeing Chen Pingan and the others, the young man in embroidered clothes took the lead and rushed out of the cavalrymen. When he was about 10 steps away from Chen Pingan and the others, he pulled the reins and stopped. He skillfully flipped off the horse and strode forward. After looking around, he finally smiled at Chen Pingan and said, "We meet again." The young man held the horsewhip in his hand and tapped it against his palm. "Do you know that because of that golden carp and that treasure called Dragon King Basket, I almost died at the border of the Great Li dynasty?" he asked. The young man suddenly laughed. "But I'm still very grateful to you. Even if I gave you a bag of gold and copper coins, now it seems that I still took advantage of you. I swore that the next time we meet, I will give you a bigger reward." The young man patted his head and was a little embarrassed. He introduced himself. "I'm from the Gao family of Yang County of the Great Sui Kingdom. You can just call me Gao Xian." The beardless old man, who had also met Chen Pingan, was about to speak when the young man named Gao Xian waved his hand. "It's okay. It's just a name. It's meant to be called." The young man looked at them and said with a smile, "I'm here to take you to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom in person. From this day onwards, the young man surnamed Gao brought more than 30 imperial guards, more than 200 elite border guards, and finally, more than 1,000 people escorting him, passed through the territory of 2 provinces and 7 counties and quickly rushed to the capital of the Great Sui. The traveling group finally stopped trekking over land and water. Even Li Huai sat in the carriage. On both sides and in front of the carriage, there were strong cavalrymen of the Great Sui Kingdom. Occasionally, there would be some gazes on the carriage, but they were all filled with awe and envy that Li Huai could not understand. Along the way, until they could see the outline of the city walls of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital, Li Huai felt like he was being worshipped like a bodhisattva. At first, Li Huai thought it was new and fun. But as they got closer to their destination, Li Huai became more and more uncomfortable. Li Baoping became more and more silent. She stuck to Qin Pingan every day. Lin Shi turned a deaf ear to everything. Every day, he hid in the carriage alone and cultivated in peace. Yu Lu, who was still driving for Cui Dong, did not seem to be in a good mood. In the carriage behind, Cui Dong was bored to death. He either slept in or yawned every day. He was listless and had no choice but to call Yu Lu to the carriage to talk. In the end, only 100 or so cavalry were able to enter the capital. Li Huai was shocked to discover that the extremely wide imperial road was filled with Great Sui's commoners, densely packed. Therefore, these children ignored the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. On a street in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, a handsome young man in white was walking backward. He looked at his peer who was carrying a basket and asked curiously, "You have changed your clothes, put on your boots, and pinned your hairpin. Why don't you enter the academy with them?" Finally, the youth who was no longer wearing straw sandals was silent. He only looked back. 160. No one in the Great Sui Kingdom, from the emperor to the ministers behind him, thought that the children's impoliteness was inappropriate. Instead, they all smiled and found it quite interesting. The Great Sui Kingdom's literary style was at its peak. The group of children who came from afar gathered together and whispered to each other. The 3 small green bamboo bookcases were particularly eye-catching. A little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket was the most eye-catching. She had a very anxious look. The smallest child, perhaps because he was unfamiliar with the place and people, was afraid of the Great Sui Emperor's disposition, started to sob on the spot. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom did not show any irritation. He turned his head and chatted with the white-haired minister of the Ministry of Rites. In the end, the students who came from afar to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom all turned to look at the end of the street. They were reluctant to meet the Emperor. Although the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom did not rush them, they could not keep delaying. One of the 3 deputy hill masters of the New Cliff Academy, a famous scholar in the literary circle of the Great Sui Kingdom, had to apologize to the emperor. He walked out of the group alone to remind the children that they should enter the academy. Fortunately, there were no setbacks. Although the children did not know the etiquette of the imperial court, they were innocent and cute. The Confucian students bowed with their hands folded in front. This made the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom very happy. He personally rewarded each of the 5 children with a jade pendant of immorality and a box of gold dragon ink ingots. After entering the academy, except for the wall map that had to be worshipped to the Holy Master, the rest of the formalities that should have taken half a day were simplified. This made Li Baoping and the other 2, who were on high alert, feel relieved. As for Xia and Yu Lu, they were used to it and were not nervous at all. In the end, the deputy mountain master personally led them to their respective schoolhouses and instructed them on future teaching matters. The 5 of them were assigned to different schoolhouses. Because the academy occupied a large area, other than the row upon row of buildings built against the mountain, the entire Donghua Mountain had been given to the Cliff Academy by the Great Sui. Thus, many schoolhouses were not too close to each other. This academy, which the Great Sui dynasty had placed high hopes on, had less than 200 students, but it had 30 teachers of virtue and prestige, whose knowledge was profound. The Minister of Rites of the Great Sui Kingdom held the post of Hill Master, but it was only in name. The Deputy Hill Master in charge of the specific academic affairs was a former teacher of Cliff Academy and one of the unofficial disciples of the Sage of Literature. His name was Mao Xiaodong, and he had a brandy nose. He was 90 years old, but his complexion was good, and he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. This time, the old man did not show up to welcome them. The reason was that he had to teach in the school and could not delay the students' normal homework. Naturally, the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom had no objection. It was said that the Deputy Hill Master had a mahogany ferrule on his waist that was engraved with the word rules. It was said that someone had seen with their own eyes that someone had engraved the word do not exceed in Xiaozhuan on the ferrule. This time, the Great Sui Kingdom successfully accepted the remnants of the Cliff Academy, which was unexpected. First of all, Emperor Dali was willing to let them go, which was very important. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about anything else. Whether the talented and wise emperor was guilty of Qi Jingchen, or he had other plans, everyone in the Great Sui Kingdom thought that taking over the academy was a good thing. However, the teachers and students of the Cliff Academy, who had started with more than 40 people, were able to leave Dali's territory without a hitch. Their journey was not smooth, but could be said to be fraught with danger. Previously, the new Cliff Academy, after the Great Sui Kingdom had invested so much manpower, material, and financial resources, was still lacking because of the absence of Qi Jingchen, the founder of the academy, and the lack of enough orthodox characters. Therefore, everything seemed to be ready except for the east wind. Then, from today onwards, with the arrival of the 5 students, it could be said that the east wind had entered Donghua Mountain. Halfway up Donghua Mountain, there was a scholar's hole. In the middle hung the portrait of the Confucian sage master. On the left and right were 2 solemn old men who deliberately hid their names. On the right was the portrait of the first Hill Master of the Cliff Academy, Qi Jingchen. In the hall, there was an old man with a mahogany ferrule on his waist. He respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense to the 3 sages. As he held the incense, the old man lowered his head and said quietly, "Literature carries the Tao, and passes on the torch." In the old Cliff Academy where Qi Jingchen was in charge, there was a rule that provided accommodation, but not food. Therefore, in the Cliff Academy of Dali's era, many students from poor families in the north who could enter the academy to study would help the academy copy scriptures to earn money for their meals. Today, in the Great Sui Kingdom, this rule was not abolished, but there was a lot of leeway. First of all, the students in the academy were the local students of the Great Sui Kingdom. Because they were the first batch, the Great Sui Kingdom's imperial court chose to collect materials from nearby places. Therefore, almost all of them were from the aristocratic families of the Great Sui Kingdom. These people did not lack money. Second of all, the new academy treated the students well. Books, brushes, ink, Confucian robes, and many other gifts from the academy were a shocking amount of wealth. Li Huai was the youngest in the group. When they arrived at the dormitory, as his roommates were still in class and had not returned, the child stood alone in the empty house. Li Huai, who had cried once at the foot of the mountain, suddenly squatted on the ground and sobbed. He only felt that he had lost his parents and friends. How could there be such a pitiful child in the world? It was so pitiful that his new clothes were smeared with snot and tears. In the end, Li Huai opened the book box while crying. He only felt relieved after putting on a pair of straw sandals. However, he was afraid that wearing straw sandals would be looked down upon by others, so he put on a new pair of boots again and again. The lonely and helpless child cried again and again. "Aren't you afraid that they will be bullied in the academy? At that time, no one will be able to back them up. Chen Pingan didn't say anything. The capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom was so big that the two finally got out of the city before the night curfew. Cui Dong had a pot of wine in his hand. He drank as he walked. He only took a small sip each time, and the wine was not finished even after they got out of the city. A group of elite cavalry rushed out of the city and caught up with the two people on the official road. The leader was the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian. This time, he didn't have gurus or immortals to protect him. After Gao Xian got off the horse, he came to Chen Pingan and laughed angrily. You don't even want the reward. Are you trying to frame me as a heartless and unjust person? Chen Pingan smiled and said, if you can, take care of them for me. That's your reward. Gao Xian shook his head and said, it's two different things. I won't puff myself up at my own cost because even I can't get involved in the academy. So I won't promise you. Don't worry, my father will definitely take time out of his busy schedule to pay attention to the academy from time to time. So I have to give you the reward I promised. If you don't want it, you have to take it and throw it away. Gao Xian pretended to be fierce and said, Chen Pingan, I'm the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. I have to give you some face, right? Chen Pingan nodded and reached out his hand, saying, give it to me. Gao Xian laughed and stretched out a fist. He suddenly released it and slapped Chen Pingan's hand heavily, saying, from now on, you're my friend. If you come to the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom in the future, just come to me directly. Chen Pingan was a little stunned. He took back his hand and nodded, saying, okay. Gao Xian no longer hesitated and got on the horse again. Because he was in a higher position, Gao Xian bent down and said with a bright smile, it's a long journey. I've prepared a carriage for you and it'll be here soon. If you really like to walk, you can sell it for money. But don't sell it cheaply. It's definitely worth the 700 or 800 taels of silver. Gao Xian came and went in a hurry, leading the elite cavalry back to the city. This scene attracted the attention of many passers-by on the official road. Chen Pingan and Cui Dong continued to walk. Cui Dong asked, you can't figure out why a prince is so polite and enthusiastic to Chen Pingan, right? Chen Pingan answered, I can't figure it out, so I won't think too much about it. Cui Dong didn't want to let it go, so he continued to explain, it's actually not that complicated. Gao Xian's identity is special, and he's close to the Great Sui Kingdom. Moreover, Huangting State is a vassal state of the Great Sui Kingdom. In addition, they must have spies in Dali. It's not difficult for him to know the general experience of your study trip. 161. The carriage gifted by Gao Xian arrived late and arrived at Chen Pingan's side in the late evening. The coachman was the old man with a white face and no beard. He had followed the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom to Lizhu Cave and had met Chen Pingan twice. However, compared to Gao Xian's enthusiasm, the old man looked indifferent. After handing over the carriage, he walked back to the capital. The old eunuch looked back at Cui Dong. Cui Dong was busy looking at the handsome horse and marveling at it. He did not notice the old man's scrutinizing gaze. Cui Dong jumped into the carriage and took the initiative to take on the responsibility of the coachman. He waved to Chen Pingan and said, Sir, the carriage is not tampered with. Let's go in peace. Cui Dong slapped himself in the face. What do you mean go in peace? It's too unlucky. Let's hurry up. Chen Pingan looked around. The sky was dark. Because of the night ban in the capital, the never-ending flow of people on the official road during the day seemed very deserted. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, I'm just practicing Zhouzhan. You can just drive. As long as you don't go too fast, I can keep up. Cui Dong knew Chen Pingan's stubborn character, so he did not waste any more time. He slowly drove the carriage, took a sip of wine, and leisurely said in a loud voice, busy with 100 things and 1,000 things to worry about. In the end, everything is over. The weather is cool. What a good autumn. Chen Pingan silently followed behind the carriage, constantly repeating the 6-step zhouzhan of the mountain-shaking fist manual. He had already memorized the zhouzhan and zhouzhan. In the middle of the night, Cui Dong had been talking nonsense. He read the Confucian classics, recited poems, and recited all kinds of things. His mouth was not idle. In the end, he even muttered, "I have an old donkey that I never ride." Hearing this, Chen Pingan, who had persisted for nearly 2 hours, let out a breath of turbid air. He stopped walking and said, "I'll get on the carriage and rest for a while." After getting on the carriage and putting the basket on the carriage, Chen Pingan noticed that there was a small mountain of bottles and jars piled up in the corner. However, the light was dim, so he couldn't see what they were. Cui Dong, who was driving the carriage, said with a smile, "There are several jars of good wine, Taoist elixirs for refining qi and healing injuries, and even rouge and face powder. This Gao Xian is really interesting. To be honest, even if we don't talk about the enemy's camp, compared to your friend Song Jisen's younger brother, who was my former disciple, Gao Xian is more respectful to the wise." Chen Pingan sat behind Cui Dong, sitting sideways with his legs hanging out. He shook his head and said, "Song Jisen was never my friend." Cui Dong said, "Then Song Jisen, who has now changed his name to Song Mu, will be sad." Before he left Clay Bottle Alley, Qi Jingchen gave Zhao Yao a Worlding Chen seal, and gave him Song Jisen 6 books, 3 miscellaneous books, arithmetic, chess manuals, essays, and 3 books on basic learning selected by Qi Jingchen. As for Song Jisen, his attitude towards you is very complicated. He probably wanted to feel at ease, so when he left the last 3 books on the table in the room, intending to give them to you, Chen Pingan. However, people's hearts are complicated. In fact, Song Jisen is well aware that even if you got the key to the house that you left in your courtyard, you would never take the books without permission. However, this didn't affect his conscience. "Teacher, isn't this guy very smart?" Cui Dong said a lot of unknown secrets, but there was one thing he didn't say. He guessed that the books were actually something that Qi Jingchen had predicted early on. Song Jisen would look down on the 3 basic learning books and choose to leave them for Chen Pingan. In terms of playing chess, planning, and calculating, Cui Dong used to think that he was far better than Qi Jingchen. Looking back now, of course, he was very wrong. Chen Pingan said in a low voice, "Song Jisen has always been very smart." Cui Dong asked curiously, "Your relationship with him is so strained because he lied to you and violated your oath?" Chen Pingan didn't say anything. Cui Dong said with a smile, "Don't blame me for talking too much. I'm not trying to absolve Song Jisen. I'm just telling you the truth. No matter right or wrong, Song Jisen has his own reasons for this matter. In fact, the reason is very simple. Song Jisen ate well, dressed well, and lived well. He was better than you in everything. Later, he even had a maid to take care of his daily life. He was proficient in reading, chess, calligraphy, and everything else. But the more he was like this, the bigger the knot in his heart became." Chen Pingan finally said, "At that time, he was misunderstood as the illegitimate son of the construction supervisor. Since he was young, he was criticized by the neighbors behind his back. Many people scolded him behind his back." Cui Dong nodded and said, "So, Song Jisen looked at you every day and thought, why do you, Chen Pingan, a poor peasant who almost starved to death, have parents, but I, Song Jisen, don't? I don't even know my mother's name." Cui Dong shook his head and said, "The most unbearable thing for Song Jisen is that you, sir, have such a miserable life, but in the eyes of Song Jisen, your neighbor, you seem to be living a happier life than him every day." After eating, you go to sleep. After sleeping, you get up and do things. This makes Song Jisin feel like his heart is scratching his liver. So, when he's unhappy, he wants to make you unhappy. He knows what you care about the most, so he wants you to lose it. Chen Pingan remembered that rainy night in Clay Bottle Alley. That was the first time he wanted to kill someone. At that time, Song Jisin was almost strangled to death by him against the wall. Lu Xianyang, who sneaked out of the kiln factory with him, might have been hiding in the distance and accidentally saw that scene. So, for the next month, Lu Xianyang didn't dare to talk to him, which made Chen Pingan depressed for a long time. Cui Dong sighed to himself and said, "Some children have the temperament of a child. The things they get involved in are both terrifying and laughable, but also hateful and pitiful. Because it's not only children who have the temperament of a child. Many important people with high positions can also be immature and unreasonable in some important matters." Chen Pingan put his hands on the sword furnace stance. He didn't practice it, it was purely natural. With a calm face, he said, "For this matter, of course I hate Song Jisin to death. But the thing that really makes me dislike Song Jisin is not this." Cui Dong was very curious. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "What do you mean?" Chen Pingan slowly said, "That time when Lu Xianyang was almost beaten to death, Song Jisin actually squatted on the wall and fanned the flames. He couldn't wait for Lu Xianyang to be beaten to death. This kind of person is very scary." Cui Dong was silent. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked into the distance. "In my hometown, there's a saying that goes, it depends on the person who carries the burden. I don't think that's a big deal. But if you think it's fun, you're so bad that you add a stone to another person's burden. How can you be friends with such a person?" Cui Dong joked, "Song Jisin didn't add a stone to your burden. In fact, Song Jisin probably wants to be friends with you deep down. Because he's smart enough, he knows very well who to be friends with. For example, he looks down on Zhao Yao, who isn't as smart as he is, but he'll still try to worm his way into being friends with him." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I don't like this kind of person." Cui Dong said something heartfelt and conscientious for no reason. "There will be many people who won't like you in the future." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Why would I want so many people to like me? I don't need to worry about my family when I'm full. It's not like I want anything from others." Cui Dong turned around and gave Chen Pingan a thumbs up. "Teacher, this is called standing tall on a cliff. You can be strong if you have no desires. I, as your student, admire you." Chen Pingan said softly, "I know you're trying to get information from me because you want to find out something I don't know. But it's okay. After saying all this, I feel much better." Cui Dong chuckled and said, "Teacher, you're a wise man who looks foolish. Your student, I am a wise man who looks foolish. Let's learn from each other. When we join forces in the future, we'll definitely be invincible." Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "You know Alliance, right?" Alliance used to hum the song Old Donkey. Cui Dong's face changed slightly and he said, "I've known him for a long time. I knew him even earlier than Qi Jingchen and Ma Zhanmao and Xiao Dong. When I was drinking with my old man, they were probably still playing in the mud. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A cool breeze was blowing. The young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows had a faint melancholy expression on his flawless face. He smiled bitterly and said, "After I left my hometown, I also traveled far to seek knowledge like you. But I traveled much further than you. Because of my pride, I finally lost face. In a fit of anger, I became the disciple of the old elementary scholar. At that time, the old elementary scholar's reputation was not prominent and his knowledge was regarded as heretical. So I was his first disciple. The one surnamed Zhua, Qi Jingchen. These people came under the old man's tutelage one after another. Actually, there aren't many disciples. The old elementary scholar is a person who wants to explain everything clearly, no matter how big or small. When it comes to imparting knowledge, a simple principle that can be explained in a few words can take him an entire day. He really doesn't have the energy to take in too many personal disciples. There were relatively more registered disciples. As for those who didn't hesitate to call themselves the lackeys of the literary sage, they were vast and mighty. They were like carps crossing the river. There were countless of them. As for Alliance, he knew the old elementary scholar earlier than me. At first, Alliance went to the old elementary scholar's door to beat him up. Who was the old elementary scholar? His eloquence was very good. The debate between the three factions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism was the most dangerous thing in the world. How many bodhisattvas and Taoist embryos fell into the unorthodox path because of this? They became pitiful heresies in their respective orthodoxies. Cui Dong's smile slowly disappeared and he emptied his hand to drink the last mouthful of wine. For the first time, he was absent-minded and muttered, "Chen Pingan, do you think people like you aren't scary?" A voice came from behind the carriage, I heard it. Cui Dong laughed loudly, "Mr. ears are good. You're worthy of being a martial arts genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. In the future, you'll unify Jianghu and be invincible. That's just around the corner." The straw sandals youth unhappily replied, "I have to thank you." On the way back home, they still passed by mountains and rivers. The carriage had already been sold along with the horse. Cui Dong sold it for a high price of 1,500 taels of silver. He then bought himself an exquisite book box and stored all the valuables in the carriage inside. Compared to his previous travels to study, Chen Pingan had more free time to practice the mountain quaking fist and use his time to practice the 18 stops qi circulation method. As long as it wasn't raining heavily, Chen Pingan's walking stance would be exceptionally slow. It was as if he was still practicing with Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the others. A white-clothed youth would stand beside him and practice with him. His movements were even more fluid and graceful than Chen Pingan's. Every time there was a high mountain or a flood, Cui Dong would loudly recite the classics of the sages. Although Chen Pingan didn't say anything, he would subconsciously recite it in his heart. The two of them were no longer like that night on the official road outside the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Most of the time, they were silent. Cui Dong would occasionally quietly leave Chen Pingan's field of vision. When he came back, his mood would be both good and bad, but Chen Pingan never questioned him. In this way, the master and disciple in name walked from autumn to winter in the unhurried sound of the carriage wheels. The route was very different from when they came. It was chosen by Cui Dong, and Chen Pingan didn't object. The two of them also happened to have seen some strange and colorful anecdotes either from afar or in person. Chen Pingan, who had traveled from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom, still felt that it was incredible. In a large lake to the east of the Great Sui, the two of them were traveling at night. Under the moonlight, they saw a group of elegant immortals flying in the air. Each of them held a huge iron chain in their hands. Finally, the lake water shook violently, setting off huge waves. The immortals actually lifted a huge rock from the bottom of the lake. It was as big as a mountain. Just like that, they pulled it out of the lake and carried it back to their own sect. Cui Dong explained that there were many spiritual objects in the mountains and rivers. Once the immortal forces on the mountains found them, they liked to use their magic to seize them and bring them back to their sect. They regarded them as exclusive property and used them to help suppress the fate of the mountains and rivers. Cui Dong also laughed and said that the immortal forces had some conscience. They chose to travel at night and were willing to spend money to buy fine iron chains at a high price. Ordinary immortals didn't care about these things and just bought a lot of cheap iron chains. As for whether mortals suffered when the mountain fell on the ground, the local government didn't dare to care. Unless it fell on a big city, there was no way to hide it. In the end, most of the immortal forces would just pay a symbolic compensation. Between the mountains at the junction of the Great Sui Kingdom and the Huangting country, Chen Pingan saw a large school of fish that looked like crucian carps. They were migrating along the mountain roads and were not hindered by the mud. Cui Dong said that those were the mountain cobra carps. They could stay alive for half a month out of the water. The mountain cobra carps had high requirements for the water quality of the lake. Once the water quality of their old habitat deteriorated, they couldn't survive and would immediately move. The more abundant the spiritual qi in the water source, the better the reproduction of the mountain cobra carps. Moreover, a golden spiritual creature would be born in every 10,000 of them. Therefore, the ordinary forces on the mountain were willing to raise these creatures to accurately determine the situation of the spiritual qi in their sex mansion. After that, within a bustling city in Huangting country, 2 young sword cultivators actually rode on flying swords that were less than 5 m above the ground, and they moved swiftly through the crowd as if they were competing to see whose level of flying swords was better. They completely disregarded the chaos on the streets, and some commoners who couldn't dodge in time were directly pierced by the flying swords that emitted a swift and fierce aura, causing them to fall to the ground. They were extremely shocked. When the sword cultivator passed by Chen Pingan, an old woman was so frightened that she stumbled and fell. She dodged to the left and right twice and just happened to collide with the sword cultivator who had deviated from his route. The young sword cultivator didn't want to lose to his companion who was close behind him. Seeing that he would be overtaken if he stopped abruptly, his face was full of anger. He simply sped up and flew forward. If Chen Pingan hadn't pulled the old woman over, he would have been stabbed to death on the spot. Instead of being grateful, the sword cultivator turned his head and glared fiercely at Chen Pingan. The 2 high and mighty sword cultivators, one in front and one behind, flashed and disappeared just like that. Although the civilians in the city were terrified, no one had the intention to pursue the matter. Even when they were cursing, they only dared to lower their voices. Cui Dong, who was watching by the side, said casually, "If it were other Qi refinement warriors who had not ascended to the middle 5 realms, they wouldn't dare to be so domineering in the city of a country." This was because sword cultivators were the rarest and most precious Qi refinement warriors in the world. After the grateful old woman left in a hurry, Chen Pingan turned and looked in the direction where the 2 sword cultivators had left. He didn't retract his gaze for a long time. Cui Dong said indifferently, "I can't control them. Moreover, how can I control them? Chase after them and kill the 2 sword cultivators? They didn't kill anyone from the beginning to the end. Or should I reason with them and earnestly warn them not to be so mischievous in the future? Taking a step back, if your fist is strong enough and you force them to promise you verbally that after you leave, everything will go on as usual. What can you do? Isn't it annoying? I think it's very annoying." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm only so capable. I won't chase after them. I do hope that Mr. will join in the fun. As a student, I've been freeloading all the way. I feel so guilty. At the very least, let me resolve Mr.'s problems." Cui Dong made sarcastic remarks. Seeing that his teacher didn't respond, he asked with a smile, "What if you're capable enough in the future?" Chen Pingan carried the big bamboo basket and continued on his way. "Then we'll talk about it on that day." Cui Dong caught up with him quickly and asked with a smile, "Mister, when is that day?" Chen Pingan replied, "Anyway, it's not tomorrow." Cui Dong followed behind eagerly. "It'll be great if it's the day after tomorrow. As a student, I'll be proud to follow you." Chen Pingan looked up at the sky and suddenly remembered that by the time he returned to his hometown, it would be almost the new year. He wondered if he should buy a few couplets as soon as possible. Red Candle Town in Dolly didn't seem to have many of these things. At this moment, Chui Dong also looked up. However, he was looking at a tall building. The corners of his mouth curled up. Oh, interesting. Following Chui Dong's line of sight, Chen Pingon saw a towering pavilion in the city. The wind and clouds nearby were dark and gloomy. In the dark clouds higher up, there were faint flashes of lightning. It was very different from the sunny scenery elsewhere. It seemed like it would only rain in this small area. Chui Dong turned around and smiled. Mister, we must join in the fun. Let's make it clear in advance. If Mister doesn't want to go, I'll go by myself. Mister can just wait for me at the city gate. Without another word, Chen Pingon walked towards the city gate and said, If you don't come out before the night curfew, I'll go on my own. Chui Dong said with a sad expression, Mister is so heartless. Chen Pingon's back was facing Chui Dong. He raised his arm and stuck out his middle finger. Chui Dong's expression immediately changed. He waved goodbye to Chen Pingon. Mister is becoming more and more humorous. This student has contributed greatly. Chen Pingon retracted his middle finger and clenched his fist. Chui Dong hurriedly bowed. Mister, take care. No matter whether it was cultivation, seniority, or moral knowledge, he was worthy of being called the #1 person in the academy. Therefore, everyone, including the Minister of Rights, was willing to respectfully address him as Elder Mao. After hearing Deputy Hill Master Lu's question, Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, Of course it's possible. And it's not just a possibility, it's the absolute truth. The group of people was dumbfounded. Mao Xiaodong looked around. It's the Great Sui Kingdom that needs these children. It's best if all of them are geniuses and shine brightly. When they grow up, they'll take the initiative to choose to stay in the Great Sui Kingdom so that they can be proud of you and help you slap Dolly's face. I don't have such boring thoughts. The Minister of Rights hurriedly coughed twice, then naturally went to pick up his teacup and lowered his head to drink tea. The tall old man did not care about this and continued to speak without restraint. If it were me, those little fellows personally taught by Qi Jingchen will eat and drink as they please. If they want to learn, then they can learn. If they want to slack off, then they can slack off. If they don't, then I can't be bothered to care. As the Deputy Hill Master in charge of the academy, I have so many students under me, and there will only be more every year in the future. Where would I have the time and energy to listen to your complaints about these children climbing trees, skipping classes, and drawing figurines? Everyone in the hall looked at each other. The short old man sitting on the main seat continued to drink tea calmly. In fact, there was no tea left in his teacup. The tall old man smiled and stood up. I'm going to take a look at the matter of Chong Wen-lane's book engraving. This is a big matter, so I have to keep an eye on it. I won't be drinking tea with you, Minister. The short old man took the opportunity to stand up and said with a pleasant expression, Then I won't delay your teaching. Mao Xiaodong complained, Minister, it's not too late to leave after drinking tea. The tall old man tiptoed slightly and glanced at the teacup. Oh, it's finished. Really, Minister, drink another cup. Give the academy some face, won't you? If word gets out, people will think that we don't like you. That's not good. What if the Ministry of Revenue deliberately deducts the money needed for the book engraving in Chong Wen-lane for heavenly officials' sake? Who can I complain to? The minister, who was almost a head shorter than Mao Xiaodong, put his hands together and said with a bitter face, Elder Mao, please forgive me. You're the Hill Master, and I'm the Deputy Hill Master, okay? No. Mao Xiaodong laughed and turned to leave. After the tall old man left, the short old man looked helpless and said angrily, I originally wanted to hide in peace. Well, in the end I still have to be scolded. We're still family, so I won't dare to come again. There was a burst of laughter in the headmaster's courtyard. Even the square-faced deputy hillmaster could not help but laugh. The atmosphere was harmonious. Mount Donghua and the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom was not at all lofty compared to the other 5 mountains. It was only because it was taller among the shorter ones that it looked particularly tall and graceful. There was a 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree at the top of the mountain. After a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket finished her days, she hugged the tree trunk familiarly and slid down. In the end, she saw an old pedant who was waiting for her. He was really tall, squinting his eyes and smiling slyly. The old man did not look like a good person. The tall old man asked, at this time, are you skipping class again? The girl was honest. Yes. I know the academy has its rules. I accept the punishment. Li Baoping's hands were already in a running posture. After hearing the old man's words, she could only stop. She stared at the old man and said, Sir, you can say it. But if the reasoning is not good, I'll just go back and copy the book. The old man was choked by the girl's words. Think about it. The Holy Master only dared to do this when he reached this age. If ordinary people only cared about their own happiness and did not follow the rules, wouldn't it be bad? The girl nodded and said, Of course not. The old man laughed heartily. Okay, I've finished my reasoning. You don't have to copy the book. This time it was Li Baoping's turn to be stunned. That's it. The girl sighed heavily and looked at the old man. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she bowed and began to rush down the mountain. The old man was so angry that he laughed. Little girl, what did you mean by the look in your eyes just now? You think that I'm older than your husband, Qi Jingchen, but I don't know as much as he does, right? Li Baoping nodded slowly. She was determined not to lie. Since the old man had seen through her, she certainly would not deny it. The old man smiled and said, Then do you know that I just look old? Qi Jingchen looks young, but he's actually older than me. So it's not strange that he's a little more knowledgeable than me. Li Baoping's face was full of suspicion. The old man seemed to be a little angry. Why would I lie to a little girl like you? Li Baoping was not in a hurry to go down the mountain. She crossed her arms and walked a few steps to the left and then to the right. She raised her head and looked at the old man. She asked a strange question, even if you're younger than my husband, so you're less knowledgeable, why is my youngest uncle, who is younger than you, more knowledgeable than you? The old man clicked his tongue and said, More knowledgeable than me. Then I don't believe it. Li Baoping was a little anxious. She thought seriously and carefully looked around. She stretched out a small hand and put it by her mouth. She whispered, I'll tell you. Don't tell anyone. Then she stretched out her hand and gestured to her head. If my husband's knowledge is so high, then my youngest uncle's knowledge is at least this high. Li Baoping stretched out her hand and gestured to her shoulder again. Finally, she moved it to her ear. When youngest uncle is on his way home, he'll learn more words. His knowledge will be this high very soon. The old man was stunned. In the end, he could only agree. Then your youngest uncle is amazing, amazing. Li Baoping nodded vigorously. That's right. My junior martial uncle is so powerful. The old man suddenly sighed. It's good that he's amazing. If he's amazing, then he'll be able to protect our little bottle in the future. Li Baoping's expression was a little gloomy. She squeezed out a smile and rushed far away. As she ran, she turned her head and waved goodbye. I'm leaving. I think old Mister's knowledge is actually not bad. It's so high. The little girl wanted to gesture with her hand, but she ran too fast. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Then, she quickly got up and ran down the mountain at an even faster speed. The tall old man patted his waist and the disciplined ruler returned to its original form. Looking at the red figure that was getting smaller and smaller, the old man sighed. Jing Chen, if I knew this would happen, would have met that young man. There was a small lake on Donghua Mountain. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. It was full of lotus flowers. However, it was winter and the leaves had already withered. It looked especially bleak. A tall young man was holding a green bamboo fishing rod and sitting on the shore fishing. Occasionally, people would point at him, but no one approached him. Finally, an ordinary-looking dark-skinned girl came to stand beside the young man. The tall youth laughed. Hooked. The girl stood up and left. There's no good man. Yulu carefully walked the fish while looking at the girl's back. Whether I'm a good man or not, it's hard to say. But someone is really good. Well, she's just a little biased. She doesn't have a bookcase, she doesn't have a hairpin, she only has straw sandals that everyone has. Sigh, it's really disappointing. Xia turned around and walked towards Yulu in big strides. Yulu quickly tried to make up for it. I don't mean anything else. We're all the same. We don't worry about scarcity but inequality. Don't misunderstand, the girl didn't have any intention of stopping. Yulu threw away the fishing rod and ran away without caring about the fish that was hooked. Xia picked up the fishing rod that was not dragged away by the fish and threw it towards the center of the lake. Then he clapped his hands and left. Yulu was dumbfounded. This time, he was really angry. He said angrily in a low voice, if it was Chen Pingan's fishing rod, you can try it. Do you still dare to be so fierce? I'll take your surname. Lin Shui. He had a plain yellow jade hairpin in his hair bun. The young man's skin was slightly tanned, but it couldn't hide his handsome face. Although he gave people the impression of being cold and serious at Cliff Academy, Lin Shui was still very popular with the girls. Although the girls of the Great Sui Kingdom couldn't obtain scholarly honors, it didn't stop them from studying openly. Before they got married, they could stay in the major academies. As usual, Lin Shui went to the library to read when he encountered a class he didn't like. He was very eye-catching along the way. Among the first batch of students of the New Cliff Academy, the Great Sui Kingdom students were either rich or respectable. They either came from influential families in the capital or were deeply rooted in the local area. All of them were the children of the rich and had been rich for generations. Lin Shui's appearance was like a clear stream of spring water from a mountain stream. Many girls were infatuated with him. Lin Shui's unapproachable attitude aroused the fighting spirit of the girls. They felt that Lin Shui was unique in everything he did. For example, the young man wore plain clothes and lived a simple life. He was completely different from the noble people around him. This was Lin Shui's refined style. If being close to Lin Shui for these reasons was only a superficial understanding, then some details that no one paid attention to were the great driving force to solidify this favorable impression. For example, Lin Shui was highly regarded by the great Confucian scholar Dong Jing. This old man, who was well known in the Great Sui Kingdom, was recognized as a master of both Confucianism and Taoism. Dong Jing often called Lin Shui to his simple hut and taught him alone. Every time there was a thunderstorm, he would personally take Lin Shui to the highest mountain in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, Iron Tree Mountain. As for the reason, the outsiders of the academy also tried to find the knack for it. There was no wall in the world that didn't leak. Dong Jing also had his own close friends, who were famous for being a drunkard. After a few drinks, he revealed some clues. Lin Shui was a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. Once he cultivated the Great Spirit and supplemented it with the Five Thunders righteous method, he would definitely be an immortal in the middle 5 states and had a chance to reach the 6th state before the age of 25. To put it simply, this meant that Lin Shui, a cultivation genius, was qualified to reach the 10th state, which was far beyond the scope of ordinary geniuses. Suddenly, a child, who was out of breath, ran all the way to Lin Shui. It was Li Huai. After seeing Lin Shui, he immediately burst into tears and sobbed, "Lin Shui, my painted puppet is gone. Someone stole it." Lin Shui asked, "Didn't you lose it?" Li Huai shook his head desperately. "Impossible. How many people live in your hut?" "Including me, 4. "Do you have any suspects?" Li Huai still shook his head. Lin Shui frowned. In the end, he brought Li Huai back to his hut. He took out a few banknotes from under his bookcase and handed them to Li Huai. His family had sent this money to Red Candle Town's Pillow Inn. That day, Lin Shui's expression was extremely ugly when he received the letter from his family. Li Huai panicked. "What? I only want the painted puppet. I don't want money." Lin Shui said, "When you return to your hut, tell your roommates that you lost the painted puppet. In short, just pick a place and give this money to whoever can help you find it." Li Huai was at a loss. "That works," Lin Shui said helplessly, "let's try it first." The next day, Li Huai happily went to find Lin Shui. "That method really works," Lin Shui said in a bad mood. "Lock the box properly in the future. Don't always show off your little junk." Li Huai angrily said, "Thank you. I will definitely pay you back in the future. But you are not allowed to talk about them like that." Lin Shui reached out and slapped the brat's head. "Don't bother me. I want to go to the library. Be careful not to become a bookworm." Li Huai made a face at Lin Shui and ran away. A few days later, Li Huai came to Lin Shui again with a sad face. He hung his head and didn't dare to speak. Lin Shui, who was blocked at the entrance of the library, sighed. "What's going on? Were the painted puppets stolen again?" The child said weakly, "No, this time it's the set of small clay figurines. Is the box locked?" "It's locked, I promise. There are 2 locks. I always keep the key with me." Lin Shui had a headache and rubbed his forehead. "I will go and find Mr. Dong and see if he has any ideas. It's not a good idea to keep doing this." Li Huai suddenly looked up and forced a smile. "Forget it. I will look for them myself. Maybe they will come back by themselves." Before Lin Shui could ask him to stay, Li Huai had already run out. The child didn't listen to him. Li Huai and Li Baoping had class together today. After class, Li Baoping found Li Huai, who was purposely avoiding her. She noticed that his mouth was red and swollen. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Li Huai shrunk his neck. "I fell." Li Baoping stared at him. "Tell me." Li Huai pouted and was about to cry. He tried his best to hold back and said, "I was arguing with someone and couldn't win." "Who?" "It's my roommates, but I fought against 3 of them alone. I didn't embarrass you. Let's go." The little girl was very direct and efficient. She spoke at most 2 words per sentence. She ordered Li Huai, "Go to your dormitory and wait for me. Hurry up. I will be there soon." Li Huai returned to his dormitory uneasily. "I would like to see how terrible our Great Cliff Academy, the seat of learning where the hope of the Great Sui Kingdom lies, can be." The rest of the people looked at the tall old man who, for the first time, did not close his eyes and doze off. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. So be it. Someone mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice, "Elder Mao, what is it?" The tall old man's face was indifferent, as if he was speaking in riddles. That's it. With his attitude, even the square-faced scholar with the status of a gentleman felt a chill run down his spine. Cui Dong stretched out his hand and pointed outside the city. However, there is a water snake in the river. Its state is higher than that of the fire python. It is waiting for an opportunity under the water. It will not easily let your family's sworn enemy succeed in shedding its skin. The flood dragon, snake, and python in the world, once enlightened, have spiritual intelligence. No matter what kind of temperament they had before, they do not like to be close to their own kind. Therefore, if your mansion does not prepare early, when the fire python is weak after shedding its skin, the water snake will definitely leave the river and rush here. It will try to kill the fire python with one blow and seize the half-fire elixir in the fire python's body to transform it into its own cultivation. The gatekeeper's eyes were complicated. He suddenly became angry and tried to push the young man in white away. Go away, go away. You are so young, but you are talking nonsense. Cui Dong sighed and said to himself, Sir, you see, it is not reasonable. It is so troublesome. Let me do it my own way. With a wave of his sleeve, the middle-aged gatekeeper was swept away by a gust of wind and fainted on the spot. Very quickly, 5 or 6 burly men rushed out from the side door. As Cui Shirt strode forward, the fate of those initial and second realm martial artists was even worse than that of the gatekeepers. Before they could see the handsome young man with the mole between his brows waving his sleeve, they were all sent flying backward and fell to the ground in disarray. Cui Dong walked all the way. Many guards swarmed over, but they could not stop him. When he arrived at the square outside the library, the yawning Cui Dong finally became interested. He looked at the 3 people standing side by side. They looked like father and son. There were no outsiders except for them. Perhaps they did not want to expose the truth of the library, or did not want to hurt the innocent. No one was allowed to come close. Cui Dong quickly looked past the 3 people. The library occupied a large area, as high as 6 floors. The sky above the building was covered with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, extremely dull, and lightning flashed. In this tall building that stood between the heavens and the earth, there was a huge python that was dozens of feet long. Its body stretched out from the bottom of the building, winding its way up. Its head that was as big as a water tank was flicking its forked tongue at the thunderclouds in the sky. It was filled with natural awe and also contained a strong fighting spirit. Almost all the monsters in the world were not afraid of thunder. This was a brand that was engraved in their bones and passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. According to legend, in ancient times, a certain celestial emperor who controlled thunder once led a group of gods of thunder and many rain masters to tour the world. The water snake in the river will soon run here to kowtow and admit its mistake. Chen Pingan's mood was a little complicated. You're a bad person and you're much smarter than me, so you know how to deal with bad people better than me. I hope that after you return to the academy, you can really protect Bao Ping and the others. Chen Pingan's eyes were sincere. He took a deep breath and said with a posture full of Jianghu spirit, if you can do it, then I'll thank you here first. If you're willing to make this decision, it means that you really approve of me, even if it's only a little. What you want me to do, it's a matter of course. Why do you need to thank me? Cui Shi was smiling mischievously at first, but when he saw Chen Pingan's serious face, he immediately stopped joking around, shook his sleeves, and solemnly bowed with his hands clasped in front. His sleeves drooped down like a crane's wings, and he said in a deep voice, "Student bids farewell to Mr. Take care of yourself." He was really a stone in the latrine pit, smelly and hard. If he did not recognize him, even if he gave him 10,000 fire pythons and water snakes, it would be useless. Now that he recognized him, it was not a problem to lose the two insignificant little guys. Thinking of this, Chui Dong had mixed feelings. Dealing with Qin Pingan was really tiring. It felt more strenuous than moving the 5 mountains. However, when he crossed the invisible threshold of seeking Tao, he had a very strange feeling. It could actually make a scheming person like the Dali imperial tutor have some peace of mind. Seeing the golden light flowing out of the white-clothed youth's sleeves, the little boy in green hurriedly got up and kowtowed. "Please spare my life, immortal master. I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, immortal master. Even if I die, I will not regret it." The little girl in pink who had read tens of thousands of books in this Jilin prefecture's library felt ashamed to be associated with him. She was not the kind of monster who spoke without thinking. She stammered, not knowing what to do. Chui Dong could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the little water snake cub. He raised the inkstone. "I will count to 3. The little girl in pink hesitated for a moment. A small fire python as thin as a thread darted out from between her eyebrows and swept into the inkstone. Then, her face turned pale and her body swayed. Seeing this, the little boy in green could only sigh like an old man. He nagged, "Forget it, forget it. A wise man submits to circumstances." He fumed and finally condensed into a small dark green snake that was slightly thicker than the fire python. It flew into the inkstone. The python and the snake curled up in the inkstone, not daring to move at all. After all, at the edge of the inkstone, there was an old dragon sleeping soundly. That was the ancestor of monsters like them. It might even be as far away as 18 generations. Chui Dong put away the inkstone that Dolly's men of sacrifice had given him halfway and sneered. "Don't be ungrateful. You are only under a little restriction, but you can use it to improve your realm. If it were a monster of the dragon species from another continent, if the two of you were placed in front of them, they would have long begged and kowtowed to the point of breaking their heads." The little girl in pink who had grown up in this small area of the library bowed and expressed her gratitude. The little boy in green who had always been free and unfettered and had a wild nature curled his lips, disapproving. Chui Dong turned a blind eye to this and said with a playful smile, "Do you know Dolly's Longquan County? That is the place after Liju Grotto heaven fell. My master is a rich man there. He owns 5 mountains and has collected a lot of snake gall stones full of spiritual aura. This thing is condensed from the spiritual blood of the last real dragon in the world. You can consider its value yourselves. So, serve my master well along the way." The little girl in pink's eyes lit up. She bowed to Qin Pingan and her face was full of joy. "I am willing to follow you, master." The green-robed little boy was even more straightforward. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed. "Master, do you lack beautiful maids to warm your bed? I know quite a few of them. Even among cultivators, there is no lack of them. As long as master nods, I will immediately snatch, oh, no, I mean invite them over in a palanquin with 8 carriers." Chen Pingan rubbed his forehead and glanced at Chui Dong. Could it be that birds of a feather flock together? Why did he have to provoke these unscrupulous freaks? On the other hand, Bao Ping, Li Huai, and Lin Shi beside him were all very serious. After the old scholar severed the spiritual connection, although Chui Dong now had the appearance of a teenager and the mentality of a teenager, his vision, and shrewdness were still there. With regards to Chen Pingan's thoughts, Chui Dong could more or less guess. He felt a little helpless. How could children like Li Baoping be normal? Taking a step back, was Chen Pingan normal? How many people in the world would wholeheartedly want to hit a lousy fist technique 1,000,000 times before talking about other things? The little boy in green raised his head. Master, Chao Hushan from Jilan Prefecture has a young son. He was previously in charge of keeping an eye on me by the river outside the city. His realm is not high, but his cultivation is not bad. He is quite talented and has the backing of an immortal mansion. I think he has already met up with his father. If we let him be, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Do you want me to? The little boy made a gesture of opening his mouth wide and swallowing them in one gulp. Cui Dong smiled. After getting rid of you, I have only explained half of my reasoning. Now, you just accompany Master out of the city. I will stay behind to finish up. Chen Pingan nodded and reminded, don't kill indiscriminately. Cui Dong laughed and said, how dare I not listen to Master's words. The bamboo basket moved slightly. Chen Pingan turned his head and saw the scholarwood sword shaking slightly. The cute pocket-sized golden-clothed girl followed the sword and the basket to Chen Pingan's shoulder and waved at him. Chen Pingan understood and turned his head. The strange spirit that had been living in the scholarwood sword whispered in his ear. Chen Pingan listened carefully and said to Cui Dong, it told me that if you go to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, you should say 2 words to Mao Xiaodong. One is heaven and man are separated, and one's nature is changed. The other is etiquette rules and the law rules. Cui Dong sighed softly with a complicated expression. Obviously, one of the words was the old scholar's parting words to him, and the other should be the last words that Qi Jingchen wanted to pass to Mao Xiaodong through Chen Pingan. Cui Dong was a little discouraged and pointed to the little person on Chen Pingan's shoulder. This is the only incense stick figure left in Lizhu Cave. It has been shaped into a golden body. It is very rare. Master, there is a mountain god temple in Luopa Mountain. The mountain god is trustworthy. In the future, you can raise this incense stick figure in the temple. The golden-clothed girl standing on Chen Pingan's shoulder hesitated. Finally, she took a deep breath and looked at Cui Dong. Mr. Qi left a message, but at that time, Master said that you might not have a chance. Now that you have recognized Chen Pingan as your master, although he is still a bad person, I think I can tell you. Cui Dong was stunned. His heart was a little excited. He slowly said seriously, I'm all ears. The incense stick figure in golden clothes said in a childish voice, student asked, crab 6 kneels and 2 claws. What do you mean? Is it a typo? Master answered that poor scholar is shy of money. Cui Dong held his belly and laughed until tears came out. Everyone was baffled. Cui Dong walked alone to the library. He could not stop laughing. As he walked, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He turned his head and said with a smile, Master, I won't see you off. Cui Shi walked into the library and stood by the window on the 2nd floor. Looking at Chen Pingan's back, he shouted, Mister, if you run into an extremely difficult situation, you can turn around and look for that old assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Just say that you are my mister. If you can go against your conscience and say that you and the old elementary scholar are half teacher and student, that would be even better. Chen Pingan turned his head and said, I know. Be careful. Cui Dong waved his hand and murmured, you and I will work together. Cui Dong climbed all the way to the 6th floor and looked into the distance. The reason why he did not want to go to this floor was not because there was a mystery here. It was because of his youthful nature. It reminded Cui Dong of some unpleasant memories. Whether it was the first disciple of the sage of literature or the Dali imperial tutor, they were all youths. Cui Dong reached the top floor and fell back. He put the ancient inkstone aside, ignoring the dust that stained his white clothes. He turned his head and looked at the inkstone. Since I've already started, why don't I catch all the flood dragons of ancient Shu in one go and raise them all? Cui Dong looked at the colorful caisson on the top floor. There was a majestic dragon carved on it. It was different from the library in his memory. It was dimly lit and did not have such beautiful scenery. Cui Dong closed his eyes and felt a little sleepy. He still remembered that when he was young, he was very talented. It was just that his temperament was unstable. He was mercilessly imprisoned in the attic on the top floor of the library by his grandfather, who had high hopes for him. The stairs were moved away and food boxes were delivered to him with ropes. Even eating, drinking, and defecating were done in such a small place. Naturally, there was also a toilet. It was changed every day. The child resisted and expressed his dissatisfaction. He often tore pages from books to use as toilet paper or folded paper into small flying kites. He threw them out of a small window and flew with the wind. Every time he did that, he would hear his grandfather scolding him from below the attic. At that time, the thing that Cui Dong did the most was to stack up all the books in the attic. He stood on top of the tall pile of books and leaned against the window to look at the river outside the city. He would often look at it for hours. At that time, Cui Dong was not called Cui Dong. It was Cui Dong. The word Cui Dong was the sound of water and Cui Dong was the word Cui Dong. The grandfather who named him hoped that when this grandson grew up, he would have the moral character and knowledge of famous mountains and rivers. He would be both intelligent and benevolent. He would be able to become a scholar and enter the ranks of gentlemen and virtuous people. But the child did not appreciate it. After he walked down from the attic, he quickly left his hometown to travel. He walked out of his home country, walked out of a continent, and finally went to the Central Plains. He hated that he did not go far enough. He wanted to be as far away from that stubborn old man as possible. He even purposely removed the word Cui Dong, leaving only the word Cui Dong that he liked. In the long years that followed, he always called himself Cui Dong. Even when Cui Dong returned to the Aquarius continent and became the Dali imperial tutor, he still did not return to his hometown. He did not want to go back. Cui Dong opened his eyes and used his sleeve to wipe his face. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man sad? An old man dressed in a scholarly robe appeared on the top floor. It was the old flood dragon. The old man stared at the ink slab with a gloomy expression. Cui Dong did not get up. He waved his sleeve and threw the ink slab to the old man. Your 300 years of cultivation has been destroyed. The previous matter is considered settled. Next, you do not need to rush to Longquan County to help capture the remaining vile spawn of the flood dragon. Regardless of age, lock them up in the ink slab. My master left behind many snake gall stones of the best quality and did not bring them out of his hometown. It is fortunate that he did not bring them out. Otherwise, with his character, who knows if he would become a child of wealth and squander them all away. Now is the right time, we can make the best use of them in the future. Cui Dong sat up and casually shook his shoulders. The old flood dragon kept the ink slab. He could clearly sense the change in the young man's aura. The anger in his heart instantly disappeared and turned into helplessness and admiration. Imperial tutor is indeed the imperial tutor. Cui Dong sighed. From 0 to 3, from 3 to 5, it is not worth making a fuss about. In this small Aquarius continent, it is considered rare. But if it was the Central Plains divine continent, you would not even need to stay there for 1,000 years. In a short 100 years, you would discover countless shocking geniuses. They would rise rapidly and then fall in an instant. It would even be too much for your eyes to take in. In the end, you would discover that only being old and immortal is truly powerful. The Confucian-robed old man, the founder of the Purple Sun residence and the father of the Hanshi River god. He was the retired assistant minister of the Yellow Court Nation. He shook his head and laughed. That is not a place we can stay. Once we are discovered, there is an 80% to 90% chance that we will be skinned alive by those great empires. Cui Dong was still sitting on the ground. He said with a wooden expression, "Things have changed again. In the capital of Dali, there are people who feel that you are not able to convince the masses to accept you as the mountain leader of the new cloud-splitting mountain academy. Although I am against it, the emperor has already decided to only let you be the deputy mountain leader. You might not be able to secure the second position. This is my, Cui Dong's, mistake. So if you want to go back on your words, I have no objections." The old man smiled calmly. Deputy mountain leader with a seat at the back. I think it is quite good. There is no need to be a bird in the woods. Cui Dong turned his head and frowned. You are being courteous with me now. If you go back on your words in the future, I will not be so nice. The old man shook his head. I am not being courteous. Cui Dong's strange temperament was revealed again. 165. Along the way, it was very lively. It was so lively that even someone as patient as Chen Pingon felt that his ears were not clear. All of this was attributed to the little boy in green who was even more talkative than Cui Dong. It was early winter and they had already traveled together for half a day. The three of them slowly walked along the cold and bleak official road. The little boy in green started to pester Chen Pingon again. When we reach Master's house in Longquan County, can you not make me a servant who sweeps the floor and makes the bed? It's a little embarrassing. If news of this were to spread to the capital, they would laugh at me for hundreds of years. How can I be the big brother of those demons and water ghosts? Master, you don't know that I can get whatever I want here. When my name is mentioned, everyone will give me a thumbs up. Chen Pingon pretended not to hear because he knew that if he answered, it would be a disaster. The little boy in green continued, if you don't believe me, you can ask that silly girl. Even the officials and nobles in the capital treat me like a god. Only the prince who lives in the capital is a little more arrogant. He can only be considered polite to me and not warm enough. However, he has a good relationship with my brother and we often have fun together. Master, why don't you come to my house on the way? You don't even want me to greet you. Otherwise, I'm not bragging, but I'll definitely give you a grand ceremony with loud gongs and drums and boiling river water. Through chatting with the girl in pink in private, Chen Pingon roughly understood the temperament of the river snake. He was very impulsive and was often pushed out by the water god to block disasters. Many disasters that caused a sensation in the Huangting country were obviously not related to him, but the water god used words to provoke him. He was the one who foolishly took the blame and even thought of himself as a hero. There was once when he was chased by a grand elder of the Lingyun sect and fled for more than 2,000 miles. At that time, the shy little girl spoke her mind and said that it would be good if he didn't come back. Chen Pingon saw that he was going to brag about his great achievements and couldn't help but interrupt, do you really not know that the water god used you as a shield? Or do you know but don't care? The girl in pink nodded in agreement. The little boy in blue didn't dare to say anything to Chen Pingon, but his sharp eyes noticed the little python's movements. He sneered and said, you little girl, what do you know about brotherhood? At this point, he opened his mouth wide, revealing his white teeth. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at the girl. If you continue to blabber and ruin my image in front of Master, I'll find a chance to eat you. Then I'll shit you out. The girl in pink had a bitter look in her eyes. She thought to herself, I clearly didn't say anything. You only know how to pick on the weak. Chen Pingan shook the basket on his back. Although Cui Dong had returned to the capital academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, he was still worried. However, Chen Pingan knew that there was nothing he could do except worry. Chen Pingan raised his hands, exhaled, and looked up at the sky. It was winter. He didn't know when it would snow this year. He wanted to return to the town before the new year. If he really couldn't make it in time, he would let go of the walking stance and practice the sword furnace stance. This would allow the little boy in blue to transform into the true form of the water snake. He would try his best to choose the wilderness where there were few people. Chen Pingan left the small piece of dragon-slaying platform that Mr. Qi had cut out from somewhere for Li Baoping. The mountain search map given by the blind old Taoist was given to Lin Shui. However, Chen Pingan still had a lot of belongings. It was just that they didn't take up much space. Now that he didn't need to take care of the children's studies, his basket seemed a little empty. This made Chen Pingan feel a little uncomfortable. Alliance had robbed the Lord of the Land and Wei Pai at Chidun Mountain. In the end, Chen Pingan got a withered golden lotus seed. It was the leftover from everyone. Until now, no one knew what it was used for. There was a small incense person living in the Huaiwood sword. After it appeared in the provincial city, it went into hiding again. After making the green bamboo book boxes for the three of them, there were still some pieces of bamboo left. Chen Pingan practiced engraving when he had nothing to do. He recorded the famous sayings that he felt were knowledgeable. There were a few books that Mr. Wenxing had personally picked out. Chen Pingan used to wear a white jade hairpin that he had carved himself in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Now, he took it off and carefully kept it. After they left the capital together, Cui Dong said that the most valuable thing was actually the wooden box. However, Chen Pingan had left it with the 3 hairpins to Li Baoping. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't feel bad about it. There was a pair of seal of mountains and rivers, as well as the significant, calm heart complacency, seal. There was also the young Taoist priest surnamed Lu and the few pieces of paper with the prescription. In order to practice his calligraphy, Chen Pingan would still take them out from time to time. As for the small sword embryo that looked like a silver ingot, it was said to be related to the Sui Mountain in the Central Plains. It was unusually bright and could illuminate people at night. However, there were some things in the basket that Chen Pingan didn't expect. In addition to a letter that Cui Dong had written and put in the basket, there were 2 Spring Festival couplets and a Fu character. In the letter, Cui Dong said that this was a little gift from his student and hoped that the teacher would accept it. Don't worry, the words were just words, there was no calculation. It could be seen that Cui Dong had not only thought about returning to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, but also knew that Chen Pingan would make up his mind. Chen Pingan was a little scared about this, but he couldn't say anything. In addition, there were 2 copybooks in the basket, Green Mountain and Clear Water Calligraphy. The content was also written in a very formal way. The other one was very fitting for Cui Dong's absurd character. It was called Teacher, Please Put More Oil and Salt Calligraphy. It was full of complaints about Chen Pingan's stinginess. The handwriting. Chen Pingan couldn't say what it was, but he felt that it was really good and pleasing to the eye. Just looking at the copybooks, he felt like he was standing in the alley of clouds and flowing water. Along the way, the little boy in green continued to nag, completely not tired. One of them took the Cloud Thunder Zither, an ancestral celestial device, and used the lightning collected by a great chi cultivator to make the strings of the zither with a secret method. Every time he played the zither, the sound of thunder would roll and the momentum was extraordinary. Lin Shui, a foreign teenager who had become famous in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, also performed well. He used the 5 thunders righteous method and also had a cultivation of the 3rd state. Although he was at a disadvantage in the face of the Chu family's talent who had a top-grade celestial device, he still fought in a well-organized way and shocked the world. It was said that this fight even alarmed the great Confucian scholar Dong Jing and a group of old masters who heard the news. They watched the fight from a distance, not only to join in the fun, but also to prevent accidents. In the end, the eldest grandson of the Chu family broke a string of the thunder zither without hesitation. Lin Shi was slightly injured, but his skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. He suffered a lot. In fact, there were also factions within the academy. When His Majesty personally came to the academy, although he did not personally see such a big scene, he bestowed heavy gifts to those foreigners. After that, the teachers of the academy clearly paid close attention to those people's homework. This naturally made the native students of the Great Sui dynasty feel aggrieved. The students who had followed Deputy Mountain Master Mao Xiaodong from the old academy of the Great Li dynasty had probably suffered a lot during their academic life in a foreign country. Therefore, other than a few people, the majority stood on the side of Lin Shi and Li Baoping without hesitation. In this way, the Cliff Academy was divided into two camps, each with a common enemy. The academy was filled with a tense and hostile atmosphere. But it was strange that the teachers turned a blind eye to it, and to a large extent, encouraged the atmosphere to spread. At this critical moment, someone stood out and added fuel to the fire. The son of the late General Pan Maozhen, who was originally a loner who didn't interact with anyone, found Lin Shi after he recovered. He was hit by the latter's thunder technique and sent Lin Shi flying with a punch. This time, Lin Shi was seriously injured. He vomited blood and struggled to get up, but was punched in the head by the boy surnamed Pan. He fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The son of a general of the Great Sui Kingdom, who acted decisively like a fierce soldier on the battlefield, didn't forget to spit on Lin Shi. The teachers of the Cliff Academy began to intervene, and didn't allow anyone to fight in private. But the girl with the strange name, the dark-skinned girl, didn't even visit Lin Shi. She directly found the boy surnamed Pan on the same day and beat him until he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He could only run for his life. If it wasn't for a teacher hurriedly intervening and stopping the girl's pursuit, the boy who was originally proficient in martial arts would have become a sickly invalid. Finally, this increasingly fierce farce showed signs of ending with the appearance of a student of the academy. This student of the academy was a legendary figure. He was born in a poor family and was recognized as having the knowledge to be an assistant teacher of the academy before he turned 20. He had previously left the Great Sui Kingdom to go to Lakeview Academy. He passed the joint examination of 9 famous gentlemen and received the official title of a Confucian sage. This time, he returned to the Great Sui Kingdom with a full load. The imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom specially sent the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites out of the city to personally welcome this young Confucian sage. What was even more enviable was that His Majesty asked a great Martin temple in the palace to give this future pillar of the Great Sui Kingdom a set of priceless stationery as a sign of appreciation. Therefore, this student of the academy named Li Zhongying entered Donghua Mountain with the identity of a sage and the imperial gift from the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. The first thing he did after climbing the mountain and entering the academy was to find Li Huai and apologize. Then, he visited Lin Shi, who was bedridden. Finally, he stood in front of the young girl, Xia, and said that both of them should not be impulsive. After all, Cliff Academy was a place for learning. After Li Zhongying left, Xia did not say a word from beginning to end. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was not famous for being a diligent monarch. Generally speaking, he was not famous. He was not as great as the Emperor Dali, nor was he as eloquent as the Emperor of the Southern Stream Kingdom. He was not even as famous as the Emperor of the Liu family who had fallen. However, the eastern vase continent had always been rich in the south and desolate in the north. The Great Sui Kingdom was unique in the north. Even the dignitaries of the Southern Stream Kingdom were willing to visit them. The children of the Great Sui Kingdom were also frequent visitors of the Lakeview Academy. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom rarely called upon the pillars of the Great Sui Kingdom, including the senior officials of the 6 ministries, to hold a small court meeting in the Yangshin House after the morning court. However, today was an exception. However, many officials, including the Minister of the Ministry of Rights, knew that the crisis at the Academy had reached the point where the Emperor had to personally deal with it. Therefore, the short old man who was also the mountain master of the Academy became the focus of attention. The heavenly official, the number 1 person in the 6 ministries, walked together with his good friends in the court. There was no panic on his face. The short but powerful minister of the Ministry of Rights looked confident. However, the few involved parties, including old Zhu Guohan, did not look so good. The small court meeting was neither hot nor hot. It was not even as hot as the charcoal fire in the small braziers in the room. It was just that the emperor took out some undecided matters of the big court meeting and stirred up the cold rice. Everyone present had cultivated in the officialdom for most of their lives. They were already familiar with such ordinary court affairs. Soon, they passed the resolutions one by one. It was believed that the resolutions would be quickly passed from the center of the capital to the other places. When the matter was settled, the emperor took a sip of the still warm lotus seed soup. Everyone was refreshed and knew that the main event was finally coming. The emperor put down the cup and looked around. The first half of the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom's words were actually the same as what Mao Xiaodong had said in the headmaster's courtyard. Then the small imperial court meeting ended just like that. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom left the Minister of Rights alone. When the short old man saw the Emperor stand up, he went to the brazier and squatted down. He personally picked up the iron tongs and stirred the charcoal fire. The eunuchs guarding outside the door did not do it for him. The old man did not find it strange. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom put down the small iron tongs and reached out his hand above the charcoal fire. He said softly, looking at the history books, "The pressure comes not only from the strong enemies of the neighboring countries, but also from our own people who are loyal to the Emperor and love the people." The heavenly official's Adam's apple moved slightly, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom laughed self-deprecatingly, turned around and waved at the old man. The Minister of Rights hurried over and squatted with the Emperor awkwardly. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and asked, "Why did Dolly go south in such a hurry?" Originally, Lakeview Academy's attitude was vague and did not want to give a clear answer. Now they are even more anxious than us. That young man called Li Zhongying has been deliberately delaying giving him the title of a sage. I heard that later in Lakeview Academy, there are even voices of directly giving Li Zhongying the title of a gentleman. Don't you think it's funny? This question could not be answered casually even if he was beaten to death. The short old man became more and more nervous. The emperor asked, "If it were Minister Ma and the others, any one of them would not be trembling with fear like you. Their backs are very strong. Then do you know why it was you in the end, and not the hill master of the Cliff Academy?" The short old man said softly, "Because I am the least literate. As the hill master of the new academy, your majesty does not have to worry about having a conflict with Mao Xiaodong." The emperor reminded, "Call him Elder Mao." The short old man said fearfully, "Yes, yes, yes, Elder Mao." The emperor nodded and said to himself, "How much respect can Dolly give to Mr. Qi? I can even give the same respect to Elder Mao. This is the biggest difference between me and Dolly, the barbarian of the Song family." The short old man was about to say something. The emperor shook his head with a smile. "But it is not very useful." The minister of the Ministry of Rights was completely flustered. In fact, His Majesty rarely spoke to his officials like this. Except for the time when the old man unexpectedly became the Minister of Heaven of the Great Sui Kingdom 10 years ago, this was the second time. His Majesty said with emotion, literate and bookish. Of course, all of you scholars have to be literate. But just having literate character and only governing the court with morals may not be beneficial to the country. The old man did not dare to continue to be silent. He had to bite the bullet and reply dryly, Your Majesty is wise. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom turned his head and said with a smile, You are good in everything, but too cautious. In the future, don't do anything that will tarnish your reputation. Do you think I don't know the character of your children? How would they dare to embezzle the land of the common people? Especially your youngest son. He is such a good scholar. Not to mention that he will be in the top 3, he will definitely have the skills to pass the imperial examinations. Why do you have to suppress him? The old man's lips trembled. In the end, he gritted his teeth, stood up and knelt down again. He choked with sobs and said, I can only use this clumsy method to share your Majesty's burden. He couldn't understand the conspiracy in the imperial court and the conspiracy behind the scenes of the family. But if Qin Pingan really stayed in the academy, things might get worse. But even so, there were at least 3 people in the room. They wouldn't be so confused, as if they had lost their backbone. Everything they did seemed wrong, because everything they did made them feel insecure. They were used to the days when Qin Pingan was by their side. These days, Lin Shuyi was lying in bed, thinking of many things. It was only now that Lin Shou understood the many soul-stirring decisions, such as Chituan Mountain, the wedding dress ghost, and the weight of the burden on Qin Pingan's shoulders in the face of Zhu Lu's assassination. He also understood the seemingly innocuous decisions, such as who would start the fire to cook, who would keep watch, how they would choose the route, which scenic spots they had to visit, and so on and so forth. Just how tedious and torturous they were. A teasing voice sounded at the door, Oh, our General Li Huai is crying so sadly. Lin Shui opened his eyes and looked, smiling, You're here. Li Baoping saw the familiar figure, and her face was full of confusion. Li Huai turned his head and stared blankly at the slim-tanned girl. He sniffled and continued to sob with his head down. Xia leaned against the door, If you can't beat him, just bear with it. It's not a big deal. Li Baoping wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Xia sighed, I can't help it. Even if you lend me the auspicious symbol knife, I can't beat that hypocrite named Li Zhongying. Speaking of this, she felt a little helpless. If it weren't for those insidious dragon-trapping nails that imprison most of her cultivation, she wouldn't have to be so restrained. Xia suddenly turned her head, a little surprised. The uninvited guest walked slowly with his hands folded in his sleeves. The tall young man stood at the door with a smile and looked at the girl standing beside him, Li Huai who was squatting, Li Baoping who was sitting, and Lin Shui who was lying down. Then he said softly with a smile, Don't blame me for being late. I thought you could handle it. Lin Shui closed his eyes again. Obviously, he didn't like this thoughtful remnant of the Lu family. Yu Lu didn't get angry, but he stopped smiling, I'm here to ask you a question. If Qin Pingan was here, what would he do? Li Huai thought of the disturbance on the ferry of Xiuhua River for no reason and whispered, Qin Pingan would reason with him first. Li Baoping was in high spirits. After that, if the other party still seemed reasonable but was actually unreasonable, youngest martial uncle would reason with his fists again. Lin Shui raised the corner of his mouth and didn't show his emotions. Yu Lu replied, Oh, then I understand. The tall young man turned around and left, as if nothing had happened. Xia frowned and asked, What are you going to do? With his back to the girl, Yu Lu waved his hand and left. On the way here, Qin Pingan guarded the first half of the night, and I was responsible for the second half of the night. It used to be like this, and it should be like this in the future. Li Huai was a little confused. Li Baoping opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Shui. Yu Lu wouldn't be looking for trouble with that hypocrite, right? Lin Shui was skeptical. I don't think so. Xia wondered, but I feel like he's looking for trouble. Li Zhangying liked to read and was good at it. Not only did he have a photographic memory, but he could also draw inferences about other things. He was a true scholar. Therefore, the new library of Cliff Academy was his favorite place to stay. There was no curfew in the library. Late that night, Li Zhangying was reading alone by candlelight. He suddenly looked up and smiled. You're Yu Lu, right? Do you need something from me? Yu Lu put his hands in his sleeves. The tall young man habitually bowed and nodded with a smile, yes. Dressed in a scholarly robe, Li Zhangying stood up with a smile on his face. Please speak. Yu Lu stretched out a hand from his sleeve and threw a bag full of silver to Li Zhangying. Li Zhangying was puzzled. This is. Li Zhangying's body suddenly tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. He saw the tall young man who always gave people the impression of being polite and harmless slowly walk forward with a bright smile. If the money for your medicine is not enough, please allow me to owe you first. First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guesthouse mobile version reading website. Li Zhangying first used the sword cultivator's means to defend, then used the Daoist ground shrinking technique to shift, and then directly used the military school's techniques to face the enemy head-on. It was an eye-opener. The way she walked, it was as if she had gathered the strengths of 100 schools of thought, smelted in a furnace. She was very ambitious and had very high aspirations. The two simple and unadorned fists collided, fists colliding with fists. There was only a loud sound in the air. Yu Lu did not move. Li Zhangying retreated a few steps, her arms drooping, her face slightly pale, her face full of disbelief. Yu Lu continued to close in, showing no signs of stopping while he was ahead. An old sigh sounded in the library. It was not close to the place where the two were fighting, a full 200 feet away, separated by many bookshelves, starting from a wall. Then a snow-white sword light lit up, the 3 feet white light rushed forward, bypassing a row of bookshelves. After flying along the corridor, it bypassed the bookshelves again, passing by Li Zhangying's side as fast as lightning, heading straight for Yu Lu. The tall youth did not stop. At the critical moment, he leaned to the side, dodging the white rainbow flying sword, and continued to run forward in a strange posture. There was a hint of anger in the old voice. Still not stopping. The 3 feet white rainbow light that brushed past the tall youth paused slightly. It did not turn the sword tip, and just used the sword hilt as the sword tip, flying backwards. It was clear that the elderly sword cultivator hiding in the dark knew that even if he was skilled in controlling the sword to his heart's content, once he turned the flying sword around, the delay of this short period of time was still extremely likely to hinder the opportunity, causing that scholar from the Great Sway to truly be injured. Therefore, he did not care about paying attention to any sword technique style. The flying sword swept towards the tall youth's back with an even faster speed. Yu Lu leapt up, 1 foot stepping on the bookshelf on the right, borrowing the momentum to move forward. Not only dodging the sharp flying sword coming straight at him from behind, he also smashed a fist towards Li Zhangying's head. After the sword cultivator decisively attacked, Li Zhangying was already prepared for the worst, silently reciting a line from the Confucian classics from the Sage of Rites. The moment Yu Lu stepped on the bookshelf, in this floor of the library, many bookshelves trembled slightly at the same time, scattered in all directions. From all the ancient books that recorded the teachings of the sage, a string of white words flew out, instantly arriving. The words were big or small, written in regular script, seal script or running script. In an instant, they all came in front of Li Zhangying. Finally, in front of Li Zhongying, it turned into a stream of words, flowing slowly, shining brightly. Although the stream was small, it emitted a sacred and vast aura. The tall youth who was rapidly falling from the sky, his expression was normal, and still punched her head. He directly broke the stream. One punch broke the stream in half, smashing all the words into pieces. Yulu's kick landed on Li Zhongying's abdomen. Li Zhongying, who was recognized as the #1 student in the academy in terms of knowledge and cultivation, was sent flying several feet away, falling into the aisle between 2 rows of bookshelves. After landing on the ground, she still slid more than 10 feet, enough to show the strength of this kick. A gray-robed old man appeared beside Li Zhongying. The flying sword that returned without any results hovered near the old man's shoulder. The tip of the sword pointed at the murderer across the aisle. The old man squatted down, his face panicked, and hurriedly took Li Zhongying's pulse. The injury was not light, but fortunately, there was no danger to her life. But the young sage who fell to the ground was a rising star, a talent that even the central officials of the Great Sui Kingdom had to treat with respect, the future of the Great Sui Kingdom without any doubt. He could not help but raise his head to glare at the tall youth. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Do you know? The old man quickly stopped scolding. Because the tall youth was still moving forward slowly, even if he had hurt someone, even if the old man had appeared, he still had no intention of stopping. Yulu shook his wrist, his sleeve swaying slightly. Then he continued to fold his sleeves with both hands, strolling leisurely in the aisle, smiling. The reason is that Li Huai has not found the clay figurine, that Li Baoping heard the insults, and that the person who should apologize did not even make a fart. Yulu paused slightly, seeming to walk slowly, but in fact, the distance between them was closing at an extremely fast speed. It is not because of Li Zhongying's understatement, the so-called not to fight based on personal feelings, of course. It is not because of Senior C viewing realm, this flying sword that always comes late, one step behind. The old man was so angry at the tall youth's shameless provocation that his beard and hair stood up. He hurriedly fed Li Zhongying an elixir, then stood up, laughing out of anger. Good, 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 this old man wants to see if you can still reason when you are lying on the ground later. Yulu smiled and shook his head. I lost, of course I won't say a word of nonsense. When the time comes, there will naturally be a guy who will reason for me. Well, maybe it will be a little late, who asked him to temporarily not be here. As the old man stood up, the flying sword also slowly rose, continuing to hover beside the shoulder of the famous sword practitioner of the Great Sui Kingdom. However, the old man still seemed to be worried about Li Zhongying, looking down, full of melancholy. The youth's fist technique was extremely strange. At first, Li Zhongying did not seem to have hurt her bones and vitality, and even the old man did not think it was a serious injury. However, after feeding her the high-grade elixir, he saw the real mystery. Li Zhongying's sea of qi did not slow down, but showed signs of becoming more and more turbulent and uncontrollable. It was extremely dangerous for the seawater to flow backward. It was difficult to cultivate the cave realm of qi cultivators, and even more difficult to consolidate. Because once the enlightenment was decided, it meant that the body's aperture acupoints had to accept the external reiki, but it also formed a dangerous situation of seawater flowing backward, because the external reiki had to be absorbed from the countless chaotic qi activities of heaven and earth. The enlightenment was like the battlefield of the secular world. The defending side gave up the only advantage and took the initiative to open the door to meet the enemy, which was easy to be defeated by the powerful enemy. Once the seawater flowed backward, the body's aperture acupoints and meridians were like towns and roads, sinking into a deep flood, barren land, and unable to recover from the setback. Therefore, the cave realm was the real first threshold on the path of cultivation. It was even more difficult than breaking through the lower 5 realms to the 6th realm. Many cultivators, especially the unorthodox ones and the chi cultivators of small sects who did not have any backing, were afraid that if they failed to reach the cave realm, they would completely lose their foundation to become immortals. Therefore, they had been staying in the last realm of the lower 5 realms. Cultivation went against the natural law and went against the current. Especially the word against the current, it was really full of bumps and sorrows. The old man was the secret bodyguard of the Great Sui Kingdom sent by the imperial court to Li Zhongying. If Li Zhongying's realm was damaged and her future was ruined, he would be the first to blame. Yulu smiled and asked, "Senior, are you in a dilemma? Do you want to save Li Zhongying first, or beat me down?" The old man was so angry that his teeth itched. The question of the tall young man was like hitting the weak spot of a snake, which made the old man who was used to storms even angrier. He was a chi cultivator of the sea-viewing realm, and also a sword cultivator. The 2 words, sea-viewing, came from the meaning of, I climb the tower to view the rivers, and when I enter the sea, it will be in my arms. The Reiki of heaven and earth began to expand the meridians of the human body, like the rivers that eventually entered the sea, and like the official road that expanded the post house in the human world, the Reiki gradually condensed and sublimated, and began to nourish the body, thus allowing the cultivator to prolong his life. Ordinary chi cultivators of this realm could live up to 100 years old. A sword cultivator of the sea-viewing realm, in the Aquarius continent, was already worthy of the reputation of a sword master. In the Great Sui Kingdom, even the high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries, such as the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries, may not be escorted by a sword cultivator of this realm when they leave the capital. He took a deep breath. The old man made up his mind to end the battle quickly, within 3 moves to determine the winner. Since Senior does not know how to choose, I will help Senior to choose. And the tall young man was even more arrogant and unreasonable, still with the annoying smile and voice. He accumulated power and took 3 steps forward, each step more shocking than the previous. The bricks and stones were stepped on to make cracking sounds. You don't know if you should fight. I, Yu Lu, will force you to fight, so straightforward. The old man's pupils shrank, his heart moved. He saw that the tall young man's aura was not weak to begin with, but now it was a step further. His spirit was majestic, as if there was an ancient killing god's spirit in it. Even the old man's face showed a touch of horror, a martial artist of the 6th realm. The 15th realm of the chi cultivator, and the 9th realm of martial arts, a battle between a chi cultivator and a pure martial artist of the same realm, excluding the sword cultivator and the military cultivator. If one were to exclude some of the chi cultivators' heaven-defying treasures, then there was almost no suspense to the outcome. There were even martial artists of a lower realm who were seriously injured, or even beaten to death, and chi cultivators of a higher realm. But although the old man was shocked, he was not afraid at all. Even though the little boy in green did not behave in a proper manner, he was more than enough to deal with Qin Pingan, who was at the 2nd realm of martial arts. Even if Qin Pingan's realm was much higher than that of ordinary martial artists, Qin Pingan's punches on the little boy in green did not hurt him at all. On the other hand, his punches would cause a landslide if they landed on Qin Pingan. At first, the little boy in green did not control his strength well and caused Qin Pingan to be sent flying far away, crashing into a tree as thick as a thigh. The little boy in green was so scared that he thought that he was definitely going to die. However, after Qin Pingan recovered, he still wanted the little boy to continue punching him. Today, Qin Pingan had just formed a fist stance and had not really punched, but the little boy in green was already rolling on the ground dozens of times. The little boy in green stood up and patted the dust off his body, praising, "Master, your punches are so ferocious. It's so scary." The girl in pink squatted in the distance, watching with her mouth agape. She had heard that the Imperial River Tyrant was violent, simple-minded and had a high cultivation level. However, she had not heard that he was such a shameless person. Chen Pingan was used to it and sighed, saying seriously, "Stop fooling around." The green-robed child immediately stood on one leg like a golden rooster. He waved his hands wildly and made a strange sound from his mouth. Chen Pingan's face darkened and he turned back to sit by the fire. The little boy in green rushed back to his side in a fluster and smiled apologetically, "Master, don't be angry. I'll be serious later." Chen Pingan waved his hand, "It has nothing to do with you. I'm just thinking about something and can't calm down." The little boy in green replied, "We'll talk about it after you calm down." Late at night, Cliff Academy, at the foot of Mount Donghua, a young man in white started to climb the mountain slowly, sighing constantly. A voice quietly sounded in his mind, "What are you doing here?" Cui Dong said unhappily, "My master has something to do and I'm here to help." 167, yesterday, 5,500 words. You said it was not a big chapter. Today, let's have a big one. A tall old man with a mahogany ruler on his waist stood at Wenjingtang halfway up the mountain. He was taking a nap with his eyes closed. After His Majesty came to Donghua Mountain, all the spies and secret agents had been removed. Even a 10th state chi cultivator was hidden near Donghua Mountain and could not easily set foot in the academy. This was the Great Sui Kingdom's respect for the Cliff Academy, or it could be said that the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor trusted Mao Xiaodong. In Wenjingtang, incense was burning to worship the three saints of the Cliff Academy. The one in the middle was naturally the Holy Master, who was worshipped by all the Confucian students in the world. Then there was the Sage of Literature, who deliberately hid his identity on the statue, and the first master of the academy, Qi Jingchen. The young man in white handed in the customs documents at the gate of the academy at the foot of the mountain. He walked all the way here and stuck his head out to look at the hole. He stood outside the door and said angrily, "Mao Xiaodong, are you trying to disgust me or do you want to set me up? If I'm not satisfied, I'll leave right now and never come back to this mountain to be an eyesore to you again." Mao Xiaodong still closed his eyes and said indifferently, "You can either go in and offer incense or clear things up. Otherwise, as long as I look at you, I'll be your grandson." Cui Dong sat on the door. "Even if you're willing to be my grandson, it depends on whether I accept you or not. TSK, I don't know who was the one who learned to play chess from me and played for 10,000 years. In the end, I gave him 2 pieces, but he was still beaten by me until his face turned pale and his hands trembled. He couldn't wait to play chess and delay for 100 years. Mao Xiaodong said indifferently, "Go is just a small path." Cui Dong sneered, "Go is a number, even a small number." Well, who doesn't know that you, Mao Xiaodong, are among the group of untalented registered disciples? Your knowledge is sparse, but you respect your teacher the most. You serve the old Xiuzai better than your own father. How can you start to advocate the principles of other school sages? Especially this saint, who is the old Xiuzai's sworn enemy. Why, you learn from me in Go and also in life. Mao Xiaodong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sneered, "I'll talk nonsense with you again. I'm your son." Cui Dong rolled his eyes. "I came to Donghua Mountain because I have no home to return to. I'm just staying here temporarily. You, Mao Xiaodong, are now the hill master of the academy. You can just turn a blind eye to it. If you don't want to see me, then don't see me. If you don't see me, then don't worry." Mao Xiaodong sneered. "You're such a greedy person. I'm afraid that in a few days, the academy will be destroyed by the Great Sui Kingdom because of you. If you want to compete with the Great Sui Kingdom, I won't stop you. But don't think about messing around in Donghua Mountain. The academy is the academy. It's a place for moral knowledge. It's not a place where you, Cui Dong, can do whatever you want and not wipe your ass." Cui Dong frowned. Didn't you receive my secret letter? It's the one with the chess piece in it. Mao Xiaodong nodded. Yes, I did. But I didn't open it. I threw it into the stove and washed my hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to pick up the chopsticks to eat. His words were harsh, but Cui Dong wasn't angry at all. He stood up and came to the tall old man. He said with a smile, Xiaodong, I'm not here for any plan. I just want to study hard, bask in the sun, play chess with you, and take care of the kids from Lizhu Cave Heaven. Mao Xiaodong laughed. Believe you? Then I'm your ancestor. Cui Dong was a little confused. He pointed to his nose and said, What's wrong with being my ancestor? Is it a bad thing? How much advantage do you have? Mao Xiaodong twitched his mouth. If I were your ancestor, I would be so angry that I couldn't even close my coffin lid. Of course, I don't want to be your ancestor. Cui Dong said angrily, Mao Xiaodong. You're almost there. The tall old man closed his eyes and shook his head. No. Cui Dong pointed at Mao Xiaodong. You want to fight? Mao Xiaodong suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was shocking, like an angry Vajra in a temple. Fighting is good. Back in Dali, I couldn't beat you. Now, I'll fight you with one hand. Cui Dong blinked. You're my grandson now. It's not appropriate for a grandson to fight his grandfather, right? Mao Xiaodong reached out and pressed the ruler at his waist. After I beat you to death, I'll burn incense for you. Cui Dong quickly stretched out a hand. Stop, stop. The old scholar and Qi Jingchen both want me to pass a message to you. Listen to them first. Mao Xiaodong narrowed his eyes. His murderous aura was very strong. It was even stronger than when he opened his eyes. Be careful. These are your last words. Cui Dong's lips moved slightly. After listening to his thoughts, Mao Xiaodong stared at the young man in white who was only at level 5, especially Cui Dong's eyes. The reason why people's eyes were said to be favored by spiritual qi was that if one's state of mind was like a lake, then one's eyes would be like the mouth of a deep well. If one's body was righteous, then one's spirit would be clear. If one's heart was evil, then one's eyes would be turbid. If Mao Xiaodong had met Cui Dong, the imperial tutor of Dali, in the Old Cliff Academy in Dali, then Mao Xiaodong wouldn't have done anything unnecessary. The difference between their realms was like heaven and earth. No matter how long he looked, he wouldn't be able to see through Ming Tang. But now that the situation was reversed, it was Mao Xiaodong who was superior in terms of cultivation. Of course, it would be useful. Most importantly, they used to be in the same sage vein, so he could see more clearly. Mao Xiaodong retracted his gaze and strode away. Cui Dong smiled and asked, Where are you going? Don't you want to chat? Mao Xiaodong snorted and said, Hurry up and wash your eyes, or you'll go blind. Cui Dong stretched out his hand and flicked his lapel, complacently saying, My youthful appearance is indeed devastatingly beautiful. Mao Xiaodong stopped and was about to turn around and hit him. After all, the old man had wanted to kill this bastard who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors for a long time. A faint golden light swept out of Cui Dong's sleeve, ready to strike. He said in shock, Are you really going to hit him? The scholarly sage persuades people with virtue, and a gentleman persuades people with reason. Although you, Mao Xiaodong, have been implicated by your sect and are only a sage now, there's no such thing as rolling up your sleeves and fighting. Mao Xiaodong strode away. Cui Dong quickly followed with his hands behind his back, looking extraordinarily elegant. He kept pestering, How's Li Baoping and the others studying here? Did they cause chaos in the academy? Mao Xiaodong said in a bad mood, yes. Cui Dong's face was gloomy. Don't tell me someone wants to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Mao Xiaodong sneered and said, I thought it was imperial tutor secretly doing mischief, trying to drive a wedge between the academy and the Great Sui Kingdom, to embarrass the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and completely destroy the heritage of the Cliff Academy. Cui Dong was a little embarrassed. He raised his arm and scratched his head. He laughed dryly and said, the old guys in the capital can do this kind of thing, but I won't. I always put myself in their shoes and do good to others. I've changed. Oh, no, I've changed for a long time. Mao Xiaodong sighed and looked up at the pavilion at the top of Donghua Mountain. He said in a soft but firm voice, Cui Dong, if you dare to do anything harmful to the academy, next time, I'll kill you. Cui Dong didn't take it to heart at all, whatever, as long as you're happy. First, tell me what's going on. Now I'm more miserable than you. I'm not lying to you. Who in the world dares to compare with me? Xiaodong, whenever you're in a bad mood, I can tell you. I'm sure you'll be in a good mood. But remember to bring a few jugs of wine. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom is not stingy. He'll definitely reward you with good wine. Mao Xiaodong glanced at the young man in white strangely. He shook his head and continued to walk. Then he roughly explained the situation. Especially the last battle in the library. Yulu fought against two people alone. In the end, both sides were injured. The three of them went in together. A young sage in the cave-dwelling state, an old sword practitioner in the sea-viewing state, and a tall young man at the peak of the sixth state of martial arts. In the end, they all came out together. This time, even Deputy Hill Master Mao Xiaodong couldn't suppress this big news. That night, the minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, who was dressed in official uniform, and the 10th state cultivator who was hiding near Mount Donghua, went up the mountain together. However, Mao Xiaodong only said this to the three of them. He would give an explanation to the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. As for the others, no matter if they were vassals or ministers, they had no right to criticize the academy. The three of them actually didn't have the slightest intention of denouncing Mao Xiaodong when they went up the mountain. However, Mao Xiaodong was still unreasonable and his attitude was extremely tough. The 10th state chi cultivator was about to take action on the spot. Fortunately, he was stopped by the heavenly official of the Ministry of Rights. They quickly went down the mountain and entered the palace to meet the emperor. The old sword practitioner and Li Zhongying were added to the team. They could already walk, but their complexions were terrible, as if they hadn't recovered from a serious illness. Finally, Mao Xiaodong asked, "What identity are you using to stay here?" Cui Dong said without hesitation, "If you read my secret letter, you will know the identities of Yu Lu and Xie Lingyue. I can reveal one of them. For example, Xie Lingyue from the top sect of the Lu dynasty, I can reveal myself as her senior. If it's Yu Lu, then I'm one of the hidden gatekeepers of the Lu Palace. Don't worry, I've already prepared for both identities. It's watertight." Mao Xiaodong was still worried. He said worriedly, "The spies of the Great Sui Kingdom are no worse than those of Dali. Moreover, the Great Sui Kingdom and the Lu dynasty have been friends for generations." Cui Dong's words silenced the tall old man. "Who am I?" When the two of them parted, Mao Xiaodong couldn't help but scold, "Who are you?" "You're my son." Cui Shi let out a sigh and cheerfully called out, "Father." Mao Xiaodong was stunned. He gritted his teeth angrily and disappeared in a flash. Cui Dong shouted, "Where do those kids live?" "Father, tell me." In the dead of night, no one responded. Cui Dong rolled his eyes. "I'll knock on every door and find them myself." "Who's afraid of who?" In the Wenjing Tang, Mao Xiaodong returned and stood in the hole. After offering 3 incense sticks, he said sadly, "Teacher, senior brother, I don't understand why you're doing this. I know that no matter what, I can't compare to the two of you. Since you're doing this, you must have your own considerations, but..." The tall old man said with tears on his weathered face. He said sadly, "But I just don't feel happy." Of course, Cui Shi wasn't stupid enough to knock on each door one by one. With a tap of his toes, he leaped onto the roof of a school building. Looking around, he saw that there were still lights in several places, so he leaped towards the nearest one. He tiptoed and leaned against the window. Before he could see the person's face, he could already hear the sound of water splashing. Cui Shi unhurriedly poked through the window paper. Sure enough, he saw a picture of a beauty bathing. Unfortunately, the woman's figure was really unbearable to look at. After Cui Shi felt that his dog eyes had gone blind, the girl standing in the bucket inside the house screamed. Cui Dong didn't leave. He stood there and complained, "What are you doing? I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, okay?" With a bang, water splashed on the window. It turned out that a water ladle had hit him. Cui Dong had already left rubbing his eyes. He muttered, "My eyes hurt." Behind him, there were shrill screams. The lights in the nearby schools were lit up. Cui Dong relied on his memory and searched through each school. Finally, he found the people who wanted to leave. Coincidentally, Li Huai, Li Baoping, Lin Shi, and Yu Lu were all there. Yu Lu was lying on his side on the bed. Although his face was pale, he was in good spirits. Li Huai sat at the head of the bed. He looked down at the straw sandals on his feet. He had a lot on his mind. Li Baoping and Lin Shi sat opposite each other at the table. They were reading books. Cui Dong pushed the door open and laughed, "Are you happy? Are you surprised?" Li Baoping was stunned for a moment. She was overjoyed. "Where's youngest martial uncle?" Cui Dong stepped over the threshold and kicked the door shut. He sat on the stool between Li Baoping and Lin Shi. He rolled his eyes and said, "Teacher didn't come. I'm all alone." Li Baoping got up and ran to the door. She opened the door and looked around for a long time. She didn't see youngest martial uncle. Only then did she weakly return to her seat and lay on the table. Lin Shi put down the cloud gem book. He carefully tied it up with the golden thread. He put it away. He wanted to say something but stopped. Cui Dong poured himself a cup of tea. He drank it in one gulp. He waved his hand and said, "I know what happened." He smiled at Lin Shi and said, "Call thank you over. Tell him that his young master needs someone to serve him tea." Lin Shi hesitated. Cui Dong said anxiously, "What? You secretly like thank you? Are you afraid that I'll ask her to warm the bed tonight? Are you blind or am I blind?" Lin Shi got up helplessly and left to call thank you. Cui Dong looked at the sickly Li Huai and said with a smile, "Li Huai, don't be sad. Chen Pingan heard about this and praised you. He said that you are brave and responsible. He said that you are a good man." The child suddenly raised his head. "Really?" Li Huai's face immediately lit up with joy, and he grinned. Li Baoping sneered. "Are you stupid? Youngest martial uncle left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for so long. How could he know about the recent events of the academy? And would youngest martial uncle praise someone like that?" Li Baoping raised her head. At most, he would smile. "That's good enough. At most, he would give you a thumbs up." The little girl suddenly straightened her back and crossed her arms. "Youngest martial uncle saved all his praises for me." Li Huai was a little sad. He hesitated for a long time and lowered his head as if he was talking to the pair of straw sandals. Should I move in with Lin Shi? Li Baoping turned her head. Li Huai, why are you still so cowardly? What right do you have to move it? If anything, it should be those three fellows. The little girl suddenly lowered her head and leaned on the table again. Forget it. I'm not qualified to say this. Yu Lu got up with difficulty. Li Huai quickly helped him. Yu Lu leaned against the wall and sat cross-legged. He said apologetically, I can't welcome young master. Cui Dong ignored the tall boy and looked at the simple decorations in the school. After a moment of silence, he said to Li Baoping, Li Huai is right to move here. It has nothing to do with cowardice. Li Huai continuing to stay there is the worst plan. Moving here is the second best plan. Moving to Li Zhangying's school is the best plan. At this time, Lin Shuyi came back with Xie. After Lin Shuyi sat down, the tanned girl saw Cui Dong and was clearly filled with fear. She only dared to stand at the door. Li Baoping was puzzled. Why is it the best plan? I know. What do you mean by the worst plan? Cui Dong spun the white porcelain teacup with his fingers and slowly said, stealing and humiliating Li Huai are normal behaviors of children who don't know any better. Moreover, young people are hot-blooded and the most unreasonable. You haven't come into contact with the real Jianghu. Those hot-blooded youths can kill an entire family without saying a word. After that, they are caught and beheaded by the authorities. Guess what will happen to them? On the execution ground, even if the executioner is already staring at their necks and thinking about how to cut them, those people are still proud and unrepentant. Do you think they are afraid of death? They don't show mercy when they kill, and they don't bow when they are killed. They are just that powerful. Li Huai listened attentively. He only wondered if these people's brains were damaged. Are there really such unreasonable people in the world? Cui Shi smiled and said, therefore, even if those children admit their mistakes and get their buttocks beaten up by their parents, they might one day feel so angry that they can't be appeased. They might hold back their anger and say a few malicious words to other people, saying that you are the son of a duke or a marquis. How can you face the spirits of your ancestors in heaven with such grievances? You are the descendant of the founding fathers of the Great Sui Kingdom. Your family's portrait of your ancestors is still hanging in the Great Sui Kingdom's Purple Heaven Pavilion. Yu Lu nodded slightly. As the crown prince of the Lu dynasty, he was no stranger to this. Perhaps he was the one who understood Cui Dong's words the most among everyone in the room. Cui Dong chuckled and continued. Then they think that's right. If we are so cowardly in our own territory, how will we survive in the future? Won't we drag our family down and become the laughing stock of the capital? So one night, they took a knife and slit Li Huai's neck open. Perhaps those three aristocratic young masters who eat and drink won't be able to act like wanderers who are about to die and still feel that they are heroes. However, when it really comes to that point, Li Huai is already dead. Whether they regret it or not, whether they are scared to the point of peeing their pants, is there any meaning? Li Huai listened with a pale face. Yu Lu reached out and patted the child's shoulder to comfort him. The child turned his head, but the smile on his face was uglier than crying. Cui Dong put down his teacup and lightly tapped the table. As for those who are really affected by their emotions, there are bound to be many intertwined conflicts of interest. Some people throw stones to find the way, some fan the flames, some fish in troubled waters. There are all kinds of things. But it doesn't matter. I'm here. Next, you all can focus on your studies. You don't have to worry about anything else. Everyone in the school had mixed feelings. Cui Dong laughed. What, you don't believe me? You don't believe that I have the ability, or you don't believe that I have such good intentions. If it's the former, you all can wait and see. If it's the latter, well, my husband, Chen Pingon, was worried that you all would be bullied, so he didn't really calm down. So he made a good deal with me and asked me to watch you all study at the academy. Now you should believe me, right? Cui Dong looked at Li Baoping. The true chivalrous spirit of the Jianghu never lies in temporary gratification. Then he looked at Lin Shui. The mountains are high and the rivers are flowing. There is still a long way to go. If you really feel uncomfortable making enemies in this life, then deal with the enemy first and then bully their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Finally, he looked at Li Huai. Remember, 100 years is never too long for a cultivator to take revenge or repay kindness. Cui Dong clapped his hands. Well, I've finished my business. Cui Dong patted his head. By the way, little treasure, when my husband and I passed by a mountain, we were lucky and met a large group of mountain coaster carps that were moving. Then my husband heard that there might be a golden mountain coaster carp among 10,000 mountain coaster carps. My husband pulled me to squat on a tree stupidly and waited for more than 2 hours before he found a golden mountain coaster carp that was deliberately covered in mud. Li Baoping's eyes widened. She stood on the stool and then squatted down, as if she could be closer to her youngest uncle and the mountain coaster carp by doing so. Cui Shirk shook his head and said, after he got down from the tree, he struggled all the way and finally caught this rare crucian carp. He wanted to give it to you as soon as possible, but a mountain coaster carp can only leave the water for half a month at most. Even the one in his hand can only last for a month at most. If he told the people at the relay station the truth and begged them to keep it in the water for a period of time, Chen Pingon was really worried about the relay station. He was afraid that they would be tempted by the wealth and run away after giving it to you. He was worried that you would be happy for nothing, so he said that when he returned to your hometown, he would leave it with Li Shixing when he visited your brother to tell him that you were safe. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. There was no longer any trace of depression on her face. She suddenly became a young and inexperienced girl. Cui Dong sighed and said, Little Baoping, my master is so nice to you. He always remembers you when he has something good. Hey, I don't understand. My master is so stingy that he doesn't even put more oil or salt in the stew. Why doesn't he treat real treasures as treasures when he comes to you? He's not stupid. Okay. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket frowned and the corners of her mouth turned down. She was about to cry. Cui Dong hurriedly explained, Don't cry, don't cry. The mountain coaster carp can't be sent to the academy through the post house, but it can be sent by letter. Chen Pingon has written letters to all of you at the post house on the border of the Great Sui Kingdom. It will probably arrive here in 10 days or half a month. At that time, whether you cry or laugh depends on your mood. Cui Dong finally said helplessly, Chen Pingon also said that my student Cui Dong is a big bad guy. You can't trust him, but you can ask him for help if you encountered any problems. After Cui Dong said this, Li Baoping and the other two believed most of it. Even Yu Lu and Xia Xia believed half of it. Li Huai followed Lin Shi to the dormitory to rest. Li Baoping went back to her room and parted ways with the two halfway. After the three left, Cui Dong waited for a while and drank a cup of tea. Then he left Yu Lu's room with Xia Xia. The girl was nervous and carefully followed the boy in white. She was even more nervous than when she faced the general of the Great Sui Kingdom whose father died. Without the presence of Li Baoping and the other two, Cui Dong was expressionless. He didn't even turn his head and asked coldly, Why didn't you attack Li Zhongying? Was it because you didn't dare or because you couldn't bear to? Xia Xia answered honestly, reporting to young master, it was both. Chui Dong stopped and gave the girl a hard slap. Eating and drinking for free all the way, and in the end, you attacked a general of the Great Sui Kingdom whose father died. You're really something. If you're so good, why don't you go to heaven? The girl with red and swollen cheeks gathered her courage and looked at Chui Dong. I knew it was impossible, but I still did it. Why did I do it? Young master, tell me. Chui Dong slapped her again. Because your life is worthless. It can't even compare to Li Huai's finger. In my eyes, you're even more worthless. The girl's heart was filled with desolation. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. Chui Dong raised his arm and pretended to hit her. The girl was extremely afraid of him. She didn't dare to move, but she turned her head. Chui Shi laughed and retracted his hand. Finally, he slowly extended it and gently patted the young girl's cheek. You're so scared of me. That's good. I thought we hadn't seen each other for a while, you shameless little bitch. Your wings have grown a bit. Yu Lu and Xie Xie interacted with the white-clothed youth day and night, but in reality, they were constantly chatting with each other. Xie Xie played chess too hard, making Chui Shi feel that he was impossibly stupid. He couldn't even be bothered to bat an eyelid. Yu Lu was like showing off his cleverness in small, insignificant places, playing a few moves that Chui Dong was already tired of. This made Chui Dong nod and feel that it was okay. Xie Xie's burden was too heavy and she was too far-sighted. In fact, she was very tenacious and respectable. However, she had just escaped from Dolly's control and became Chui Dong's puppet. This was her great misfortune. Yu Lu, on the other hand, could see clearly the subtle hearts of the people around him. He didn't ask for much, but lived a relaxed life. The golden autumn that was shaped like an ear of wheat flew out of Chui Dong's sleeve and spun rapidly around the lamp. Yu Lu's expression didn't change. He smiled and asked, "Young master, aren't you afraid of your identity being exposed by walking into the academy like this?" Chui Dong carefully stared at the flying sword and said softly, "Kill to stop killing, and evil to control evil. Do you understand?" Yu Lu nodded. Chui Shi continued to stare at the golden trajectory of the flying sword. Because it was flying too fast, the speed at which the sword chi dissipated was much slower than the speed at which it was formed. They intertwined together and finally formed a golden ball with that speck of flame in the center. Chui Dong said, "It's the same principle. Give the Great Sui Kingdom a seemingly absurd reason. If one isn't enough, then two. As long as it doesn't happen more than 3 times, 2 should be just right." Yu Lu hesitated and smiled bitterly, "The first one. How about me?" Chui Dong glanced at him, "Have tender feelings for the fairer sex." Yu Lu sighed and said no more. Chui Dong smiled, "You can see it clearly because it's too close. But you have to remember, a leaf can't see. You can only see all the veins of a leaf." Chui Shi did not speak anymore. He closed his eyes and said something that surprised Yu Lu. "If I can really see through the deepest and most subtle part of it, that would also be very good. It couldn't be any better. You have to know that this is actually one of my Daos." Yu Lu seemed to be completely unable to understand, so he didn't think much about it. Chui Dong stood up and silently left the school. After Chui Dong left for a long time, Yu Lu reached out a hand from his sleeve. He looked down and saw that his palm was sweaty. The Dolly imperial tutor once joked that the 3 major forces in the world that had already established their own sects all had their own principles. It was nothing more than the highest level of Taoism, the most extensive of rules, and the most profound of Buddhism. Then this was extremely small. It was called a leaf can't see. If someone really and thoroughly saw this leaf, would it really be a leaf that was blinded? Yulu suddenly raised an arm and pressed the back of his hand against his forehead. When he passed by Cui Dong, he said coldly, "In that case, you'd better stay in the academy. I, Mao Xiaodong, will pinch my nose and endure the smell of feces. Don't forget that this is the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Think twice before you act." Cui Dong flew to the branch of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree. After looking around, he fixed his eyes on a quiet house near Donghua Mountain and began to curse, "That old bastard called Kai Jingshan. Yes, I'm calling you. Come and acknowledge your ancestors. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the family rules and ancestral teachings. Take a bath and change your clothes. Kowtow and listen to the teachings." Mao Xiaodong took a deep breath and quickened his pace down the mountain. The white-clothed youth was still cursing, "Grandson Kai Jingshan, don't be a coward. Hurry up and go home, call your son and grandson, and come kowtow to the ancestor. Hurry up, the ancestor is waiting here." In the house near Donghua Mountain, a rainbow light burst out from the ground and rose to the same height as the peak of Donghua Mountain. A burly figure roared angrily, "You're courting death." The young man in white replied in an even louder voice, "The ancestor is looking for a son of a bitch here. He's not courting death." The burly old man roared, "Get out here." After the old man rose to the sky, with Donghua Mountain as the center, more and more lights lit up around them. The young man in white laughed in front of everyone and said, "Good grandson, get in here quickly." The old man seemed to be shocked by the words of the little lunatic and was stunned for a while. The young man in white took advantage of the situation and said, "Damn it, who gave you the guts to bully my disciple? Kai Jingshan, hurry up and chop yourself to death with a knife. Remember to chop with sincerity and show the elegance of a cultivator of the 10th realm. Then I'll take it that you've admitted your mistake. Maybe I can even let bygones be bygones." The burly old man, who was famous in the Great Sui Kingdom, roared angrily, his voice echoing through a radius of 10 miles. "Mao Xiaodong. If your academy doesn't care about this lunatic, I, Kai Jingshan, will help you. You just need to collect the corpse. I'll take responsibility for His Majesty." The old man stood in the wind and faced the Cliff Academy. He took a heavy step forward, raised his arm, and finally made a throwing gesture. A snow-white spear intertwined with lightning whizzed out and pierced the ginkgo tree at the peak of Donghua Mountain. The young man in white laughed. "Good, my good grandson finally knows how to show filial piety to your ancestor. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Grandson Kai Jingshan will accept the ancestor's gift." The lightning spear shot towards the big tree at the peak of the mountain and quickly entered the sky above the academy. Although the new Cliff Academy was no longer one of the 72 academies of the Confucian school, it still had Mao Xiaodong as its overseer. Li Baoping, Lin Shui, Yu Lu, Xia Xia, and the white-robed young man who called himself Cui Dongshan. The child thanked them one by one. Lin Shui went to the library again. The child was the only one left in the school. This was the first time he skipped class. Although he was not good at studying, no matter what grievances he had suffered before, even if he was beaten black and blue, the child never missed classes. But today, Li Huai squatted outside the school and did not go to class. Instead, he gently wrote the name of his family with a branch under the warm winter sun. The child did not cry this time. In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, a group of 3 people dressed shabbily asked for directions and slowly walked to the Cliff Academy. A woman with a plump figure but shrewish eyes slapped her husband's head angrily after her daughter asked for directions again in the Great Sui Kingdom's official language. "Useless thing. When we reach the academy, just stay at the foot of the mountain. Don't embarrass our son." The short-statured good-for-nothing man was carrying a large backpack. It was rare for him to be a little stubborn as he retorted to his wife, "It's better to meet them. We brought a lot of food for our son. It's very tiring for you to carry them up the mountain." The woman was furious. She put her hands on her hips and scolded, "Lear, that's all you can do? Well, both of us are ruthless enough to leave just like that. You're a big man, yet you want to see your son before you leave." The woman stretched out her hand and pinched the man's waist. After a long time, there was no movement. She could only give up. "You're full of muscles and strength. You only know how to bully me at night." The man laughed. The woman kicked him and said flirtatiously, "Stupid." Beside the man and woman, there was a slim and graceful girl. She ignored her parents' flirting and smiled gently. She was happy to be able to see her naughty brother soon. The woman's eyes suddenly turned red. "I don't know if Huai has gained weight or lost weight. Please don't bully him. As his mother, I don't dare to scold people here." The man was silent out of habit. The man, who was an enigmatic man whose parents did not pay much attention to the name, finally looked in the direction of the academy and grinned. "Bully my son? Oh, if there really is, then I, Lear, will go and meet that hero. It's not a big deal." At this time, he was carrying a small mountain of luggage. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I just said that I didn't know if YZ could eat a drumstick in the Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom. Your mother and sister both cried. No matter how I persuaded them, it was useless." Then the woman who was exposed squatted on the ground and turned to glare at her man. Go away, go away. You talk too much. If you don't want to see YZ, go to the foot of the mountain and stay there by yourself." The man smiled foolishly. Of course, he did not move. The woman squatted on the ground and touched her precious son's head and thin arms. She said with pity, "Why are you so thin? Did you not eat enough and sleep well?" Li Huai was immediately full of heroic spirit. He grinned and said, "I eat well and sleep well. I'm very good. Mother, let me tell you, this time I came to the Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom to study. I followed Chen Pingon and walked all the way here. We walked a long way, thousands of miles. From our hometown, we first walked to Chidun Mountain, Red Candle Town, Xiuhua River, Yefu Pass at the border, and then through Huangting Country. Do you see?" The child took a step back and raised his foot. "Straw sandals. Chen Pingon made them for me. They are strong and comfortable. I wanted to learn them myself, but Chen Pingon didn't let me. Mother, guess how many pairs of straw sandals I changed into?" As soon as this question was thrown out, the woman was completely overwhelmed. She burst into tears. Her daughter, Li Lu, quickly squatted down and gently held her mother's hand. Li Huai was also a little panicked. He did not know how this made his mother sad. The mischievous child quickly put away the straw sandals. His eyes rolled and an idea came to him. He said loudly, "Mother, let's go to the house. I'll show you something good." When they arrived at Lin Shui's house, Li Huai put the small green bamboo book box on the table with a bang. He copied Li Baoping and crossed his arms over his chest. He glanced at his sister, Li Lu, and then copied the young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows. He said proudly, "What do you think of my little book box? Does it look good? Are you envious?" Li Huai was still unwilling to give up. He skillfully carried the small bookcase on his back. The child, who was wearing straw sandals and carrying a bamboo box, walked one round around the table. Li Lu felt distressed and amused at the same time. She hurriedly helped him take down the bookcase and put it back on the table. Tears gently swirled in her eyes, but there was a gentle smile on her pink, oval-shaped face. It was the unique smile of a delicate girl, like the warmth of the spring river. The man suddenly asked, "You weren't bullied on the way here, right?" Li Huai shook his head and said with a smile, "No." When the woman heard this, she became angry. "So what if our son was bullied? Look at you. When our son was wronged in our hometown, it was me, his mother, who scolded him back. What could you do?" The man shrunk his neck and said in a low voice, "Isn't that in our hometown? Most of our neighbors are not bad. We can't hurt each other. In the end, it's you who is in trouble." The woman slammed the table. "You still dare to talk back? Li Er, do you want to rebel? Or do you think that after going out, you've learned a lot and want to abandon your family and change your wife to a young and beautiful wife?" The man said helplessly, "How can that be?" The woman was furious. "That's because you have evil intentions but no guts. You know that other women look down on you. Last time, we met that long-legged demoness. She was dressed in gaudy clothes. One look and you could tell that she wasn't from a decent family. Didn't you peek? What a disgrace. That bitch doesn't even have 2 tails of meat on her chest. How dare she compete with me in terms of looks?" The man wanted to say something but stopped. He squatted on the ground and sighed. That old witch on the mountain looked quite young. In fact, she was 700 to 800 years old. In any case, she was considered a demon cultivator who had achieved the Tao in the 9th realm. If I didn't look at her and let her know the severity of the situation, she would have killed and eaten meat. If you two weren't by my side, I would have killed her with a punch. But how could he dare to tell his wife about these foul things? The man squatted on the ground. He had forgotten to take off his luggage, so it was like he was leaning against a small mountain. The woman roared, "Hurry up and take out the things." "Why?" "Can't bear to give it to your son. Leave it for the vixen outside." Li Er hurriedly got up and opened his luggage. He piled a pile of food, clothes, and books on the table. Li Huai asked curiously, "Our family is so rich?" The woman smiled and explained, "Your father is a fool with a fool's fortune. On this long trip, your father found some herbs and sold them. They were worth a lot of money. This is the first time Mother has seen gold. It's golden and shiny. Just looking at it makes one's heart happy. Now Mother has saved up some money, but don't think about it. It's to help you find a wife in the future." Li Huai looked at his sister who had been sitting silently at the side. "Let's use it as my sister's dowry first." "I'm not in a hurry." The woman said angrily, "A married daughter is like spilled water. She was born to lose money. Why should we give it to her?" The girl was used to it and wasn't angry at all. She had a good temper since she was young. She took after her father in this aspect. She wasn't like Li Huai at all. The family of 4 depended on each other. The son was like the mother and the daughter was like the father. It was quite interesting. Li Huai shook his head and said, "Mother, if you're like this, even if my sister marries into a good family in the future, she will still be bullied. You're lucky to find an honest person like my father who will listen to you. Otherwise, if you're really bullied by my father, do you think you can rely on your family? That's adding more anger on top of anger. It's enough to make you sick. Mother, am I right?" The woman choked and couldn't say half a word. The girl pursed her lips and secretly smiled. The woman stretched out her finger and gently poked her son's forehead. She said resentfully, "Oh, you've grown up. You're not speaking up for your mother anymore." Li Huai chuckled and turned his head to look at his sister beside him. He said with a naughty smile, "Li Lu, this time when I went out, I helped you find a few brothers-in-law." The girl blinked her limpid eyes and seemed to be a little dazed. The woman slapped her son's head and said angrily, "How can you say that? Your sister can only marry one. Of course, if she doesn't marry well and can't bear to be bullied, then she can get a divorce and change. However, there's no such thing as a woman marrying many husbands." Li Huai said with a naughty smile, "Li Lu, I'm living with Lin Shi now." The woman asked doubtfully, "That Lin Shi whose father is an official in the construction supervision office?" Li Huai nodded and said, "That's him. He's the one who stole my sister from Dong Shuijing. He's very powerful now and he's very good to me. I used to hate him when we were at school in my hometown. Now I realize that he's actually a very good person. It's just that his temper is a little cold and he's not very patient. He can't be compared to my future martial uncle, Chin Pingon." The girl was silent. The woman made an "oh" sound and asked with a smile, "You keep talking about Chin Pingon. Who is he? Was it because his family was richer? Don't tell me you helped your sister choose a brothers-in-law." Li Huai shook his head and said, "Chin Pingon. He's one of my best friends, just like Alliance. However, he's not my brothers-in-law. His age is just right, but Li Lu isn't worthy of him." The woman slapped him again and said, "What do you mean Li Lu isn't worthy of him? How can you say that about your sister? What's wrong with your sister? She's good-looking and has a good temper. At first glance, you can tell that she's a good daughter-in-law who's good at taking care of her husband and children. It's obvious that she won't lose out no matter who she marries." The man sat across from him with a strange expression. Li Huai said, "Nonsense in all seriousness, I'm telling you the truth. Look at my sister. Her looks are not bad. As for her family background, sigh, it hurts our relationship." Speaking of this, the child smiled and said, "But it's not up to us to decide who our parents are. Besides, our family is poor, but our parents are very good. Chen Pingon once took a dump on the mountain with me. The two of us chatted casually. Chen Pingon said that his parents died early, so he asked me to remember your kindness. At first, I didn't think much about it. I just thought that he couldn't take a dump and was trying to find something to talk about. Later, when I walked with Chen Pingon, I realized that he was telling the truth. Let me tell you, my relationship with Chen Pingon is very good. You know that I'm afraid of ghosts the most. At night, when I can't hold it in, I must drag Chen Pingon with me. He never said that I'm annoying. Really, he doesn't even think that I'm annoying in his heart. My sister isn't worthy of such a person." The woman snorted and said, "Accompanying you to take a dump and pee is a great person." Li Huai began to count with his fingers. In addition to this, Chen Pingon also made a small bookcase for me, woven straw sandals, cooked and washed clothes for me, and helped me take care of my donkey. When I caught a cold, he ran dozens of miles on the mountain road in the middle of the night to pick herbs and boil them for me. He spent money to buy books for me, gave me jade hairpins, taught me how to fight, and told me that I must be filial to my parents in the future. When something happened, he didn't scold me. Instead, he helped me by standing in front of me and beating those bad guys. I can't even count them." The woman was stunned. The man looked at his son who was so energetic that he felt like a stranger. He sighed, but more than that, he was happy. The woman smiled and took out a pair of 1,000-layer cloth shoes. "Your sister sewed this for you. It's definitely more comfortable than wearing straw sandals." Li Huai sighed. The woman was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Huai looked at his mother with a sorrowful gaze. "Why didn't you give birth to another elder sister? If she was born prettier, I could give her to Chen Pingon. Then, in the future, if I want to call him brother-in-law, I can call him junior martial uncle." The woman twisted her son's ear. "How can there be a person who insults his own sister like you? I'm so angry." The girl smiled until her crescent moon was squinted. She really liked this little brother who had been undisciplined and out of control since childhood. Moreover, she knew that no matter how this naughty little brother said bad things about her, Li Huai treated her very, very well. It was just that outsiders didn't know about it. Your family has 2 children. The daughter has talent and the son has good fortune. This was what her father's old master, old Yang, said personally when he worked in the Yang family shop. Of course, there was actually half a sentence that the girl forgot after hearing it. There's also a shrew who curses the heavens, the earth, and the king of hell. It's your Li family's misfortune. Footsteps came from the door of the room. A handsome and cold youth appeared at the door. He stared blankly for a moment, then for the first time, he blushed. Li Huai was eager to see the world plunged into chaos. He looked at Lin Shi and pointed at his elder sister as he laughed heartily. My elder sister, Li Lu, she came to be your wife. The woman found Lin Shi very pleasing to the eye. He was educated and reasonable. Not only was he the child of a rich family, he occasionally came to visit. Although he didn't speak much, he was very respectful to her and didn't despise her family for being poor. Moreover, the woman always had a good impression of scholars. She always felt that in the future, when she married her daughter, she must marry into a scholarly family. Even if her son-in-law's family didn't have money, it didn't matter. Li Huai stood on the bench and joked, Lin Shi, sit next to my sister. In the future, we'll be family. The woman pinched the child, don't talk nonsense. Lin Shi took a deep breath. Of course, he didn't dare to sit next to the girl. After politely greeting Li Huai's parents, he sat opposite the girl with a book in his arms. Compared to Lin Shi, who also liked his daughter, the man actually liked Dong Shuijing more. However, the man also felt that Lin Shi was not bad. It was just that he did not like Dong Shuijing. In this family, when Li Lu got married in the future, his words were the least important. He would be at the bottom. If his wife nodded, Li Huai approved, and Li Lu liked, he would be at the bottom. After that, they talked about the academy and Donghua Mountain. Knowing that Li Huai's parents were going to stay here for a few days, Lin Shi suggested to take them out for a walk. Li Huai was secretly happy. Oh, I'm going to be a son-in-law. His elder sister gently pinched his arm, and his mother gave him a firm smack. The scenery of Donghua Mountain was very beautiful. They walked for almost 2 hours, and they were only halfway up the mountain. After lunch, the 2 teachers from the academy took the initiative to visit Lin Shi's school. They were still polite, and the woman finally felt relieved. After all, in her opinion, Qi Jingchen was just a poor teacher in a small town. He was a good person, but now that he was in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, how could a real scholar not have a temper? As his mother, she knew her son's temperament very well. She was really afraid that Li Huai would be regarded as a good-for-nothing eyesore by the teachers. Every day, they would scold him or hit him with a plank. How could Li Huai stand it? While the family of 4 was chatting with the 2 teachers, the outsider, Lin Shi, sat quietly on the side. After going through this bigger storm, Li Huai's temperament changed a lot. He was much more mature and sensible. The girl seemed to have a demure temperament that would not change even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. She had a pair of very beautiful eyes. Lin Shi would never get tired of looking at her. Of course, he would secretly look at her. Li Huai's mother was not so careless. She spoke softly, which was different from the small town. She even seemed uneasy. In this aspect, she was not as generous as her daughter. This was also the reason why Lin Shi liked the girl. The girl, Li Huai, did not go to school, but she would often go to school to pick up Li Huai from school. Even if she met the teacher, Qi Jingchen, the girl would still be neither servile nor overbearing. She treated people with a natural wisdom and elegance. The girl was polite and courteous to everyone, which gave Lin Shi a strange feeling that she was very close to him, but also very far away. At the same time, even if she was far away from him, he would feel that she was standing in his heart. That was why Lin Shi liked her very much. Even if he was just secretly looking at her like this, Lin Shi's mood would be especially calm and peaceful. He had seen many beautiful mountains and rivers, but as long as she was not there, they were not the best mountains and rivers. As for Li Huai's father, that wooden man, he was extremely polite to the two teachers. He could not wait to serve them tea and water. When he spoke, he always bent over. He was not tall to begin with, so he looked even shorter and more honest. Compared to his fidgety wife, he was even worse. He only knew how to persuade Li Huai's teachers to eat. But the problem was that although the two teachers were of average status in the academy, which teacher in the academy would be bad? The saint taught that one should never get tired of eating good food and not get tired of eating small things. The food on the table might not be too much. It was etiquette to eat a little, but how could one really eat until one's stomach was full? If it was in the past, Li Huai would feel embarrassed to see his father like this. But this time, Li Huai did not. His father was not capable, but in this lifetime, his father had already given Li Huai everything he could. Now, Li Huai felt that no matter what his father did, he would not be embarrassed. When the man heard his son's heartfelt words, he fiercely rubbed his cheeks. He always felt that he had let down such a sensible child. Li Huai finally stood up and said with a smile, "Father, these 2 days, take mother and sister to walk around the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even if we can't afford good things, it is good to see. In the future, when I have some achievements in my studies, I will buy it for you. Let's go. Mother is timid. Without us by her side, she will definitely be worried." Li Huai said very seriously, "Father, in the future, you must be good to mother. Her temper is like that. Her words are not pleasant to hear, but you are a man. Alas, you must be more tolerant." The man nodded vigorously and stood up. However, he said that he wanted to stay alone for a while and look at the scenery. Li Huai jogged all the way back. He was jumping and skipping without any worries. It was obvious that he was still walking in a muddle-headed boxing stance. The man suddenly called out to his son. Li Huai turned around in the distance and wondered, "Father, what is it?" "Looking for the latrine." The man gave him a thumbs up, "Good job. Do I need you to tell me?" The child rolled his eyes and ran away. After Li Huai left, the man shook his wrist, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Surnamed Shui, come out." A handsome white-clothed young man slowly walked out from behind a large tree and smiled apologetically. "Second Master Li, you've come. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I'll declare in advance that I'm no longer the Dali dynasty's imperial preceptor, and I'm already Cui Dongshan. I can be considered to be half a senior brother of the same sect as your precious son, Li Huai." The man named Li Er was expressionless. "Just tell me what is going on. First, don't cut corners. Second, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you." The young man, Cui Dong, or Cui Dongshan, carefully looked at the man. Looking at the pure martial artist who almost killed Song Jianqiang, the young man's mood was extremely complicated. He sighed and said, "Then let me tell you." At that time in Lizhu Cave, there was an earth-shattering battle between the peak of the 9 realms. After that, Song Jianqiang successfully broke through and entered the legendary 10 realms of martial arts. He became the second real ultimate grandmaster in the eastern Bottle continent. The key was that Song Jianqiang was so young. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was like the sun in the sky. However, why could Song Jianqiang successfully break through the bottleneck at the age of 40? The outside world had no way to know. However, the breakthroughs after the 7 realms of martial arts were huge life and death situations. Almost all breakthroughs were made in life and death situations. This was already common knowledge in the world of martial arts. This meant that the whetstone, the opponent, was at least a peak expert who was on par with him. Why did Song Jianqiang ascend to the 10 realms, but Li Er, who clearly possessed it, did not? Why did old Yang make up his mind to do business with Song Jianqiang from the beginning? It must be known that once 2 pure martial artists at the peak of the 9 realms fought, it was bound to be an earth-shattering scene. In the end, no one could stop just because they wanted to. With old Yang's character of not acting until he saw a rabbit, why would he take the risk of Li Er killing Song Jianqiang and becoming the mortal enemy of the entire Dali dynasty? Why would he let Song Jianqiang be forced to accept this opportunity to break through? Cui Dongshan had always been curious about this. It was only when he saw Li Er's aura up close that Cui Dongshan understood. This was because Li Er's 9 realms foundation was more solid and robust than Song Jianqiang's. Therefore, for Li Er to ascend to the 10 realms, he needed more training. Once he succeeded, regardless of how talented Song Jianqiang was, in the next life and death battle, he would most likely still lose to Li Er, who almost no one in the entire eastern Bottle continent had heard of. Cui Dongshan recounted the recent twists and turns. From beginning to end, the man's expression did not change at all. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "The Great Sui Kingdom has a deep foundation and cannot be underestimated. Don't mess around. Besides, I have already helped all the children and taught that 10 realms Qi refinement warrior, Kai Jingshan, a lesson. Their path to learning will be smooth sailing. With me taking care of them, there won't be any trouble." However, Cui Dongshan added fuel to the fire with ulterior motives. However, Li Huai's 3 roommates, those 3 rascals, have apologized and returned the items to Li Huai, but their elders are still not saying anything. This is not good. If you are really angry, you can talk to their family. The man glanced at him. The teenager in white hurriedly raised his hands and said bitterly, "All of this has nothing to do with me, Cui Dongshan. Even if it does, it has something to do with that imperial tutor in the capital. For example, I don't deny that you came to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom this time. It is very likely that it was him and old Yang's idea. Therefore, I am more aggrieved than anyone else. Now that my soul is separated, I may have to play chess with myself in the future. Don't you think I am miserable? Li Er, do you have the heart to attack me?" Li Er said impatiently, "Don't play this game with me. How you plan is your business. As long as you don't mess with me and my family, I don't care what you think. But now, my son has been bullied to this extent. He has been bullied to the point that he doesn't even dare to say a word to his parents." The man spat out a mouthful of saliva. "What a boring coward." He sneered and said, "F***ck the Great Sui Kingdom." Cui Dongshan felt uneasy. A pure martial artist at the peak of the 9th realm, especially a monster like Li Er who was alive and kicking in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, even if he stood still and let ordinary cultivators of the 10th realm attack him with their magical weapons, it would still take a long time. Li Er might be fine, but the Qi cultivator himself might be exhausted. The man strode to the top of the mountain. The teenager in white hurriedly followed behind him and asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" The man said, "Go to the top of the mountain and look around. I found the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom. I will go there first. When I come back, I will deal with that Kai Jingshan." These words sounded like he was going to the toilet first and washing his hands when he came back. 169. The group number is 201616555. If you are interested, you can join the group to chat and discuss. You can also join the group for discussion. They arrived at the top of the mountain one after another. Mao Xiaodong stood outside the pavilion with a solemn expression. In the entire Eastern Treasure Bottle State, there were much fewer level 9 Qi refinement warriors than level 10 Qi refinement warriors. This was also the reason why Song Chongjing and Dolly was able to shake the mountains. Ninth State warriors had almost refined their bodies to the extreme and were known to be invulnerable. Mao Xiaodong knew that it was not as exaggerated as the rumors said. After all, there were cultivators in the upper 5 states who were powerful enough to move mountains and overturn seas. However, just by looking at the vassal king Song Chongjing, who had ascended to the 8th realm, his several life and death battles with top cultivators were indeed worthy of this evaluation. After all, cultivators of the upper 5 realms who were like divine dragons hidden in the clouds were extremely rare. Cui Dongshan introduced with a smile, "This is Mao Xiaodong. He used to be Qi Jingchuan's junior brother. Now he is the deputy hill master who is in charge of Cliff Academy." Li Er did not even look at the tall old man with a ruler at his waist. After hearing this, he immediately took the initiative to smile and said, "Master Mao, I am Li Huai's father." The old man was surprised, and so was Cui Dongshan. With Li Er's bad temper, even if he did not complain about Cliff Academy, he should have some resentment. After all, the academy did nothing in this crisis. It seemed to be neutral and fair, but it was actually a bit unreasonable. Not to mention Li Baoping and the others, even the students who followed Mao Xiaodong out of Dolly did not understand why the old man did not speak up for justice and ask for an explanation from the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom. It was just like how Qi Jingchen, who was overseeing the Lizhu cave, was trapped in a hopeless situation with no possibility of leaving alive. Although the emperor of the Great Li Song clan didn't kick Qi Jingchen when she was down, he didn't dare to raise any objections to those forces either. After the incident, many scholars who graduated from the Old Cliff Academy were extremely disappointed. Li Er smiled and said, "In the small town, Mr. Qi once asked me for a drink and mentioned Mr. Mao. If Mr. Qi approves of a scholar, then I think he must be a real scholar. So this time, I believe that Mr. Mao must have his own difficulties to manage such a big academy. I, Li Er, have never studied, but I still understand this." It seemed that this rough man was not really a taciturn person when he was not at home. It was probably because there weren't many outsiders who could make him speak. As for Mao Xiaodong, it was obvious that he had benefited from his senior brother, Qi Jingchen. The tall old man sighed and said helplessly, "You flatter me." After Li Er finished speaking, he began to look around. His sharp gaze surged like a tide, flowing with the current. Occasionally, a few waves surged up like rocks in the river, but soon, they quickly quieted down with horror in their hearts, avoiding the sharpness of his gaze. A level 10 Qi cultivator named Kai Jingshan, who was closest to Donghua Mountain, was among them. Li Er found the magnificent building that occupied a vast area. It had red walls and green tiles, and was filled with dragon qi. It was a typical royal style. Mao Xiaodong asked, "Are you looking for someone to reason with?" Li Er was ready to leave the mountain. After the old man spoke, he stopped circulating the qi in his body and nodded. "Go directly to the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. If he is easy to talk to, ask him to invite the Chu family of Nanxi, the Han family of Shangzhou State, and the Marquis of Huayuan. I am not a bully. I can promise to let the best fighters from their respective families come forward. They can do whatever they want." The short and strong man's expression was calm and his tone was ordinary. Cui Dongshan was amazed. He was just here to watch the show. He was not afraid of being poked a hole in the sky. Mao Xiaodong felt a headache coming on. Just as he was about to say something, the man grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. If the Great Sui dynasty's emperor isn't easy to talk to, then it's even simpler. If he's reasonable, there's a reasonable way to fight. If he's unreasonable, there's an unreasonable way to fight. If I, Li Heir, don't tear down half of the palace of the Great Sui kingdom today, I will take the surname of the emperor of the Gao family. Cui Dongshan was full of evil ideas. He kindly reminded him, although the city protection formation in the capital of the Great Sui kingdom is good at defending against external attacks, it is mediocre against internal attacks. Its power is far less than that of Dali's Beko Kekyong building, which is both offensive and defensive. But after all, this is the center of the territory of the Great Sui kingdom. The palace is even more important. Even if you are a pure martial artist at the peak of the 9 states, once you are besieged, you may not be able to escape unscathed. Li Heir twitched the corner of his mouth and stared at the young man in white with gloomy eyes. That's what I should be worried about. You don't have to talk to me. You are not my wife. She can talk to me in my pillow, but you are nothing. To be frank, I don't care about your *T plans, but that doesn't mean you can treat me as a fool. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, well, you take my kindness for granted. I don't care what you do when you are in a good mood. Li Heir smiled and said, but I still have to trouble you to tell Li Huai that his father went out to buy something for the 3 of them and will return to the academy later. Mao Xiaodong said worriedly, slow down. To be honest, I do have an ulterior motive for this incident. I hope to take this opportunity to give the children an environment to study in peace. I don't want the conflict between Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom to affect the Cliff Academy and affect people's minds. I originally planned to go to the palace in person soon and make a final decision with the Emperor of the Gao family. Li Heir waved his hand and said, Sir, that's your academy's business. I don't care. My trip to the palace this time is my family's business. Anyway, I promised not to bring any trouble to the academy. You can rest assured about this. Mao Xiaodong smiled bitterly and said, to put it bluntly, the bigger the trouble you cause in the palace, the better for the academy. But it is too dangerous to break into the palace of a dynasty alone. If it is not necessary, you can't do it with brute force. The short old man shook his head and said, Elder Mao only said that he would give your majesty an explanation. He did not say when he would enter the palace. The elegant man in the dragon robe said helplessly, the Great Sui Kingdom should give the academy an explanation. But if Elder Mao does not come, I can't ask the academy to come and seek justice. The short old man chose his words carefully. After he had prepared his draft, he weighed his words and said, if the source of the conflict between Li Huai and the children in the schoolhouse was the conflict between the children, then it can be understood that the Great Sui dynasty was in the wrong first. After that, the big and small disturbances along the way were 50-50. In the end, the young man named Yu Lu did not have a sense of propriety in his actions. The key is that this young man is not only ruthless, but also scheming. According to the swordsman, Yu Lu attacked several times with the strength of a 4th state warrior, a 5th state warrior, and a 6th state warrior. After that, he always suppressed his 6th state warrior cultivation. In the last time, he attacked with a 7th state warrior cultivation and severely injured the swordsman. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom nodded. In fact, the official outside the door had already explained that the young man, Yu Lu, should be at the peak of the 6th state warrior cultivation. However, in the battle in the library, he used the sea-viewing swordsman as a whetstone and successfully broke through the realm. His foundation, talent, and will were undoubtedly the best. In the eyes of the man sitting on the dragon throne, the development of the people and things, no matter whether they were good or bad, was different from the trembling heavenly official of the Ministry of Rights. The old eunuch outside the door suddenly came to the side of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. The minister of the Ministry of Rights only saw a blur in front of him. He saw a red official standing in front of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom without any regard for etiquette. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was just a little curious. He was not angry, nor was he scared. Then, the whole palace shook violently like a bowl turning over. Someone asked loudly, "Where is the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom?" The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom stood up and asked with a smile, "This guy is really brave. How strong is he?" The old mink temple answered in a deep voice, "He is a ninth state warrior. He might not even be an ordinary ninth state warrior. He is extremely powerful." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom nodded. Just like in our chess game, there are strong and weak ninth state warriors. The strong ninth and the weak ninth state warriors seem to be at the same level, but there is a big gap between them. Under the escort of the eunuch, one of the gatekeepers of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital, the man walked out of the Calming Heart house and said slowly, "There should be a 10th state warrior. But legend has it that in the White Emperor city of the Central Divine Continent, there is a big devil who claims to be a 10th state warrior. He even set up a flag on the top of the city, saying that Rao Tian is the first to play chess. Therefore, no dynasty dares to give the title of 10th state warrior. To be honest, there are many talented chess players in the Great Sui Kingdom, and they are the best in the Aquarius continent. But the Great Sui Kingdom does not dare to break this rule. I really want to go to the White Emperor city and see for myself." The eunuch said, "Let the experts in the palace test first. It will not be too late for your majesty to show up." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and Mink Temple had just walked out of the corridor when a white-haired chi cultivator came to report the situation. In the square outside the Wooing Palace, a 7th state warrior deputy commander of the Imperial Guards had been knocked out by that person with a punch. For the time being, no one dared to carry the deputy commander away. The three of them had walked more than 100 steps when a burly general in golden armor came to report. A Realm 10 Chi Refinement Grandmaster who guarded outside the palace all year round rushed into the palace. Just as he took out his Dharma treasure was smashed away by that person with one punch. He was sent flying out of the palace. Another punch sent that Grandmaster crashing into the city walls. This time, he did not faint, but he was too weak to continue fighting. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom grunted and asked, "Has the formation in the palace been activated?" The general in golden armor nodded and said, "It has been activated. It can be used at any time." The martial Dao grandmasters and great chi cultivators in and out of the capital are now rushing to the palace. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom asked, "Did that person take the initiative to attack?" The general shook his head and said, "No, he only said that he came to see your majesty. If we did not take the initiative to attack, he would just stand there and not move." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom said to himself, "Don't do things more than 3 times. The eunuch in an official's robe smiled and said, "Your Majesty, don't bother about these things at this time. Let me go and meet him. If I still lose, Your Majesty can just show yourself." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom joked, "You are also people who walk the path of martial Dao. Don't lose too badly." The old eunuch had a high status. He had served the 3 emperors of the Great Sui Kingdom. He smiled and said, "Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not borrow the dragon chi of the capital." The old eunuch tipped his toes and swept past the roof of a palace in an instant. In the air, he touched the surface of the water like a dragonfly. He traveled with the wind, like an immortal wandering freely. In the martial arts world, the ascended state, the 8th state, could hover in the void and travel with the wind. Hence, there was a saying of the far travel state. In the eyes of the secular world, the peak state of the 9th state was the peak state. It meant that one had reached the end of the path of martial Dao. The strength of the physical body was even stronger than the golden body of Arhat of Buddhism. For chi cultivators of the middle 5 states, except for the 10th state, once they were within 100 feet of them, they would almost certainly die if they did not have a high-grade magic treasure to protect themselves. The old eunuch in a red official's robe landed on the square outside the Wuing Palace. He was about 200 feet away from the ordinary-looking man. Before the appearance of the Great Martin Temple, a layer of golden light appeared on the ground, roof, and walls of the entire palace. It was like golden flowing water. In the thin layer of golden water that covered the ground, an illusory image of a dragon appeared vaguely. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The formation of the Great Sui Kingdom's palace was called the Dragon Wall. The Great Sui Kingdom had been peaceful for a long time. The Dragon Wall had not been used for more than 100 years. When the formation was activated, the entire palace shone with golden light. The old eunuch who had personally experienced the tragic battle had mixed feelings. I didn't expect to meet again. The eunuch clasped one hand behind his back and put the other hand on his abdomen. Let's exchange 3 punches. If you win, you can see our emperor. Back in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, it was this man who carried the Dragon King basket and wanted to sell the golden carp inside to a young man. Then, the old man and Prince Gao Xian intercepted 2 great opportunities on the way. At that time, the man hid very well. With the suppression of the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, the old man could not tell that he was a martial Dao grandmaster. The man was expressionless and did not try to get close to the eunuch. He said in a slightly awkward Aquarius language, "I'll let you hit me twice first." The old eunuch raised his eyebrows. Okay. The man didn't say anything else. He sank his chi into his dantian and didn't do anything. The square outside the Wuing Palace began to crack. The man was like a mountain standing in the Great Sui Dynasty's imperial palace. With him as the center, the golden light on the ground dimmed instantly. The old eunuch took a deep breath and began to take small steps forward. Every step he took became bigger and bigger. In the end, he covered 20 feet with his last step. His momentum was like a rainbow. When he arrived in front of the man, he punched his chest. There was a loud bang. It rang through the palace like a great bell. A golden Jiao dragon that was originally swimming on the ground of Wuing Palace was hit by this majestic and turbulent aura. It instantly rolled back in the layer of golden flowing water and curled up in the corner of the high wall in the distance, motionless and dead. The man took 3 or 4 steps back and said indifferently, "One more punch." The old eunuch did not say a word. His bright red robe fluttered. He took a step forward and shouted angrily. He punched again, this time on the man's forehead. This punch, whether it was a punch or a hit on the man's forehead, was silent. But in the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom, countless palace guards and court ladies suffered a huge impact. The former had a foundation of cultivation, so they only felt their eardrums vibrate and their chi and blood could not calm down. But among the latter, many people flew backward on the spot. After falling to the ground, scarlet blood oozed out of their ears. The man was sent flying by the old eunuch's punch and smashed into the high wall. But soon, he supported himself with both hands on the edge of the wall and pulled himself out. He landed gently and walked to the old eunuch who had punched twice. He said calmly, "You still have 1 more punch. Just do it." "But I'm going to do it too." From a 7th state martial artist to a 10th state chi cultivator, and now to one of the gatekeepers of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, the man only had 1 punch. Just 1 punch. The man was really honest and did not like to bully others. The old eunuch took a deep breath. "Please enlighten me." The man began to sprint. He punched the old eunuch in the chest with a simple and straight punch. The figure of the Great Sui Kingdom's Mink Temple disappeared in the square of the Wuing Palace. But there was a big hole on the high wall. The man waited for a moment. When no one came out, he said, "Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, you can either continue to hide or find someone who can fight. If you can't, let everyone fight together." There was still a fight to be had. Although the old eunuch was at a great disadvantage, the more setbacks he faced, the braver he became. There was no sign of weakness at all. The bright red boa suit that symbolized power was more and more broken, but the indestructible golden body did not dim at all. After all, in this battle, the Marten Temple of the Great Sui Kingdom had all the advantages. Not only did it turn from the weak 9 to the strong 9, but the imperial aura related to the Great Sui Kingdom's royal family also gathered continuously, making the old man in an invincible position. They exchanged a solid punch. The golden old man's punch hit Li Er's head, and Li Er's punch hit the old man's chest. Li Er's figure flew out. He stepped on the high wall and used the momentum to bounce back, moving forward at an even faster speed. Behind him, a large part of the wall collapsed. The old eunuch was pushed back by the punch. The further back he was, the deeper his feet sank into the ground, plowing a deep trench more than 10 feet long. When Li Er pounced on him, he could only block with his arms above his head. Li Er's punch sank the old man more than 20 feet deep, and a large hole appeared on the ground. Li Er did not give up. He jumped down high, clenched his fists, and smashed the head of the old eunuch who was half kneeling at the bottom of the hole. Bang! 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 In the large hole, there was a series of dull sounds, like the rapid trampling of iron horses. Every time the ground shook, the large hole began to spread outwards, and bricks on the surface of the ground shattered and splashed in all directions. That extremely rude and unreasonable man was simply digging a well. The old man could not fight back at all. His body fell, and the golden light on his body exploded continuously. A Realm 10 Chi refinement warrior who was flying on a sword in the air said bitterly, "I just found out that a martial artist at the peak of Realm 9 is so unreasonable." As he spoke, the flying sword under his feet swayed slightly, like the water plants swaying in the turbulent river. If not for the fact that the boatman and helmsman were steady enough, they would have drifted far away. First published on Zhoguan Chinese Network. If not for the fact that it was his duty, as a top-notch Qi refinement warrior who was well known in the imperial court, he would not have to suffer in the northwest wind here if the battle of martial arts did not benefit his cultivation at all. The palace of the Great Sui Kingdom had a hidden corridor wall that could secretly lead to various places, such as Qintianjian, the Yamen of the 6 departments, and the new cliff academy of Donghua Mountain. His Majesty could walk within the corridor wall without alerting the officials in the palace and the people in the outer city. This was to avoid the need for the people to sweep the streets every time he left the palace. A tall old man with a red ruler hanging from his waist walked slowly. Beside him was a eunuch from the ceremony directorate who was sweating profusely. He was wearing a red python robe, just like the eunuch who fought for the country in the square of Wuing Palace. However, although their identities and ranks were similar, they were actually very different. The eunuch could only carefully urge Elder Mao to quickly enter the palace. However, Mao Xiaodong, who was leaving Donghua Mountain, still walked at a steady pace, making the eunuch extremely anxious. He wished he could carry the old man on his back and run to the palace. In the Cliff Academy of Donghua Mountain, the young man in white who had officially changed his name to Cui Dongshan walked languid to his own school after leaving the peak of the mountain. He had a secluded small courtyard all by himself. Now, the old ancestor of the Cui family, Xiao Lingyue, or rather, the genius cultivator of the Liu dynasty, Xiao Lingyue, had become his rightful disciple. They moved into the courtyard together and served him daily life. Cui Dongshan walked into the courtyard and waved his sleeves elegantly. A chessboard and 2 boxes of chess pieces appeared on the stone table. There were already chess pieces on the chessboard. The chess pieces were in the middle of the chessboard. The black and white chess pieces were intertwined and the situation was very complicated. Cui Dongshan stood and picked up a white chess piece. He was silent and did not place the chess piece. The young girl who had pulled out half of the dragon trapping nail had already recovered her cultivation level as a chi refinement warrior to the 5th realm. If one looked closely, one could vaguely see that her entire body was overflowing with light. Cui Dongshan sighed and put the white chess piece back into the box. He ignored the chess game and walked into the house. He sat upright and still, placed a Confucian classic in front of him and crossed his fingers on his legs. A breeze blew through the book and flipped a yellowed page. The young girl stood at the door. Her eyes were filled with awe and envy. That breeze was actually the unique book flipping style of the Confucian Academy. It was unfathomable and temperamental. This was the greatest impression she and Yu Lu had of the young Dali imperial tutor. One would never know what was going on in his head and what he would do next. She suddenly thought of the shabby young man who wore straw sandals all year round. How did he manage to suppress the Dali imperial tutor in all aspects? Was it really just because of a ridiculous title of Sir? A battle of temperament was like a tug of war. There was bound to be a winner. Cui Dongshan did not move at all. He allowed the book flipping to flip the pages. He lowered his head and stared at the words taught by the sages. He smiled and said, "Alliance once had a catchphrase, in the pugilistic world, we have to convince people with virtue and defeat enemies with looks. My sir has inherited all of this. Therefore, as his disciple, I'm sincerely convinced of my loss." The young girl lowered her eyes. She did not dare to reveal her expression. Cui Dongshan still did not raise his head. He said angrily, "Get out of here, ugly. Don't you feel ashamed to be in the same room with such a handsome young man like me? If I were you, I would have killed myself out of shame." The young girl curtsied and said softly, "I'll take my leave." Cui Dongshan added, "If you want to die, don't die in the courtyard. There's a tall ginkgo tree at the top of the mountain. Go there and hang yourself." The young girl left silently. She came to the courtyard and sat on the stone bench. Looking at the chessboard, her eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if she had found a way out for herself. Sensing the young girl's strange aura, Cui Dongshan laughed in the room. He laughed so hard that he held his stomach. He wiped his tears and said loudly, "You want to be my master's wife? I'm going to die of laughter because of you. You're good. You're really going to die of laughter." The young girl instantly fell into despair again. The young man in white in the room was already rolling on the ground laughing. In the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom, under the big pit in the square of the Hall of Martial Heroes, the old eunuch stood up shakily. The 9 tiny golden dragons retreated from his acupuncture points and returned to the array of the Earth Dragon Wall. The old man was suddenly bathed in blood, but he was in high spirits. He seemed to have benefited a lot from this fight. Although he did not show any signs of breaking through, he was like the weakest 9th Dan national player. He was steadily improving to a strong 9th Dan. But even so, he still could not defeat the man in front of him. He would not continue to squander the precious dragon chi of the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family. The old man swallowed a mouthful of blood that surged to his throat and laughed. "I've lost." Li Erxiao looked up. In the foggy sky, the winter sunlight seemed to be distorted after passing through the clouds. This was very unusual. The old man said again, "But you've lost too." Li Ershao asked, "You used the array to suppress my realm. To suppress me to the 8th dan." The old eunuch did not hide anything and said frankly, "Using the power of an entire city to gang up on a powerful martial artist at the peak of the 9th dan, there is no doubt about the outcome. But the price to pay is too high. But against a martial artist at the 8th dan, it will be much easier. Although there is only a difference of 1 dan, the price paid by the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom is much smaller, much smaller." The old eunuch revealed his thoughts, which was rare for him. He looked at the terrifyingly powerful martial artist and said, "No matter what the reason is, if you want to have an audience with our emperor, you are qualified. But you should not be so arrogant. After all, the court of the Great Sui Kingdom cares about face." Li Ershao grinned and said, "You mean the fist of a 9th dan martial artist is not as big as the face of the Great Sui Kingdom, right?" The old eunuch was stunned and said with a bitter smile, "You can say that." Li Ershao held his breath and concentrated. He lowered his energy reserve and took a step forward. For the first time, this man who had not used any moves in the battle took an ancient fish stance. His fist will was ancient and unsophisticated. It was strong and fierce. The old eunuch who had already fallen to the 8th dan widened his eyes in shock. The clouds that shrouded the entire capital began to droop. All the chi cultivators of the middle 5 dan and the pure martial artists above the 6th dan in the capital clearly felt the stagnation in the flow of chi. There was even a nameless storyteller who was in dire straits. Now that he's forced to break through and become the 3rd ultimate grandmaster of martial arts in the Aquarius continent, his momentum is at its peak. He may not be willing to stop. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Elder Mao to come. I'll be waiting at the Calming Heart House." After the tall old man swept away, the storyteller said softly, "This matter is reasonable but not reasonable." "You're wrong." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom nodded and said, "This matter is my fault. The previous disturbance was the fault of the Great Sui Kingdom." Adding the two faults together, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom said bitterly, "Ancestor, this time it's a bit difficult." The old storyteller, whose clothes were white from washing, smiled and said, "Since things have come to this, either you sincerely admit your mistake or fight with him to the end. Of course, it's not saving energy, but it's also not worrying. You don't have to think too much." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and said, "Ancestor, you've thought it through." The old man patted the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom on the shoulder and comforted him, "Sitting on the throne and wearing the dragon robe, you have the entire country on your shoulders. Some mistakes are inevitable. If I sat in your position, you don't have to blame yourself if I can't do better. Back then, I stood my ground and chose you to inherit the throne. I still feel that it's right." After waiting for an unexpectedly long time, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, who was standing in the corridor under the eaves outside the Calming Heart House, saw Elder Mao striding over with an ordinary-looking man beside him. Mao Xiaodong smiled strangely and said, "Your Majesty, his name is Li Er. He's the father of our Cliff Academy's student, Li Huai. He insisted on walking to meet your Majesty. He said that flying around in other people's houses is not the right attitude to reason with people." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The storyteller, who had been nervous all this time, felt relieved. They walked into the Calming Heart House together. There were only 4 people in the house, and they all sat down. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, the storyteller, the deputy leader of the Cliff Academy, and Li Huai's father, Li Er. Li Er said, "It's not easy to meet your Majesty." Instantly, the atmosphere became heavy. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Li Er got straight to the point and said, "The people who bullied my son are the Han family of the Pillar State, the Chu family of Nanxi, and the Marquis of Huayuan. I beg your majesty to let the ancestors of these families come out. I've fought with them one by one. If they think I'm bullying, it's okay. They can come out together. We can borrow more magic weapons from our friends. What can you tell me, Mr. Mao? Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, it's very simple. Let the people in charge of those clans, whether they can fight or not. Well, actually, in front of Li Er, there is no one who can fight. Let them all enter the palace and then stand still in front of Li Er. They will only bow their heads and admit their mistakes, putting on a pitiful posture of taking a beating and not fighting back. This matter will be considered settled with one stroke. Your Majesty, don't worry. Li Er is so simple and honest that he will definitely not fight back. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom stopped and said angrily, Mr. Mao, tell me the truth. Are you waiting to see me make a fool of myself today? Mao Xiaodong laughed and shook his head, saying, to be honest, I didn't know Li Huai had such a father. If I had known, I would have entered the palace earlier. I wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Now your Majesty must be hypocritical. Who knows when he will vent his anger on the academy? The gains do not make up for the losses. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom laughed angrily and said, vent his anger on my ass. Do I dare to do that? Mao Xiaodong suddenly stopped joking and reminded in a low voice, Your Majesty, as your elders said, although it is a bad thing to lose face now, in the long run, it must be a good thing. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom laughed and said, I'm not that stupid. The tall old man said mischievously, if your Majesty was really stupid, I wouldn't dare to bring the students to the Great Sui Kingdom. The Great Sui Emperor summoned the palace chamberlain. After passing down the message, he asked, this time, Li Er is willing to stop when it is appropriate. Elder Mao's brocade pouch ingenious plan and Li Huai's two gentlemen have contributed greatly. I will not be courteous with Elder Mao. Those two gentlemen, do you need me to let the Ministry of Rights commend them? Mao Xiaodong looked solemn and refused, saying, no. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was puzzled and asked, why? Mao Xiaodong said in a low voice, Your Majesty, you must know that this is the real knowledge of the Cliff Academy. Why do we need the Great Sui Kingdom to commend us? In the next 10 years or 100 years, the Cliff Academy will continue to teach and educate people. We will cultivate and protect the real scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was shocked, as if it was the first time he met the tall old man in front of him. The slight grudge of the Emperor in his heart was finally swept away. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom took a step back and bowed for the second time today. On behalf of the Great Sui Kingdom, I thank the Cliff Academy in advance. The tall old man didn't avoid it, which was very suspicious of him. He accepted the solemn gratitude of the Emperor and said solemnly, on behalf of the Cliff Academy, Mao Xiaodong accepts it calmly. When Li Huai left the palace, he walked with Mao Xiaodong in the royal corridor. He felt that he had been tricked by the old man next to him and was a little unhappy. Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, it's fine as long as they admit their mistakes. Did you really want to beat them until they left the palace lying down? Your son will be studying in the Capital Academy for a long time in the future. They will see each other often. Now let them admit that they are in the wrong. Together with the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, they will feel that they owe you a big favor. Isn't that great? Li Huai sighed and said, I always feel that these people don't learn from their mistakes. I can't stay in the academy. Elder Mao, please take care of Li Huai and the others in the future. Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, of course. Besides, isn't there the old ancestor of the Gao family in Yang County? A hunchbacked old man appeared in the corridor and nodded with a smile. Yes, Li Huai, you took the initiative to give in this time. Naturally, the Great Sui Kingdom will be willing to show twice the sincerity. Li Huai nodded and said, I hope so. Mao Xiaodong smiled and asked, Li Huai, you were a 9th realm martial artist in Lizhu Cave Heaven. Why are you still living so shabbily? Now you are a 10th realm martial artist, one of the top 3 martial artists in the entire Eastern Vase continent. Moreover, your combat power is definitely higher than Song Jianqiang's. Haven't you thought of telling your family and letting them live a good life? Li Huai shook his head and said, Oh, is it really good to let my wife wear flowery clothes and wear gold and silver, let Li Lu have a lot of rouge and face powder, and let Li Huai eat fish and meat every day? I don't think so. Mao Xiaodong joked, what if your wife and children think so? Li Huai still shook his head and said, someone told me not to do that. That's one thing. Secondly, I think so too. Back in the small town, my wife and her relatives did all kinds of bad things. What should I do then? Beat them to death? Reason with them? Will they listen? They will say one thing and do another behind my back. In the end, only my wife will be the saddest. My family and her family will be in a difficult position. Of course, in Lizhu Grotto Heaven, no matter how good the family situation is, it can't be that good. After Li Huai completely restrained his aura, he was even worse than an ordinary man. He looked timid, but when he spoke, he was exuberant. He was no longer as dispirited as he used to be in the small town. Although I've been staying in a small place, I can still understand this logic. My family is safe and stable. No one is hungry. My children and daughter-in-law can eat meat if they want to eat. If I'm hungry, I can drink wine. It's better than anything else. Li Huai looked at the scenery of the capital outside the corridor. There was something in his heart that he did not say. Even if I'm really a good-for-nothing, in my son's heart, Li Huai, I'm already a good father. I didn't embarrass him. Do you know how happy I was when I found out? When Li Huai thought of this, he said goodbye and disappeared in a flash. He rushed to Donghua Mountain Academy. Other than missing his wife and children, there was also the matter of his son. He, Li Huai, could now take action. Mao Xiaodong sighed and said, Li Huai finally understood. Many smart people are far inferior to him. The storyteller laughed and said, how can a martial artist of the 10th level be stupid before 60 years old? However, the hunchbacked old man sighed and said, but for now, the weakest of the 3, Song Jianqiang, the vassal of Dali, is the most promising to reach that level. It's not just because Song Jianqiang is the youngest. Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, Song Jianqiang's martial temperament is good. It's even scarier than when he was young. The hunchbacked old man laughed and asked, you mean Song Jianqiang dared to fight to the death after that person appeared in the palace of Dali in an absolutely crushing manner? Mao Xiaodong laughed and asked, you want to ask whether the White Jade Tower in Dali is real or fake, right? The 2 sly old foxes walked side by side without meeting each other's eyes. When Li Huai returned to his residence, his wife and children were eating. Lin Shi had prepared 2 large food boxes and filled the table. The woman and Li Huai sat on a bench, while Li Lu and Lin Shi sat opposite each other. There was also a stool left for the man who had not returned. Li Huai walked to the door empty-handed and then remembered that he had forgotten to buy something. Because Lin Shi was present, the woman just gave him a look that said, I'll deal with you later. After Li Huai rubbed his hands and sat down, he found that there was still a jar of wine. Li Huai looked at Lin Shi and asked, do you want to drink with us? Lin Shi hesitated and nodded, I can't hold my liquor well. I'll drink with Uncle Li. Li Huai grinned and said, how can you not hold your liquor well? The woman said angrily, why not? Isn't it enough to have a drunkard in the family? Lin Shi was a smart person. His hands trembled and he almost dropped the big white bowl that he was holding to take the wine. The usually serious and cold young man was smiling from ear to ear at this moment. Li Huai was also shocked by the woman and almost dropped the jar of wine. Li Huai gnawed on the oily chicken leg and said vaguely, "Father, tomorrow I'll go to the foot of the mountain to buy you a jar of good wine. I'll borrow the money from Lin Shui. In the future, I'll ask Chen Pingan to help me pay it back. You can drink as much as you want." Li Huai's face lit up and he sighed heavily. It was as if he had received an imperial edict from his son to drink. In front of his wife, he didn't feel guilty. When the woman was with her son, she always spoke with a pleasant expression, "You can buy the wine. Just buy the cheapest one. If your father drinks good wine, it'll be a waste of money." Li Huai poured half a bowl of wine for Lin Shui and another for himself. He nodded and smiled, "Yes, yes. Cheap wine is fine. There's no need for good wine." Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "Mother, you're so nosy. Aren't you afraid that father will run away with a little vixen one day?" The woman threw a coquettish glance at the man sitting across from her with hidden murderous intent. "He dares. Besides, there has to be someone who wants it, right?" The man quickly drank a big mouthful of wine and nodded, "Yes, yes, yes. No one wants it." The woman slammed the table, "No one wants it. Whether you have any dirty thoughts in your heart is another matter. Speak. Do you?" The man immediately put down the big white bowl, straightened his back, and promised, "Absolutely not." Then the woman glanced sideways at Lin Shui, who was sitting upright and still drinking wine. She smiled and said to her daughter, "Lu, you have to find an honest man to marry in the future. That way, you won't be bullied." The young girl nodded slightly. She smiled and didn't say anything. She just bent over and picked up a piece of fish with the bones removed from Li Huai's bowl. Lin Shui only dared to secretly look at the young girl from the corner of his eye. He had only taken a small sip of wine and was a little drunk. It was as if he had seen the most beautiful landscape painting in the world. The next day, Li Huai secretly bought a pot of good wine for his father. He pulled his father to the lakeside and squatted to watch his father drink. He whispered, "This pot is expensive. Father, you drink it first. The cheaper pot is in the room. You can drink it at the dinner table later. Mother won't scold you then." Li Huai nodded with a smile and drank vigorously. The man felt that this was much happier than reaching the 10th level. The man asked naively, "It's expensive, right?" The child looked at his father with his hands on his cheeks. He smiled brightly and didn't answer the question. "Father, don't worry. I'm doing well in the academy, really. I'm very happy that you can come and see me." The man nodded. He only dared to lower his head and drink. He almost drank until tears came out of his eyes. Only then did he remember that he had come back in a hurry yesterday. He seemed to have forgotten that he hadn't seen Kai Jingshan. After drinking, he wouldn't reason with him this time. He would just beat him up first. 171. Mao Xiaodong appeared in the quiet courtyard and saw the young man in white sitting cross-legged on the stone bench, humming a tune casually. Facing the chessboard, he opened his hands and placed them on the edge of the black and white chessboard. While he was deep in thought, he tapped the chessboard gently with his fingers, making a crisp sound. After the tall old man appeared, Cui Dongshan asked softly, "How is it? Did Uncle Li tear down the palace?" Mao Xiaodong came to the stone table and glanced at the chess game that was about to end. He didn't see much of a plan, so he didn't bother and sat aside. "You, or the two of you, what are you planning?" Cui Dongshan didn't turn his head and said, "You've only been at Donghua Mountain for a few days, and you're already worrying about the Great Sui Kingdom. Xiaodong, it's not that I want to criticize you. It's okay to change your mind, but it's not nice to get tired of the old so quickly. Mao Xiaodong slapped the stone table. All the chess pieces jumped up from the chessboard and hovered in the air. The black pieces were high and the white pieces were low. They looked like two superimposed pictures. However, no matter how Mao Xiaodong looked at them, no matter how he looked at them, he couldn't see anything more. He snorted coldly and the chess pieces instantly returned to their original positions. Cui Dongshan maintained his weird posture. Cliff Academy will do what it should do. We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. What's the point of worrying? Will the Cliff Academy be gone after Dolly annexes the Great Sui Kingdom? I don't think so. Since the Great Sui Kingdom can't give you the status of one of the 72 academies, you can return to Dolly and live under someone else's roof. Anyway, it's not much different. Mao Xiaodong said sternly, academies, focus on students and teachers, not Cliff Academy. Not to mention the students of the Great Sui Kingdom in the academy, even the group of children who left Dolly with me are still young. How can their spirits withstand so many torments? Cui Dongshan slowly retracted his hand, but he clenched a handful of chess pieces so tightly that they creaked in his palm. He turned to look at the furious Mao Xiaodong. Cui Dongshan's expression was the same as usual. He smiled and said, "You sound so righteous. It's a pity that you, Mao Xiaodong, have limited knowledge. You're thinking too shallowly." The tall old man sneered, "You, Cui, are thinking too far ahead." Cui Dongshan stood up, holding the chess piece in his hand. He paced around the stone bench slowly and joked, "The temple is not here, but the monks are here. The monks are not here, but the Buddhist scriptures are here. The scriptures are not here, but the Dharma is here. The Dharma is not here, but the Gautama Buddha is here." Cui Dongshan raised his head. With one hand behind his back and the other gently twisting his wrist, he said leisurely, "Everything that can be done should be done as it is. When you figure out the meaning of the existence of the academy, the Cliff Academy will have found an invincible place. It doesn't matter which country it is in." Mao Xiaodong sneered, "Do you think the Cliff Academy is a school? No matter the wind and rain, it will stand firm." Cui Dongshan stopped and stared at the tall old man across a stone table and a chessboard. He asked, "Why not?" Cui Dongshan took a step forward, "Why don't we take a walk?" Mao Xiaodong looked dignified. He shook his head and said, "It's easy for you to say that." Cui Dongshan also shook his head and said, "You should really meet my master, Qin Pingan." The early winter sun hung high in the sky. The warm sunlight shone on the tall old man. The old man smiled and said, "Qin Pingan is naturally good for Qi Jingchen to entrust him with such an important task. But you must be a dog that can't change its habit." "What are you scheming?" Cui Dongshan laughed and scolded, Hey, Xiaodong, your knowledge has gone to the dogs." "Okay, no problem, but don't drag me into it." Mao Xiaodong didn't want to fight with this guy. He stood up and said, "Even the dogs on the roadside won't take a bite of your bullshit knowledge." Cui Dongshan laughed, "I'm jealous." Mao Xiaodong strode out of the courtyard with his back to Cui Dongshan. Second Masterly has broken into the Imperial Palace. The timing is just right. Don't push your luck. If he causes any trouble, I'll hold you responsible. Don't blame me for not warning you." Cui Dongshan looked at the back of the old man and said awkwardly, "That's not good. How can a ninth realm ant like me stop what Second Masterly wants to do? If my master was here, it wouldn't be difficult. He's better at talking reason and calmly than I am." Mao Xiaodong turned to look at the guy who was pretending to be in a difficult position and said, calmly, "If I could, I'd really like to smash your head and see what's inside." Cui Dongshan stretched out a hand and pretended to be shy. Annoying. Mao Xiaodong turned and left with a dark face. The old man looked like he had stepped in a pile of dog poop. After Mao Xiaodong left, Cui Dongshan sat back down on the stone stool. His fist, which was holding a chess piece, hovered above the chessboard. He dropped 7 or 8 chess pieces in one breath, all of which were white. Therefore, this game was very irregular. In the end, Cui Dongshan squatted on the stone bench empty-handed and rested his chin on his knees. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as Mao Xiaodong said, there weren't many people in the world who could figure out what Cui Dong was thinking. Perhaps Qi Jingchen was the only exception. The sound of light and steady footsteps came from the courtyard door. "Thank you for coming back from class. After putting down your things, you began to sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard." As the broom swept across the ground, a gentle wind blew. Cui Dongshan murmured, "Similarly, it starts from nothing. When the wind passes, the thunder rolls, the rolling stones cut down trees, and the branches kill the forest. Although it's weak, it still has its charm. The wind just passes through the alleys, moves the sand, and blows away the dust. It's very turbid. Although it's at its peak, it's still not worth mentioning." "Thank you. Which do you think is better, Dali or the Great Sui Kingdom?" This was the first time the girl was seriously asked a question by Cui Dongshan. She was flattered and held the broom in her arms, feeling uneasy. Fortunately, she was naturally quick-witted. Previously, she had made up her mind to spend all her time with this young master and not think too much about it. In any case, there was no benefit in worrying too much. It was better to be straightforward and say whatever came to her mind. At worst, she would just get beaten up and save herself from being a laughing stock. Thus, she replied, "The Great Sui dynasty is suitable for settling down and settling down. Dali is suitable for ambitious and scheming people. Now that it's cultivated both internally and externally, it's more powerful, full of vitality, and full of aggressiveness. The most frightening thing is that Dali is now gradually controlling the power of the mountains in its territory. It's getting closer and closer to being the true ruler of a country." Cui Dongshan nodded. He didn't say whether it was right or wrong, but it was rare that he didn't mock the girl. The young girl's heart calmed down. This trick was still effective. Yu Lu was right. To get along with this person, she had to force herself to think more in front of her and force herself to be more short-sighted. Suddenly, Cui Dongshan asked, "Why don't you go hang yourself? I've been waiting to collect your body for a long time. When the time comes, I'll carry your body down the mountain. While crying sadly, I'll complain about that old bastard Kai Jingshan. He's too shameless to sneak into the academy and even hurt such a beautiful girl like you, causing you to commit suicide out of shame. Then I'll fight with him again and avenge you." The girl was dumbfounded. Cui Dongshan turned his neck. "Because of that night, I announced to the public that you were my disciple, so I had to lend you so many magic weapons. I feel a little bad." The girl with the green bamboo flute on her waist continued to bury her head in cleaning the yard. Cui Dongshan glanced at the girl's graceful figure and suddenly added, "If my grandson Kai Jingshan climbs the mountain at night and breaks into your house, he won't lose anything." The girl raised her head and looked straight at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan stared at the beautiful eyes and said regretfully, "You only have this pair of eyes left, which is worthy of the name Xiaolingwei." The girl was about to cry. She bowed her head and continued to sweep the floor. Cui Dongshan sighed and gently waved his hand to put the chessboard and the box into the jade seal in his sleeve. "You're not sweeping the floor. You're clearly ruining your master's mood. Forget it. Go back to the room and read." In the empty main room, there was a straw futon on a big straw mat. Cui Dongshan waved his sleeve and pulled out a Confucian classic book from a small pile in the corner. It lay quietly in front of him. Then, a gust of flipping appeared and revolved around the handsome young man in white. The flipping wind began to flip the book. Cui Dongshan began to read. Every time this happened, the girl would sit quietly at the door in a peaceful state of mind. Because only at this time, that guy would not target her. And not only was it the first time for her to see it with her own eyes, she had never heard of anyone who could read such a bizarre world just by reading. Just like today. After flipping through the first page, Cui Dongshan began to recite in an extremely unique and soft voice. His words were like raindrops that fell on that page. Then, between the pages, a lotus flower appeared. It swayed in a lively manner and was abnormally lively. As he flipped through the pages, time slowly passed. Between the lines of the book, the scene of two armies facing off against each other appeared. The generals and soldiers were far smaller than grains of rice, but their auras were like golden spears and armored horses, moving horizontally and vertically. The yellow fog above the book was hazy, like the yellow sand that was raised for thousands of miles on a real battlefield. There was a graceful woman who was less than an inch tall. She came out of the page slowly with a flower basket. There was a bearded man with a bare chest and belly, clapping loudly. On the page, there was an old woman pounding clothes. She listened carefully and could really hear a mysterious sound. There were two children chasing and playing on bamboo horses. The man had an empty wine pot hanging from his waist. He asked a strange question, "How much is that pot of wine on the table?" The white-haired burly old man was a little confused. Then, he felt grief and indignation. He thought that he had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He answered honestly, "I don't know the exact price. It's at least 30 to 40 taels of silver." Li Er thought for a while. "Then I'll suppress my level to level 8. Let's fight again." Kai Jingshan was completely furious. "I'm just drinking a pot of wine. How did I provoke you?" After all, the old man wasn't someone who would let others bully him. Instead, he was recognized by the great practitioners of the Great Sui Kingdom to have a violent temperament and outstanding combat strength. He stood up angrily and said, "Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you." After a while, Li Er left the courtyard and returned to the academy. The old man was lying in the courtyard. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was destined to not be able to stand up for a while. The old man looked at the sky. For the first time in his life, he felt so aggrieved and bitter. He felt that he couldn't live on anymore. "My surname is Kai. I'm not a dish that goes with wine. After I recover, I'll go to the palace to meet the emperor. I'll leave this unlucky Donghua mountain and stay far away from the Cliff Academy. I won't stay in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom either." Li Huai said that he would walk around the academy by himself, so he went back first. As a result, he found Li Baoping and Lin Shi both there. Not long after they arrived, Li Baoping was chatting with Li Huai's mother. "Auntie, how long will you stay in the academy? Do you want me to walk around the capital with you? I've carefully studied the map of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. It's not easy to find the library. I've searched for a long time. Where do you want to go? I know the route." After Li Baoping arrived at the academy, the first thing she did was to understand the complicated rules of the academy and how she would be punished if she did something wrong. The second thing she did was to check the layout of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. She thought that if her youngest uncle came to the academy to find her in the future, she could take him shopping with her. The woman smiled and praised, "Little Baoping, you're so smart. Thanks to you, my Huai Zi was not bullied." Li Huai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Throughout the journey, Li Baoping had bullied him the most. Not to mention the fact that he could summon wind and rain out of Liang's place and even called him brother. He had never suffered a loss at Chen Pinggan's place. Besides, Li Baoping's mother didn't know how she threw her underwear on a tree at the school in her hometown. At that time, she even took him to Fulu Street and wanted to quarrel with Li Baoping's elders. But when she saw the big lions, she didn't dare to knock on the door of the Li family. Li Baoping and his mother chatted for a while. In short, Li Huai had a headache listening to them. The two of them were like chickens talking to ducks. How could they still talk as if they were very congenial? One asked how many houses there were in the mansion on Fulu Street, while the other answered that there were many houses in the academy, more than her own house. The young girl Li Lu was so annoyed by her brother that she could only agree to sew a new pair of cloth shoes. She sat quietly by the bed, carefully sewing the soles of the shoes stitch by stitch. Occasionally, she tilted her head and bit off the end of the thread before smiling at her mother and brother. If she met Lin Shuyi's gaze, she would smile and nod, and the youth would blush, feeling an indescribable embarrassment in his heart. After drinking Alliance's gourd wine, this was the second time the young boy was so glad that he chose to leave the small town and travel with Chen Pinggan and Li Baoping. Li Baoping had just left when Li Er returned to his residence. When she saw the man, the little girl stopped suddenly and greeted with a smile, "Hello, Uncle Li." Li Er, who was clumsy, responded with a sigh and was very happy. When he was in the small town in his early years, he didn't go to school often. At that time, Li Huai would complain that his father was embarrassing, so Li Er didn't dare to go. But this little girl who always wore red was the only student who would call him Uncle Li. The little girl sighed and was a little discouraged. Her thoughts were always very imaginative. She seemed to apologize for no reason and said, "Uncle Li, I'm sorry." Li Er was simple and honest, but he wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what the little girl meant. She must be thinking that he didn't take good care of Li Huai. The man quickly shook his head and said, "Don't say that." Li Baoping said seriously, "Uncle Li, Li Huai is actually more diligent than me in his studies. Teacher said that hard work can make up for stupidity. A great talent matures slowly, so don't be disappointed with Li Huai. Studying is a lifelong thing. Don't be anxious." At this point, the little girl raised her fist and said in a serious tone, "Don't be anxious." Li Er was very happy. This little girl was really likable. The man nodded and said, "I'm not anxious about Li Huai's studies." The man said in his heart, but there was something that could be done. As for how far his son could go in the end, it all depended on him. Li Baoping grinned and ran away. She was like a cheerful oriole. Li Er stopped and looked at the little girl's back. When she disappeared from his sight, he smiled and turned to leave. At the door, he bumped into Lin Shui, who was leaving the house. The young man called out to Uncle Li and left. Facing other people, even Li Lu's father, Lin Shui didn't know how to respond warmly. When Li Er walked into the house, his wife was giving advice to his son. "This little girl is not bad, but her personality is a little too carefree. She doesn't seem like someone who knows how to take care of others. I think that Shi Chuanjia is quite good. Although her family isn't as rich as Li Baoping's family, she still has a big shop in her family. She can be considered a match for our family. If Li Huai marries Shi Chuanjia, he won't be looked down upon in the future. That little girl Shi Chuanjia, she looks happy." Li Er chuckled and said, "I still like Miss Li more." Li Huai said helplessly, "Father, Mother, have you ever thought about whether she likes me or not?" The woman said unhappily, "How can she not like you? Those two little girls aren't stupid." Li Huai slapped his forehead and said, "My dear mother, please don't say this to anyone else. Otherwise, I'll really be beaten to death by Li Baoping." Although Shi Chuanjia doesn't dare to hit me, she'll definitely bear a grudge against me for the rest of her life based on her little abacus. She's the most vengeful. I only pulled her braids once, but she can complain to Mr. Qi 10 times. Every time, it's as if it's true. Something like Li Huai didn't do his homework well today and was hit by you. Something like Li Huai was late today and I kindly said a few words to him, so he pulled my braids. Something like Li Huai can't beat Li Baoping, so he pulled my braids. Oh my God, if that little girl Shi Chuanjia becomes my wife, I'll cry to death. The woman joked, "Then what kind of wife are you looking for?" Li Huai thought about it and said, "Getting a wife is troublesome. I'll forget about it. When I grow up, I'll find a girl I like." The woman smiled and asked, "When mother is bullied by your little wife, who will you help?" Li Huai laughed and said, "Of course I'll help my wife. Don't you have my father to help you? Isn't that enough?" The woman pretended to be angry and said, "You're heartless." The woman got up and reached out to twist her son's ear. Li Huai ran around the house. The woman glanced at the man and asked, "Where did you go?" Li Er whispered, "I need to pee, so I went to the toilet." The woman's eyes were sharp. She immediately noticed the wine bottle at the man's waist. She sniffed it and said angrily, "You need so long to pee. Did you fall into the toilet? And the toilet isn't filled with feces and urine, but with wine." Li Er was flabbergasted. He turned to look at his son and begged for help. Li Huai added insult to injury, "Father must have seen a gorgeously dressed little fox spirit. Look at how guilty you look." The woman rolled her eyes at the frightened man. For the first time, she didn't get to the bottom of it. She sat beside her daughter and touched Li Lu's hair. She sighed, "You've all grown up. Father and mother are old." Li Lu put down her shoes and gently held her mother's hand. Li Huai flattered, "Mother, you're old. You're still the same as when you gave birth to me. If you go out with Li Lu, you might be mistaken as a sister." The woman laughed, "Go, go, go. You can say this to your wife in the future." Li Lu suddenly said, "Mother, I want to buy a box of rouge." Although the woman was long-winded and disliked her daughter for being a wastrel, she still got up and went out with her daughter. Only the father and son were left in the room. Li Er smiled and asked, "Son, do you want to drink some wine with father?" Li Huai widened his eyes, "Can I drink wine?" After drinking half a bowl of wine, Li Huai soon felt dizzy and dozed off on the table. Li Er reached out and held Li Huai's wrist. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "The Divine Lord opened the mountain and created the cave." When the woman led Li Lu down the mountain, she passed by a young man in white under the archway at the foot of the mountain. The girl looked back and happened to meet the young man's eyes. The girl, who had always given others the impression that she was weak and willowy, quickly withdrew her smile at this moment. She secretly made a secret and frightening warning gesture to the national advisor of Li Dynasty, whom she had heard of from her grandmaster when she was in the small town. Her slender palm brushed across her neck. Cui Dongshan, who deliberately came to see her, was amazed and said, "There are freaks every year, but there are especially many this year." (172) Without Cui Dongshan's intentional guidance, Chen Pingan was actually walking in the Jianghu instead of the Weird Mountains. However, Chen Pingan was unaware of it. He only felt a little regretful that he did not encounter any more weird monsters. Now that he did not have to worry about the safety of Li Baoping and the rest during their study trip, Chen Pingan hoped to encounter more weird things. Of course, the premise was that it was best to observe from afar. Not only could he gain knowledge, but he also did not have to put himself in danger. Unfortunately, until they were about to leave the territory of Huangting country, their journey was still very ordinary. That day, after practicing the walking stance on the back of the water snake, Chen Pingan rested in a dilapidated temple beside a quiet mountain road and started to cook. Although Chen Pingan deliberately chose the wilderness to return to Dali, he still encountered many men and women walking in the forest. Most of them were wearing mink fur and brocade clothes, carrying swords and sabers. They had the spirit of the Jianghu. There were also some who looked quite ferocious with a fierce face. At first glance, one could tell that they were not righteous people. Fortunately, after meeting Chen Pingan and the rest, there were at most a few glances and no real disturbances. In the Jianghu, it was best not to provoke the kind of people who looked easy to bully. This was the principle passed down from generation to generation by countless seniors in the Jianghu who had failed miserably. Chen Pingan was basking in the limelight of the little boy in green and the little girl in pink. After all, not many normal people would bring along two brats, one more beautiful than the other, and then the three of them wandered aimlessly in the deep mountains and forests where wild beasts roamed. As long as they had a little brain, they would not easily commit murder. In fact, they had met a group of ruffians who were running around and committing crimes. They did have evil intentions, but they carefully followed the three of them, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. In the end, they found that the little boy in green, who looked like he could be crushed to death with a finger, transformed into a terrifying real body and crossed the mountains with the body of a long snake. The big trees along the way were all destroyed, scaring the group so much that they almost peed in their pants. The girl in pink helped Chen Pingan carry the dried branches and kept busy. The little boy in green was a lazy fellow who liked to eat. He squatted outside the ruined temple and yawned. Languid, he said, "Master, there are two groups of people on opposite sides of the mountain road. They are going to bump into each other soon. On the left side, there is fighting and killing, it seems very fun. On the right side, there is a group of people dressed in fresh clothes and riding on horses. There is also a beautiful woman with long legs. If you are interested, I will snatch her for you and make her your mistress. After you are done playing with her, you can let her go home. At most, I will give her some treasures and opportunities. She might even be grateful to you." Chen Pingan was sticking his butt up and blowing the sparks from the big pile of firewood. He said casually, "When we meet them later, don't make trouble." The little boy in green rubbed his cheeks in boredom and said angrily, "Master, if I don't loosen my muscles and bones, my hands and feet will become moldy." Chen Pingan ignored him. At the end of the mountain road outside the ruined temple, shouts could be heard. A group of dusty men were chasing after a beautiful woman who looked flustered. A tall and burly man laughed. "Slut, run. Continue running. If I catch you this time, I will strip you naked. When the time comes, I will have to think carefully about where to start eating from when you are covered in white fat." The 5 or 6 people beside the bald burly man laughed happily. Their smiles were sinister and full of satisfaction and hatred. "Such a vicious bitch. Let's just stew her in the pot and eat her meat. With a few more onions, garlic and pepper, tsk, it will definitely be delicious. Her body weighs at least 50 kilograms. It will be enough for us to eat a few meals to our heart's content. Don't fight with me. I have loved eating pigeons since I was young." The eyes of the little boy in green lit up. Chen Pingan asked the girl in pink to cook for him while he stood up and walked to the entrance of the ruined temple. The little boy in green was eager to try. However, Chen Pingan pressed his head down and he could only stand on the spot obediently. On the other side of the mountain road, the sound of horse hooves and laughter could be heard. Soon, they noticed something strange on the road. After hearing the filthy words of the bandit-like men, a young woman with a bow on her back had a frosty expression and was displeased. She glanced at the stumbling plump woman and quickly looked away. Looking at the bandits who were waving their swords and sabers, she snorted and squeezed the horse's belly with her slender thighs. Suddenly, she sped up and led the horse to charge forward. "I'll go save her." A young man with a silver sword tassel immediately followed the woman and rode side by side with her. At the same time, he smiled and reminded her in a low voice, "Longi, there were outsiders here before, so I couldn't say much. However, according to the secret records of our county government, there have always been demons causing trouble in Centipede Ridge. The demons from several mountains even know how to help each other. They are extremely difficult to deal with. However, every time the government invites immortals to search the mountain, except for some insignificant demons, the big demons have long hidden away. They are very cunning. If the government hadn't led people to sweep Centipede Ridge not long ago, I wouldn't have dared to agree to let you enter the mountain." In addition to a silver longbow engraved with ancient runes on her back, the woman had a narrow saber in a black scabbard hanging from her waist. She pressed her hand on the saber's handle and said coldly, "It would be great if there were really demons. Killing demons is not something that only the immortals on the mountain can do. We can do it too." The young man smiled helplessly and didn't say anything more. He urged the horse to gallop, only hoping that there wouldn't be any trouble in this chivalrous act. Unlike the woman who had just left her master's school, he was the son of an official with a good family background. He had more experience with the dangers of the world. The woman's clothes were torn and did not cover her body, revealing a large area of white and tender skin. She looked miserable. Although she was a martial artist, she had been chased all the way and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Her footsteps were light. When she saw the man and woman coming on horseback, she forced herself to take a breath and shouted loudly, "I beg you two righteous men to save me." The young woman took off her cloak and threw it to the woman. She skillfully rode the horse and just happened to brush past the woman. She pulled out her narrow saber and pulled the reins to stop the horse. She glared at the woman aggressively and said, "Get lost." The man stopped the horse beside the woman and smiled, "Madam, you are frightened." The woman covered her delicate body with the cloak and gasped for breath. Her face was pale and she said in a trembling voice with lingering fear, "Young master, you must be careful. Those strong people in the mountains claim to be cultivators. They do know some Taoist techniques and supernatural powers. Young master, you should remind your friends not to act rashly. If it really doesn't work, young master and that lady can help me block them. I will continue on my way. But this cloak, I am sorry for that chivalrous lady." The young man had been secretly observing the woman. After hearing these words, he didn't find any obvious flaws. He smiled and said, "Madam, you don't have to be in a hurry to escape. In broad daylight, they won't dare to do anything evil. If they are really the outlaws who are used to killing and robbing, then they are cultivators in the mountains. Madam, you don't have to worry too much. We have our own plans. Madam, you can relax." The woman wanted to say something but stopped. She didn't refute and said pitifully, "Young master, you should be careful. Those bad people can do all kinds of evil things. It is common for them to speak evil words. Be careful not to dirty everyone's ears." The young man slightly let down his guard and nodded with a smile, "Madam, you are so kind. You don't deserve this." When the woman heard this, she bit her lips and suddenly felt sad. She lowered her head and sobbed, "I just pity my husband's daughter. Really? My daughter is only 12 years old. I don't want to live anymore." The riders behind had already arrived beside the young master and the pitiful woman. When they heard the woman's words, how could they not know what kind of tragedy they had encountered? Walking in the mountains and rivers, bandits robbed and raped. It was not common in Huangting country, but it was not rare. A young man who purposely had a beard like a halberd was instantly enraged. Although he wasn't an easygoing person in the sect and Jianghu, he hated to see the weak bullied the most. He angrily raised his whip and continued to rush forward. Jilan, I will help you. These bandits deserve to die 1,000 times over. In front, the group of burly men first saw the heroine called Jilan. Seeing that the woman was about to escape, the leader of the burly men anxiously scolded, "Blind little girl, you want me to get lost?" The burly man saw that the little girl's face was full of killing intent and laughed angrily, "Get lost quickly. You are just a child who hasn't even grown out of your mother's milk. You dare to be a hero. If your sex elders were here, I would have slapped you. Get out of the way. That woman is an old demon who has done evil for 100 years. Wait until I peel her skin and pull out her tendons. Whether she is a human or a demon, it will be clear." The bearded young man who galloped alone pulled out his long sword and pointed it at the group of people. He laughed, "Oh, the bad guys are complaining first." A green-robed old man behind the burly man frowned, pointing the sword at people. "Who taught you etiquette and rules?" The bearded young man glared, "Your ancestors." The green-robed old man sneered, "Old song, you go and capture the witch first. I will teach these people a lesson. Don't delay too much." The old demon is obviously hiding her trump card. "We need your art of rejuvenation just in case." The burly man nodded with a dignified face and rushed out with the group of people, completely ignoring the woman and the young man who were blocking the way. The mountain road was not wide, only enough for 3 people to ride side by side. The beautiful woman with a narrow saber said sternly, "Why don't you stop?" The burly man rushed through between the woman with a narrow saber and the bearded young man. The woman blocked with her saber, but the burly man gently lifted the saber in his hand and pushed her away. The woman who regarded herself as a primary success in martial arts was stunned on the spot, her face full of astonishment. The bearded young man who also used a saber was more hot-tempered. He quickly chopped down with his saber, but the burly man ignored it. He just stared at the woman in front of him. He grabbed the saber in his hand and threw it down the mountain. The 2 men and women of Jianghu who came down the mountain in high spirits were like 2 dull door gods, one on the left and the other on the right. They just let the wild mountain bandits gallop away. The green-robed old man who stayed at the back slowly drove the horse forward. He looked at the horrified young man with a saber and sneered, "How dare a martial artist of the 3rd state be so rash? Little kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know how many chi cultivators of the lower 5 states have died in the hands of the old witch? You can't even count them with 2 hands. Do you think you can protect her? She may be thinking about how to eat you, her saviors, alive little by little." The old man twitched the corner of his mouth. "That's hard to say. The old witch is good at a vicious yin and yang dual cultivation. She likes to nibble the blood essence of young men. A 3-legged brat like you can die under the peony flower and be a romantic ghost." The bearded young man's face flushed red. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Old man, you're too much." The green-robed old man raised his arm and slapped the air. He was still quite a distance away from the bearded young man. However, the latter's face rang with a crisp sound. He was hit off the back of the horse and spun twice in the air before landing on the ground. If this was the knowledge of the Jianghu, it would be an ability that at least a master of the 4th or 5th state could have. The 6th and 7th states were all great masters who had the qualifications to establish their own sects within the borders of a country. As for the legendary 8th and 9th states, it was hard to even see them. Which one of them wasn't an important guest of the emperor of a secular dynasty? Hence, they had already transcended the Jianghu. The young woman's mind wasn't bad. She immediately turned her head and reminded her friend, "Be careful of that woman." In the blink of an eye, the woman in the cloak raised her head abruptly and grabbed a young man next to her off his horse. Grabbing his arm tightly, she smiled coquettishly. "I thought that I could at least help to stop them, but I didn't expect that they're all useless ants. If that's the case, I'll help the lady of Mount Qingya." However, just as the woman used her qi to absorb the young man's qi and blood to nourish her qi dwelling, she noticed from the corner of her eye that the straw sandals youth who had been watching coldly from the side was much stronger than she had imagined. He jumped up like a rabbit and smashed his fist towards her head. The woman smiled charmingly, treating him as a young and ignorant fool. She turned a blind eye to that punch. She didn't believe that it would cause a wrinkle in her clothes after it landed on her body. However, just as she was enjoying the intoxicating aura of the young man's qi and blood replenishing her qi dwelling, the punch was like a hammer smashing on one of her temples. The woman's head was greatly shaken. Although her temples weren't broken by the punch, she felt a burning pain on her skin. The woman's fingers that were holding the young man's arm formed a hook and pierced into the man's arm. The man screamed in pain as if his soul was being torn apart. After the young man succeeded in his attack, he used the momentum to jump back and widened the distance between him and the woman. After his feet landed on the ground, his qi flowed rapidly in his body. He skillfully passed through a series of qi dwellings in the 6 stops pathway. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, "Let's attack together." The brawny man was one step ahead of the young man. He was first shocked by the young man's swift and decisive attack. However, he was also afraid that their combined attack would hurt the innocent. He was caught in a dilemma. He could only make a hand gesture to signal his allies behind him to trap the old demon first. The brawny man continued to close the distance between them so that the young man wouldn't accidentally fail to kill the demon and instead become the old witch's bait to strengthen her qi. Compared to the reckless juniors of the Jianghu, the brawny man was much more pleasing to the eyes of this young man who seemed to be watching coldly from the sidelines. It was inevitable that one would encounter demons and monsters while walking among the mountains and lakes. Whether or not one had enough eyesight was often more important than one's ability. One should do as much as one had the ability. Otherwise, one shouldn't blindly cause trouble. This was the capital to live to 100 years old. The brawny man admired the warm-hearted young men and women, but he was really annoyed by their recklessness and ignorance. The woman with the coquettish appearance was still unwilling to let go of the man's arm. After suffering a loss, she didn't dare to be careless this time. She quickly moved to the side and saw the hateful young man throwing another punch at her. She kicked at him with a powerful force that carried the sound of wind and thunder. Even the rocks on the cliff would be kicked into a hole by her kick. The young man's face was firm and his footsteps were especially light. He no longer moved forward in a straight line. He instantly moved to the side and dodged the ferocious kick. At the same time, he lowered his body and put one arm on his shoulder to prevent the woman from sweeping at him. He continued to move forward and punched at the woman. The woman finally saw the strange details of the young man. It turned out that this punch looked simple and unadorned, but in fact, it quietly flowed with the true meaning of the fist art. No wonder it could hurt her previously. The brawny man roared, "Don't hurt people." The brawny man punched down from the sky. A fist aura split the air and flew toward the woman's head. Although they knew that it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if they encountered the worst possible outcome, they still had no objections. If it were not for the fact that the pursuit of the demon was too dangerous, and if it were not for the green-robed old man's art of rejuvenation, there would have been casualties in the team long ago. Plus, the demon had committed a heinous crime. How could they have spoken rudely to the woman when the situation was already decided? They really hated her so much that they wanted to boil her in a pot to vent their anger. After the woman laughed complacently, she found that there was nothing unusual in the distance. Logically speaking, with that stupid bear's style of doing things, it should have made an earth-shattering entrance long ago. She immediately became anxious and shrieked, "Where is he?" In the distant forest behind the dilapidated temple, a burly man who was more than 10 feet tall and held 2 axes was looking at the green-robed little boy a dozen steps away. The boy was grinning at him, revealing a comical expression of drooling over delicious food. After swallowing his saliva, the mountain spirit and great demon turned around and ran. He ran all the way, cutting down mountains and trees. In the end, he simply threw away his axes and revealed his true form. A giant bear was running away crazily on all fours. Without the terrifying bear spirit support as expected, the woman who had miscalculated immediately panicked. In the following battle between cultivators, she was accidentally hit by the burly man's fist aura and fell to the ground. Then, she was quickly nailed to her shoulder by the peachwood sword and bound by iron chains. After that, she was even protected by a series of magical items. In the end, the burly man who was proficient in fist techniques stepped on the woman's forehead several times, forcibly dispersing the circulation of the woman's chi palace, and stomped her head into the mud. In the end, the burly man took out a silver knife and completely pierced it into the woman's heart. Then, he grabbed her by the neck with one hand and carried her on his shoulder, throwing her behind the horse. The burly man glanced at the green-robed little boy who was squatting on the roof of the dilapidated temple with a complicated expression. Finally, he looked at the skinny boy beside the girl in the pink dress and cupped his fists with a smile. "In the future, young master, you have to be more careful when you walk the Jianghu. After all, not everyone on the mountain is like us." Chen Pingon quickly understood the meaning of the man's words. He was saying that as long as the immortals on the mountain saw through the true body of the python, they would probably attack without thinking about the consequences. They would not be like them, who would not attack without seeing evil. Chen Pingon cupped his fist in return and said, "I will be careful." The burly man flipped onto his horse and turned his head to see that the woman did not show any signs of waking up. He laughed at Chen Pingon and said, "Your fist technique is not bad, keep up the good work." Chen Pingon thought that the man was teasing him and said with a blushing face, "Senior's fist technique is the real powerful one." The burly man laughed heartily and did not speak anymore. He cupped his fists towards the young man again and then turned his horse around and returned along the original path with the rest. Their demon-slaying trip this time did not go smoothly. Just luring the enemy took them more than half a month. After that, chasing them all the way here took them 2 days and 2 nights. Even he, a pure martial artist of the 5th realm, was mentally exhausted, not to mention the rest of the chi refinement warriors in the team. They hurried back to the provincial capital to report on their mission. Not to mention the generous rewards from the imperial court of the Huangting nation, returning to their respective mountain sects and clans was also a great merit. When the burly man brushed shoulders with the young woman, he said angrily, "Good people and bad people will not carve 2 words on their foreheads for all of you to see. Don't be so rash in the future. Since you have chosen to go down the mountain for training, your courage is commendable. But don't do stupid things that require the sect to clean up your mess." Both parties then parted ways. The bearded man also went to retrieve the saber. The young man whose arm was grabbed by the woman was in the most miserable state. Even though medicine was applied to stop the bleeding, he was still wailing in pain. One of his arms was badly mutilated and it was most likely crippled. Someone's face turned pale. He could not bear to see his friend in such a miserable state. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the young man who turned around and walked towards the dilapidated temple. He stood up and scolded angrily, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you take action earlier? If you had already seen through the demon's tricks, why didn't you even warn us? Were you waiting to watch a good show?" Very quickly, someone echoed in a trembling voice, "You are the one who harmed Brother Ma." Chen Pingon stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked at the two people without saying a word. One of them was so frightened that he took a few steps back. The other plucked up his courage and glared at him. "Why? You are in the wrong and still want to harm others." Chen Pingon still did not say a word. However, he pointed at his head and his chest. Only then did he turn around and walk towards the fire. He squatted there and looked at the small pot that was cooking rice. That person still did not give up. He muttered about the officers and soldiers of the county, lawlessness, and the cavalry of the general. In the end, he was stopped by the young man with the silver sword tassel. Only then did he stop muttering. The group of people got on their horses. One of them rode with the injured person. They tied the two people with ropes to prevent the latter from falling off the horse due to the pain. The little boy in green standing at the entrance of the temple looked at the group of people leaving. His eyes were glistening with green light. He asked, "Master, why didn't you let me teach those ingrates a lesson? I'm about to explode from anger. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. No, I have to calm down." The little boy in green used a magical power to condense water vapor. A large water ball appeared above his head. He poured it down and tormented himself like a drowned rat. The little girl in pink who was squatting beside Chen Pingon agreed for the first time. "It's very infuriating." Chen Pingon said softly, "Others can't be unreasonable. It's not a reason for us to be unreasonable. It's fine as long as we have a clear conscience." Chen Pingon suddenly laughed. "We won't meet in the future anyway." "Why should she have one?" "Master, if you must give it to her, then I have to have two." She didn't dare to refute. She just looked aggrieved and was about to cry. Chen Pingon stretched out two fingers to the little boy in green. "Two, right?" The latter was like a chicken pecking at rice. Chen Pingon retracted his fingers. "They're all gone." The little boy in green put down the bowl by his feet and pounced forward. He hugged Chen Pingon's calf and rolled around. "Master, I know my mistake." "One then." Chen Pingon ignored the little boy in green and looked at the sky outside the small temple. He muttered, "It's going to snow soon, right?" (173) Life was a series of twists and turns. In the long river of time, there seemed to be many ferries where the willows swayed gently. In every period of time, there would be people leaving the boat, and some would board the boat to accompany them. Then, there would be a new gathering and departure at the next ferry. Just like the hard-working young man from Clay Bottle Alley, he had already left the group at the last ferry. At dawn, Li Huai's family of 3 had already prepared their luggage and said goodbye to the group at the foot of Donghua Mountain. Compared to the first time he was separated from his family in his hometown town, Li Huai was no longer heartless this time. He didn't just feel free to eat candied haws and drumsticks all day long. Instead, he felt a little sad. His child had grown up after all. Li Baoping, Lin Shui, Yu Lu, Xia Xia, and the handsome young man Cui Dongshan all came to see him off. The woman's eyes were red, and she didn't want to let go of Li Huai's hand. She talked about the cold weather and the trivial things like eating and drinking. Li Huai listened quietly. Li Er stood by the side in a silly manner. After Li Lu tidied up Li Huai's clothes, which were already brand new and neat enough, she turned around and looked at the horizontal board of the Cliff Academy. The young girl was indifferent to Xia and Yu Lu, who were her peers, who were sizing her up. The woman was finally willing to leave. Once she walked out, she made up her mind and didn't look back. Li Er patted Li Huai's head and followed his wife's footsteps with a smile. Li Lu patted her brother's shoulder, and then curtsied to the group and left slowly. Li Huai kicked Lin Shi gently. The latter was holding a letter with sweaty palms. The cold young man shook his head and looked at the girl's back. He murmured, "Next time." Li Huai didn't want to show his sadness in front of them. He suppressed his sadness and found an interesting topic. He laughed and said, "Cui Dongshan, if you're Chen Pingan's student and we're all Mr. Chi's disciples, and Bao Ping calls Chen Pingan junior uncle, what's the seniority between you and us?" Cui Dongshan put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "I'm the first disciple of my master. My seniority is very high, much higher than Donghua Mountain." Li Huai was stunned. "Do we have to call you senior brother?" "Senior brother." Cui Dongshan immediately became anxious. "Your whole family are eldest senior brothers. I don't want to be called senior brother. You can call me whatever you want." Li Huai was a little confused. "Then I'll call you little senior brother. That's a bit hard to pronounce." Cui Dongshan's eyes lit up. "Nice to meet you, little senior brother. You respect your elder brother, but you also have a sense of closeness. You can call me little senior brother from now on." "Yu Lu, thank you. From today onwards, you will be no exception. You don't have to call me young master, it's too distant." Li Baoping snorted. "I didn't agree." The girl in the red jacket rushed out of the archway. Li Huai shouted, "Li Baoping, you still have class later. I've already finished copying the essay last night. What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to walk around here alone so that I can take junior uncle shopping in the future." Li Baoping held her head high and ran all the way. She chased after a flock of pigeons flying across the blue sky. The pigeons whistled one after another, melodious and clear in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. Li Huai raised his voice and shouted, "Then bring me along." Li Baoping turned a deaf ear. Compared to her slender figure who was far away from the archway of the academy, the little girl's thoughts were thousands of miles away. They had reached a mountain ridge at the border of Huangting Kingdom. Chen Pingan washed his face by a mountain stream. Unlike the girl in the pink dress who only carried her own bookcase, the boy in green carried a square-inch item with him. He always had a lot of strange things. At first, he didn't want to show off in front of his master. Later, he became interested in the snake gall stone. He missed it so much that he started to take it out and begged Chen Pingan to give him the snake gall stone to exchange for treasures. Just like this time, the boy in green took out a bunch of small bottles and squatted beside Chen Pingan. He explained the interesting things about these bottles to his master. He pulled out the cork of a pink-green porcelain bottle and poured it into the stream. Soon, a large piece of soft moonlight flowed out of the porcelain bottle and sprinkled on the stream. It was like a dream. The boy in green smiled and said, "Master, it's beautiful, isn't it? This is the moonlight bottle that cultivators like. In addition, there are cloud bottle, sunlight bottle, and so on. They are specially collected from the 5 mountains. The spiritual qi contained in them is not much. Naturally, it can't be compared with the rich and abundant water in the Blessed Enclave. But it can't be compared with the beautiful scenery poured out of these bottles. What do you think, Master?" Chen Pingan was indeed a little shocked. In the lush mountain forest, it was still slightly dark during the day. At this time, looking at the moonlight flowing slowly on the stream, he really felt that the world was really full of wonders. The boy in green patiently said, "A small bottle in exchange for Master's snake gall stone is definitely not generous. I have 3 bottles here that are collectively known as the lingering beam bottle. The name comes from the lingering sound lingers in the beam for 3 days. They are all filled with all kinds of beautiful sounds of nature between heaven and earth. For example, the frog in this bottle, the sound of the tide in this bottle, and the sound of the pine waves in this bottle. Master, think about it. When you sleep, open one of the bottles and you hear the sound of the tide next to your pillow. How comfortable is that? I have so many precious bottles in exchange for a snake gall stone. Only 1 stone. As long as you nod your head, these 7 or 8 bottles will immediately belong to you. If you don't do this kind of business, you will be struck by lightning." Chen Pingon silently calculated the family's wealth in the small town. There were still many snake gall stones of excellent quality. He nodded and smiled, "Okay." The girl in pink waved her hand vigorously at the side and gave her master a look, wanting to dissuade Chen Pingon from agreeing to this business. The boy in green pushed all the bottles to Chen Pingon and jumped around happily. He stretched out 2 fingers at the girl in pink and said arrogantly, "I have 1 more than you. Now that I am 1 realm higher than you, when we reach Master's hometown, I will eat the stone and I will be 2 realms higher than you, silly girl." When that time comes, you should know your place and don't stay by Master's side and embarrass Master. Master only has me as his little attendant, why would he need a silly maid? The girl in pink pouted and wrinkled her pink little face. A storm was coming. Chen Pingon said helplessly, "If you bully her again, I will go back on my word." The boy in green immediately coughed and said to her seriously, "In the future, when you take care of Master's basic needs, you have to be more attentive, do you understand? For example, after eating that snake gall stone, quickly turn into a virgin girl's figure and appearance. When Master is young and full of vigor, he will feel that the night is long and you have to take the initiative to warm his bed." Chen Pingon put away those rare bottles made of different materials and hit the boy's head with a chestnut. "Don't talk nonsense here." The boy in green put on an act and bowed, "Master is right to teach me a lesson." Chen Pingon squatted on the rock by the stream again and took out a dry biscuit to chew. He asked casually, "Do you know what the Dragon King's basket is?" The 2 little fellows turned pale at the same time. The boy in green's body stiffened. He could not even walk, let alone make jokes. The girl in pink said carefully, "I have read about it in ancient books. As long as chi refinement warriors throw it into the river, they can capture a flood dragon. The most terrifying thing is that flood dragons have a geographical advantage in the water. Even if they are facing chi refinement warriors who are 1 or 2 realms higher than them, they will definitely not be at a disadvantage. However, if the other party has the Dragon King's basket, even if they are 1 or 2 realms lower than us, we can still be captured." The boy in green instinctively took a few steps away from Chen Pingon and squatted far away. "It's not that easy. Once you're caught in the Dragon King's basket, it will not be any better than being in a pot of oil. You will have to suffer the pain of being cut into pieces at all times. This is the secret of the largest sect in the ancient Shu kingdom. They specially weave the Dragon King's basket and sell it to chi refinement warriors who come from afar and try to capture our kind." His voice trembled as he clenched his fists and shook them. "A Dragon King's basket of this size will be able to capture me." Chen Pingon stretched out his hands and gestured in front of himself. "What if it's this big?" This time, even the girl in pink was so scared that she did not dare to speak, let alone the boy in green who knew the power of the Dragon King's basket. The boy in green said with a long face, "Old master, I have not even heard of such a big Dragon King's basket, let alone seeing it. Don't tell me you have one." He resisted the urge to take the second snake gall stone and said tentatively, if there really is such an exaggerated Dragon King's basket, even if you are an ancestor who has transformed into a flood dragon for thousands of years, you will have to accept your fate obediently. Old Master, do you think that the pile of bottles is actually not very nice? Don't worry, Old Master can keep them and play with them. If you really don't like them, you can return them to me when we reach Old Master's hometown. As for the snake gall stone, Old Master will decide if you are in the mood to give it to me. Chen Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. I don't have a Dragon King's basket. Even if I did, you don't have to be afraid of anything. It was no wonder that the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian, felt bad after buying the golden carp and the Dragon King's basket. Other than giving him a bag of gold and copper coins, this time in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, he also wanted to express his gratitude. He asked, "You said that Master is a very ordinary and boring person. How can he have such a ferocious and terrifying disciple?" She thought for a while. Master is kind. Good people will be rewarded. The little boy in green sneered. Can a good person feed you? She shrank her neck. He said sarcastically, "You are a demon of the fifth realm and have some special abilities. Can't you have some backbone?" This time, she really did have some backbone. She retorted softly, "You chased after the Grand Supreme Elder of the Lingyun sect for 2,000 miles on a sword. Why don't I see you having some backbone?" For the first time, the green-robed child did not get angry. He patiently explained, "I'm not afraid of that old witch. She's really shameless. She's already so old, yet she still smears a few pounds of rouge on her face. I'm a hero who can't defeat two fists. If I eat that old witch, I'll offend the entire Lingyun sect. When that time comes, I'll implicate my water god brother and I'll feel bad." The girl in pink quietly turned her head and secretly rolled her eyes. She only dared to do so. The little boy in green said angrily, "Silly girl, are you trying to rebel? If you don't get beaten up for 3 days, you will become a troublemaker. Just because you have the support of my master, you don't care about me, right?" She was so frightened that she wanted to shout for Chen Pingon. The little boy in green hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that she should not act rashly. He sighed and changed the topic. "Our master is only a second-realm martial artist. Although he is not much worse than an ordinary third-realm martial artist, you and I both know that he is still very weak. Moreover, looking at his clothes, food, housing, transportation, speech and actions, he does not look like a child from a big family. Does he really have 5 mountains in his hometown? How can he have so many snake gall stones? Could it be that the savage fellow is deliberately lying to us? Is he trying to bring us to a small ravine?" The girl in pink curled up and looked at the flames that she was naturally close to. She felt warm all over. She muttered, "I don't care." The 2 generations of the Chow family in Jilan Manor have bad intentions. They have let down the scholarly family that their ancestors worked so hard to build. I have never liked them. It is quite good to follow Master back to his hometown. If it were anyone else, they would have done the same. To be able to become an immortal, who would be willing to stupidly study and obtain scholarly honors. All that talk about doing good for oneself and the world is just a lie from the saints of Confucianism. I have stayed in Yujiang for so many years and have seen the misfortunes of scholars. Not to mention anything else, just the provincial governors and county governors who met my water god brother were more lackeys than meeting the officials in the capital. As long as a cultivator commits a crime, they would immediately seek my brother's help. If my brother was in a bad mood, he would even leave them outside the ancestral temple for a few days. Those officials did not even dare to let out a fart. How boring. The girl in pink wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she remained silent. The little boy in green giggled. Master is already asleep, but Master still has a long night ahead and is not in the mood to sleep. Every moment of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Silly girl, why don't you become my wife? The girl in pink's eyes instantly turned red. She scolded, "Stinky hooligan." The little boy in green stared. What are you talking about? This is a great blessing. Your ancestors' graves are smoking, do you know that? Do you think I really like you? If I wasn't greedy for that snake gall stone that you have yet to obtain. She stood up. I will speak to Master. He could only give in again. He waved his hand with all his might. Don't be like this, don't be like this. How about we become siblings? After we become sworn brothers, your things will be mine and mine will still be mine. She simply carried the book box and ran off. The little boy in green stood up and laughed with his hands on his waist. After he stopped laughing, he curled his lips and muttered in a dispirited manner, "What a silly girl." The little boy in green ran all the way to the cliff and suddenly shouted, "Between heaven and earth, you and I are both going against the flow. Master will bring the silly girl and follow Master home." In the distance, Chen Pingan, who was supposed to be sleeping soundly, smirked. Only then did he stop circulating the 18 halting sword aura and truly fall asleep. (174) One of the rivers originated from the Huangting country in Dali. Chen Pingan caught an unexpectedly large black carp and the girl in pink cooked a pot of delicious fish soup. The three of them, one human and two demons, began chatting after eating and drinking their fill. Chen Pingan asked them if it was really useful to absorb the essence of the sun and moon by eating the clouds and drinking the dew of immortals. The girl in pink, whose true body was a fire python, nodded vigorously. It's better than nothing, it's not very useful. The little boy in green bent down to play with the water and shook his head. We flood dragons still need to rely on the mountains to survive. Fusing with the mountains and swallowing the rivers is the foundation of the great Tao. The other superficial things are meaningless. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "Since it's still useful, why don't you make use of it? Both of you want to transform into flood dragons. In the future, you have to choose a great flood dragon that's more than 10,000 miles long. You have to walk the water and enter the sea to finally become a true dragon. Shouldn't you be cultivating diligently?" The boy in green threw the last stone gently and clapped his hands. Cultivation depends on talent, not hard work. Chen Pingan asked again, "If you have talent, shouldn't you be working harder?" The boy in green was stunned for a moment and then played dead. "Master, I suddenly have a headache. I might have caught a cold. I'm going to sleep." Chen Pingan smiled. "You're just a water snake." The little boy in green jumped into the river and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A huge water snake wandered freely in the murky river like a king patrolling his territory. The girl in pink whispered, "Master, he's just lazy. However, his talent and background are better than mine. His connate body is stronger. Even if I cultivate for 200 or 300 years, I won't be able to beat him." Chen Pingan consoled her. "Then don't compete with him. Compete with yourself first. Strive to be stronger today than yesterday and tomorrow than today." Her fighting spirit immediately rose. "Master is right." The girl in the pink dress said sincerely, "No wonder old Master is so diligent in his training even though he's only at the second realm of martial arts. He's not willing to slack off at all. So it's because the clumsy bird flies first." At this point, the girl in pink quickly covered her mouth. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one will make. Chen Pingan was amused. "You're right. I'm stupid, so I have to work harder." Then, Chen Pingan began to walk along the riverbank. Even the girl in the pink dress, who had a calm temperament, found it a little boring after watching it so many times. A few days later, Chen Pingan slowly climbed up the mountain with the help of a bamboo cane. During this time, he solemnly grabbed a handful of soil and carefully put it into a small cotton bag that he had prepared beforehand. The bags of soil of various colors gradually became the heaviest weight in the basket. The little boy in green and the girl in pink tacitly did not ask about it. They only thought that it was some unspeakable secret of cultivation. At first, the little boy in green felt that it was very leisurely since he did not have to use his real body to lead the way. However, after walking so slowly for so long, he could not help but feel a little annoyed. However, he did not dare to criticize his master's itinerary and could only try to find something to talk about. "Old master, why don't we spend more money when we passed by that county city? Old master doesn't have much money on him, but I have money. Don't be afraid of being extravagant. Even if I spend all the money I have now, I just have to find a random river and I'll be able to fish out some treasures quickly. Those are all money." His eyebrows were lowered, as if he was afraid that his will would be revealed and Chen Pingan would be able to see through the well that he was stirring up trouble in his heart. This water demon that was second only to Yu Jiang and above tens of thousands could only feel the anger burning in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to punch that boring master to death, and then eat that fire python to nourish his cultivation, and become a stepping stone for his own path to the heavens. The green-clothed child turned around and jumped down from the doorstep. He chuckled and said, "Young master, then I will go and apologize." The laughter had already spread into the Martial Saint Temple. However, the green-clothed child, whose back was facing the temple, had a face full of ruthless killing intent. After the green-clothed child had left, the girl in the pink dress said timidly, "Master, he is really angry. If he was at Yujiang, according to his personality, he might have flooded both sides of the river. According to the records of the county, in the past few hundred years, there have been many natural disasters of flooding. Not only did Yujiang water god not suppress them, he even added fuel to the fire." Chen Pingan patted her head. "Since he is not willing to listen, then I will not reason with him in the future." Chen Pingan said that he would not reason with the green-clothed child. That meant that he really did not want to talk about these boring reasons with the green-clothed child. Originally, he thought that Chen Pingan would be willing to talk a little because they had accompanied each other all the way and their relationship had become closer. Since he did not like to listen, then Chen Pingan would definitely not ask for trouble and return to the starting point. After that, as long as the green-clothed child did not do anything that went beyond Chen Pingan's background, he would let him do as he pleased. Just like today's small matter, if Chen Pingan had just met him, he would definitely have looked on coldly from the side and would not have said these words. Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan had walked such a long distance. How much had they talked about? The girl in the pink dress had a face full of innocence. "Master, then you can talk to me. I like to listen to these things." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. "If there is anything wrong with what I said, you must tell me." At this moment, she suddenly had an epiphany and blurted out, "Master's order has opened up the cottage." "You're absolutely right." She quickly blushed and hurriedly declared, "Master, I am not imitating him. I am not flattering you." Chen Pingan looked at the fire and saw that the rice was about to be cooked. The girl in the pink dress said angrily, "Master, let's not leave any food for him and let him starve. Master is doing this for his own good and yet he is still angry. If his real body was not imprisoned in that inkstone, he would have really attacked you today. I was almost scared to death just now." Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled, "That won't do. We still have to leave some food for him." The girl in the pink dress smiled brightly. I will listen to you, master. Chen Pingon rubbed her little head. Of course, the little boy in green was not going to apologize to an ant. He was already magnanimous enough to not slap the siblings into meat paste. The little boy in green put his hands behind his back and left the martial saint temple. With a tap of his toes, he leaped onto the ridge of a roof. His short figure turned into a faint green smoke and flew out of the city. With one last burst of speed, he rushed into the clouds and drew a huge arc in the sky before landing behind a deep mountain. The water snake that had returned to its real body smashed into the ground with a loud bang. The impact was so great that even the county could feel the tremors clearly. The water snake twisted its huge body all the way. Wherever it passed, trees collapsed and rocks tumbled. After that, it followed a stream upstream, splashing water everywhere. Finally, it came to a gray cliff that was like a unique branch. Its body circled around the cliff and spiraled upwards. When its head reached the peak of the cliff, its tail was still at the bottom of the cliff. The few trees on the cliff were all smashed and tumbled down. The water snake that was covered in a ruthless aura continued to increase the strength of its body. In the end, it actually crushed the entire cliff. Only then did he return to his real body amidst the dust that covered the sky and slowly descended the mountain. He walked as if he was flying and as fast as lightning. The little boy in green did not know that all of his actions were in the eyes of the two people. On a mountain 100 miles away, an old man in a scholarly robe stood in the wind. In his hand, he held an inkstone with an old dragon sleeping soundly. He was the old assistant minister of the Huangting Kingdom, or rather, the only remaining dragon of the ancient Shu Kingdom. After the old dragon obtained the golden words from the sage of literature's palm, he made a secret agreement with the Dali imperial tutor. After sending the young man's body, Cui Dong, to the great Sui Kingdom, the old man began to return to the Huangting Kingdom. He secretly captured all the dragon bastards and kept them all in the inkstone. He really used his great supernatural power to scour the ground 3 feet deep and dive 1,000 feet into the water. Other than the little boy in green and the little girl in pink that were captured by Cui Dong, there were now more than 10 small creatures swimming in the inkstone. At this moment, there was an old woman with a hunchback standing beside the old man. Her real body was a red snake that grew up in the wilderness. After obtaining a cultivation opportunity, she cultivated hard for 500 years to reach her current state. She had just reached the 7th level of cultivation. This time, the old man found her hiding place. He directly dug a hole 1,000 feet deep into the mountain and caught the old woman's real body. She had no choice but to live under someone else's roof. However, the old woman only felt that she was not happy enough to serve the famous old man in a scholarly robe. She did not feel wronged and cowardly. The old man asked indifferently, "What do you think?" The old woman replied respectfully, "Ancestor, this water snake is still stubborn in the end. However, even I am a little envious of his roots and bloodline." The old man nodded and said, "His origin is not bad. It's a pity that his aptitude is dull and his temperament is unstable. He is useless and squandered a hidden opportunity to molt." The old woman was stunned. She did not know why the old man said that. Previously, the two of them were high up in the clouds in the abandoned Martial Saint Temple. The old dragon used the technique of cupping water to observe the heavens and earth to see everything clearly. If the green-clothed child dared to attack Chen Pingon, even if it was just a provocation, he would die instantly. The old dragon would definitely not be merciful. In fact, the old dragon had an innate dislike for the green-clothed child. It had nothing to do with his temperament, but was purely a conflict of bloodline. Among the many descendants of the flood dragons in the world, the green-clothed child's bloodline usually cultivated rapidly and was blessed by nature. However, he was the most rejected by the true flood dragons. It was like the first illegitimate child that emerged from a middle-class aristocratic family. Unfortunately, he was neither high nor low in status and was an eyesore. The old woman's cultivation was low and her vision was narrow. She did not see anything. As for the water snake's violent temper, the old woman did not think it was a big mistake. The reason why she had a bulging back was that she was still weak after her initial enlightenment. She was once caught by a snake catcher in the mountains. During the fight, her pneuma foundation was damaged by the snake catcher. That was why she had a natural hunchback even when she was in human form. Later, she found the descendant of the snake catcher and took her bloody revenge, which was more than 200 years late. A medium-sized family in the county city was killed overnight, regardless of whether they were women or children. None of them could escape the disaster and the family line was completely cut off. After the incident, the old woman still felt unsatisfied. She only hated that the snake catcher was not a cultivator. Otherwise, she would have let him taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Therefore, the water snake could endure from beginning to end. When facing the fussy and poor young man, the green-clothed child did not say a word of malice. Only when they went deep into the wilderness did she start to release her murderous intent. In the old woman's eyes, this was a good cultivation of mind and character. It was quite good. The old man shook his head. Your foundation is worse than that little water snake. Compared to that little python, you are even worse in comprehension and wisdom. You are too far behind. The old woman turned pale in panic. She was afraid that the old man would kill her if he was unhappy. After all, along the way, it was not that there were no blind people who did not want to be restrained. Without exception, they were all killed by the old man. After death, their spirit and soul had nowhere to hide. They were all plundered into the ancient inkstone and reduced to a thin layer of light ink. The old man sighed with emotion. On the great Tao, everyone strives to be the first. But if you are one step behind, you will always be behind. Perhaps others are always dozing off and slacking off, but their realms are still rapid progress. You cultivate day and night, but in the end, you are still trash. Cultivation is so helpless. The old woman hurriedly said, "Old ancestor, is that young master really so amazing?" The old man laughed in spite of himself. It is not that the young man is amazing, but that the young man's guide is too amazing. If the young man is only a young man, no matter how hard he works, his martial arts realm will still not be too high. He will probably be 6th or 7th realm at most. That is all. Walking the river to become a flood dragon and entering the sea to become a dragon, these were the two great trials that the flood dragons yearned for even in their dreams. During this process, it would be extremely bumpy and difficult. Not only would it be a bloody mess, it would also have to endure the torment of being reborn. The molting that happened when one's realm rose was called a small molting. It happened many times. The last 2 times would be called a large molting. The old man rode the wind and walked out of the mountain top step by step. The old woman could only follow him in her true form. A 70 to 80 feet long crimson snake was wagging its tail beside the old man. Old Flood Dragon smiled and said, "I'm not saying that the young man's path is definitely right. It might be a path that leads to the top of the world, or it might be a dead end with no future. But then again, even if it's a dead end, it's definitely enough for the little water snake to transform into a flood dragon. It's a pity that he doesn't know how lucky he is and cut off his own path. No wonder the heavens didn't reward him with food." The crimson snake spoke in human language. Old ancestors' cultivation is profound and has already seen the changes of the world. Naturally, your vision is far-reaching. We only need to follow old ancestors' orders and we will be satisfied. To us, this is already a great fortune. The old man smiled but did not say anything. Actually, there were still many things that the old dragon did not reveal to this crimson snake. He even deliberately said some words that went against his identity. The young man's martial talent was indeed not outstanding. However, the young man named Shin Pingon was definitely not as unremarkable as the old dragon described him to be. Back then, when the old dragon first saw the group of traveling students in his own house, the old dragon used his divine ability to look at them for the first time. Shin Pingon was the last person that entered his eyes. However, as he looked, the old dragon discovered that everyone was circling around Shin Pingon. It was not just their words and actions. Instead, it was a kind of mysterious aura. On that rainy night, there was a spirited young man in white, a little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket who carried a small bookcase, a cold young man who was already on the path of cultivation, a slender young woman with a wonderful bone structure, a tall young man whose cultivation was hidden and whose dragon chi was even more obscure, and a strong and dignified child. Clearly, the last one was the young man in straw sandals who held a hatchet and led the way. At first glance, he was the most unremarkable existence. However, as the old dragon looked over and over again, he discovered that there was something very unusual about him. Like the stars surrounding the moon, like the mountains worshipping the great mountain. That young man took the lead, as if he was saying, "Don't worry, just follow behind me. Because the heavens are big and the earth is big, I can already shoulder it." After the green-clothed child returned to the martial saint temple, he resumed his mischievous attitude. Shin Pingon still treated him with a normal attitude. At first, the little boy in green was still a little worried that Shin Pingon would go back on his word and ignore the 2 snake gall stones that he had promised him. After probing twice and getting an accurate answer, the little boy in green was somewhat relieved. However, in the process of getting along with Shin Pingon after that, even if Shin Pingon did not have the slightest bit of abnormality, he continued to let him feed his fists when he needed to practice martial arts, and continued to let him show his true form when he needed to ride on the road. Regarding his unreasonable behavior, Shin Pingon was still helpless and did not feel the slightest bit annoyed. However, the green-clothed child always felt that something was missing. As for what it was, he could not tell. As they got closer to the old master's hometown, the green-clothed child only knew that the girl in pink was getting happier and happier. This made him more and more unhappy. Therefore, after he crossed the mountains and officially entered the borders of Dolly, the green-clothed child used his trump card. In the evening, on a cliff-plank road that had been abandoned for countless years, the 3 of them started a fire and rested in a slightly spacious concave cave. He carefully took out a large porcelain bowl from the square-inch object. The bowl was half filled with clear water and was filled with spiritual energy. It was different from the ordinary rootless water in the world. The girl in pink blinked her watery eyes and immediately understood the trick. However, she was too embarrassed to take a closer look. Fortunately, the green-clothed child was already holding the bowl with both hands and sat down beside Shin Pingon. He said mysteriously, "Old master, let me show you something good. It's almost done. There's only 15 minutes left." The green-clothed child turned his head and grinned at the girl in pink. He stretched out his palm and said, "I still have 5 bowls of water like this from 5 different immortal residences. There's also a bucket of water from the Rolling Thunder Pond on Jingyang Mountain. Do you know how much it cost me? Even if I sold you, silly girl, it wouldn't be enough. At most, I have 7 big bowls. Of course, you're a fire python. Similar items should be a special piece of firewood or an incense stick. However, I'm sure you don't have any of them, right? Chen Pingon looked at the arrogant green-clothed child and the embarrassed girl in pink. He asked, "What can you see through this small bowl of water?" The green-clothed child only grinned, deliberately keeping them in suspense. The girl in pink explained softly, "Old master, I've read in the notes of some predecessors in the library that cultivating in the mountains requires a lot of money. Many immortal sects are good at making money. They open up some interesting scenes to the public at appropriate times. For example, some of the wonders of the sects that can only be encountered by chance, the daily lives of some famous cultivation geniuses, or the flying elegance of some cultivation seniors. Outsiders can see everything from thousands of miles away without going to the mountains of those sections. It saves them time and effort. Yes, it doesn't save money at all." Although the girl in pink was mumbling, she had been secretly looking at the bowl of water. Her eyes were filled with envy. She counted with her fingers and said softly, "Old master, this kind of thing is really magical. Those immortals have to take out some trinkets that connect the fate of the mountains and rivers. For example, a small piece of stone that is chiseled out of the image wall, a beautiful tree that is cut down from the mountain gate, or the water from the deep pool of Xingyang Mountain contained in this white bowl. Before the wonders are open to the public, a line of text will appear to remind the buyer. As for whether the buyer is willing to consume the spiritual energy of the object to view it from afar, it's up to the buyer. If they are willing, they only need to inject a little spiritual energy. Through the spells and abilities of the other sects, the buyer can see the various scenes displayed in the text. It's very interesting." The girl in pink became more and more disappointed as she spoke. "In my early years, after I saw it in the notes, I once begged the Chao clan of Jilan to help me find a piece of wood like this. However, after I gave them benefits as promised, the Chao clan kept beating around the bush with all sorts of excuses to delay the matter. In the end, I was too embarrassed to ask again and just pretended that it didn't happen." The green-robed child said gleefully, "That's because you're weak. If it were me, do you think the Chao clan of Jilan would dare to take the money and not do the work?" Her expression dimmed. Chen Pingon patted her maidservant's hair bun and consoled her gently, "It's a blessing to be taken advantage of. Take advantage of it first and trust that you won't always be taken advantage of in the future." The girl in pink raised her head and nodded with a smile. The green-robed child rolled his eyes, "These two fools, one big and one small." A moment later, he exclaimed in surprise, "Here comes the show." Ripples appeared in the clear water in the bowl. The green-robed child snapped his fingers and the clear water rose into the air slowly like a fountain. Eventually, it turned into a water screen that was as large as a painting of mountains and rivers. First, a towering mountain peak appeared on the water screen that was surrounded by other peaks. Then, a white-robed woman tore through the air on her sword and appeared in the painting without any warning. The woman had an ancient gourd hanging by her waist as she rode on her flying sword and soared towards the peak of the mountain. In the water screen, the tiny figure that was initially the size of a grain of rice gradually grew to the size of a palm. Her face was cold and she had an otherworldly aura. She was still a short distance away from the peak of the mountain. The sword chi had condensed into a substance that resembled clouds and mist. It was strange, magical, and indescribable. The female immortal no longer rode on her flying sword to ascend the mountain. Instead, she stood on her flying sword and began to look at the abundant sword wool that was contained in the sword chi. Even though they were thousands of miles apart and separated by the water screen painting, the sword wool on the peak of the mountain still carried various meanings. They were either ancient, vigorous, like a rising sun rising into the sea, or dense like a torrential downpour. The green-robed child did not care about the messy sword wool chi. He only drooled at the woman who was riding the sword and stared at her without blinking. He said with a sneaky smile, "This fairy Su Jia of Xingyang Mountain is my favorite. She is only ranked after a fairy. Look, her figure and her aura. My brother, the water god, is unbearably vulgar." Although he admires fairy Su Jia, he still prefers fairies with more plump figures. Carnivorous people are despicable. The words of a sage hit the nail on the head. He turned his finger and slightly changed the direction of the image to the back of Su Jia of Xingyang Mountain. Then, he grabbed lightly and the fairy's back suddenly enlarged. The green-robed child laughed foolishly and wiped his mouth. He wished he could stick his entire face on Su Jia's back. If there were no outsiders present, he would have done so. The green-robed child said with exultation, "But my number one sweetheart is still the Taoist nun He Xiaoliang. She is a fairy among fairies, a fairy among fairies. If she would let me touch her little hand, would be willing to sacrifice 100 years of my life. I would never lie. If anyone could help me introduce her to me and let me speak to her, I would even be willing to be his son or grandson." Chen Pingan looked at the sword Chi that had turned into clouds. No matter how hard he looked, he only felt that there was a myriad of phenomena. However, he could not see the real clue. Chen Pingan quickly collected his thoughts and hoped to find a figure in the water screen. It was the mountain-moving ape that had committed violence in his hometown town. Unfortunately, there was only Su Jia in the picture. If he remembered correctly, the guy called Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden had always been secretly in love with Su Jia. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the water screen faded and became blurry. It condensed and fell, and finally became a small bowl of clear water again. However, the water level in the bowl had obviously dropped a little. The green-robed child put away the white bowl and clear water. He rubbed his hands and paced back and forth. He laughed and said, "Because of the sword Chi seen at the peak of Xingyang Mountain, the viewing this time was quite costly. However, it was definitely not a loss. Previously, when I looked at the various sceneries of Xingyang Mountain from afar, fairy Su Jia only appeared a few times. This time. TSK, I never thought that fairy Su Jia was so fertile. How could I have seen it before?" Chen Pingan silently stood up and walked to the plank road outside the cave. The mountain wind whistled past, blowing his clothes to one side. However, now that he had a solid cultivation of the second realm, coupled with his repeated mountain climbing and harvest, Chen Pingan's body was as still as a mountain. Vaguely, he seemed to have become one with the steep mountain wall behind him. Chen Pingan suddenly said in surprise, "It's snowing." He stretched out his hand and waited for the snow to fall on his palm. He maintained this posture, but suddenly turned his head and reported the good news to the green-robed child and the girl in pink, "Come and see, it's snowing." A heavy snowfall came unexpectedly. At the end of the year, the 24 solar terms of the year had passed one after another. Even on the road back home, there was only wind and rain during the light snow season. However, today was the heavy snowfall season. There was really heavy snow. After Chen Pingan greeted them, he continued to stretch out his hand to catch the snowflakes. He raised his head and murmured happily, "It's snowing, it's snowing." The girl in pink had never seen her master so happy. She happily skipped over. The green-robed child had never seen such a childish fellow. He stayed where he was and mumbled, feeling that life was meaningless. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.